Remember, no matter if we fail or succeed back in time, do not ever look into your other self. If you do, unpredictable things might happen. H. Granger. Hermione's warning ringed in Harry's mind as he recalled the previous night, and somehow he knew he fucked up. He had seen his other self. He was nervous the whole day, but it seemed like nothing bad had happened, so he went back to sleep. Sirius was safe now, and he had exams soon, and another dull summer with Dursleys awaiting. His worries persisted for days, weeks, but as nothing seemed to happen, they disappeared from his mind. New problems replacing the old Dursleys, Quidditch Cup, Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort's return. That's how the boy woke up, still with memories of Cedric's dead body engraved in his mind. Voldemort's resurrection ritual, the fear of the future to come. Just yesterday, he witnessed the Dark Lord's return, still unclear on the details of how exactly he was transported to that spooky graveyard. Voldemort did mention an agent in school, but who? With dozens of new people in Hogwarts, 2 foreign schools as well as Triwizard Tournament staff and helpers, anyone was a suspect. While waiting for the headmaster to come, like always did after such events, the boy was just lost in his thoughts. It's basically a yearly occurrence at this point, though Harry, first the Quirrellmort, then the Basilisk, then the time trip saving Sirius. Now Voldemort's return. My life was never easy. As his internal monologue was ongoing, the boy did not notice that the clock on the hospital wing's wall seemed to tick a bit more slowly as the world slowed down. A few minutes later, he realized something was wrong, as even his thoughts started getting sluggish. He tried looking around, as his body barely obeyed the orders. His head did not move. His eyes barely moved a bit, even that as if in slow, no slowing motion. And then it happened. A nightmare, a new story for the poor boy to endure. As his body was fully frozen, his head barely processing the thoughts, he saw something appear, as if fade into his vision. A wall of transparent clocks of various old grandfatherly ones, electronic ones, all sizes from large to small. The boy was shocked and tried to do something, anything. Shouting for help first came to his mind, but alas, his body was seemingly frozen still. His eyes were already frozen, with eyelids stopping mid-blink. He was seemingly frozen. All the world was quiet, non-moving. Only the illusory clocks in his vision moved slowly, and eventually inching towards midnight. Click. As all the handles aligned straight up, there was a sort of clicking sound, the same he heard when he needed to rewind some old clocks at Dursley's. Then his vision shifted, the clocks started going backwards of all things. His body eventually started moving, but backwards, not in his control, as if repeating the movements he did before. The rewinding sped up as he saw and felt all that happened last year. He was already feeling nauseous by various images flashing through his eyes, and his body experiencing the pain, the wounds of the past, while he could only watch with no control. Voldemort's return, Cedric's death, Triwizard Tournament, Quidditch Cup, Dursleys, Dementors, his godfather. And finally the journey through time, the one he took with his friend Hermione to save his godfather. It stopped at the moment he saw himself across the lake. His other self smiled creepily, seemingly to mouth some words. He somehow understood them. Do noti emises wht me. Perhaps it was in part his imagination, due to the shock of traveling so far back in time, combined with Hermione's warning all the year back. No, was it yesterday? Was all of that a dream? Click. Harry stumbled as he was suddenly back in control of his body and started puking on the ground. Out of the corner of his eyes, he seemed to see his friend rushing over in concern. Harry. Subsisto nauseam asterisk. A white light flashed from Hermione's wand as Harry's nausea somehow disappeared, and she looked at him with concern. She also pulled out a bar of chocolate and shoved it to him. Eating chocolate surely would not help with nausea. Perhaps she thought he met a Dementor somewhere nearby. But were there any at school this year? Perhaps a few for the third task of Triwizard Tournament. Are you okay? She looked at him in concern. This is a charm I found during some light reading in the library. It's supposed to remove nausea. Thought it could help with Dementor exposure too. Harry was confused looking at his friend as she seemed younger, like a whole year younger since he last saw her. But remembering the scenes he saw, he somehow knew. He was back in time. Either that or he finally went crazy. He took the chocolate and started munching on it. Screams of Dementors across the lake and a beautiful glowing stag jogged his memory of this event. Thanks, Hermione. You won't believe what I just saw, what I have been through, just because I accidentally glimpsed myself across the lake. Harry Potter. His talk was cut short as his friend's concern quickly morphed into fury. Did you forget all the warnings I mentioned a few hours ago and kept mentioning every so often? What have you done? I'm sorry. A quiet apology went out from his mouth as he looked down sheepishly. Hermione's voice slightly lowered as she saw Harry really regretting his actions and hearing his genuine apology. Sorry. You could have died, Harry. Even I could have died. And while the time loop is not closed, we might still die or something else horrible could happen. Then she seemingly went into her I read all about it mode and started listing things. According to Traveling Through Time's Butterfly Effect and a few other books I read, anything could happen. Seymour Heron mentioned that his companion that saw himself disappeared along with the original, and no one ever saw him again. Her voice lowered slightly as she went to more disturbing points. Some other sources say that some wizards go through some sort of shock and end up in a magical coma. There's a whole section dedicated to trying to cure it at St. Mugo's. Some other sources also mention a witch that went by Hazel Nats who claimed to have seen herself. It appears she somehow became very smart after that, inventing a lot of new spells and making tons of galleons. But unfortunately, a few months later, she went crazy, muttering, "Not again," all over again, and eventually passed away. Hermione lowered her head, seemingly over-worried again, as her anger somehow passed. Or was it simply suppressed by concern of the unclear future? I know I messed up. I'm sorry. Don't know if you believe me, but it seems that neither of those things happened, but it's as if I went back in time. Like I actually lived through a year, and then something happened and now I'm back here. Harry started off slowly, even started to recount the fourth year's events, but Hermione cut him off. I think you should tell this to the headmaster. He might know better what to do. Hermione looked skeptical, as if not believing his whole story. Also look, Tempest. We only have 10 minutes to go back to the hospital wing unnoticed, before Dumbledore locks the door. Harry's eyes shifted to the side, and he recalled such an event happening. You're right, let's go. The duo hid behind an invisibility cloak and hurried back to the castle. They barely made it back in time as Dumbledore seemingly paused for a moment before smiling slightly at them as if he knew they were there, his glasses twinkling, before closing the door and locking it up. Harry was dead tired and just went asleep. As he knew his questions could wait, the headmaster would converse with him tomorrow like the last time. With those thoughts in mind, he quickly drifted to the realm of dreams. Harry, I'm glad Sirius innocence has come to light. Even I could not have guessed your parents switched Fidelius Keeper at the last moment. Still, it will take a while for the rest of the wizarding world to accept his innocence, as unfortunately Petterjuice has escaped. Dumbledore stroked his beard as he looked at Harry, still lying in the hospital bed. Now I believe we have one more thing to discuss. His glasses twinkled. Ms. Granger mentioned your time travel incident. Can you recount it in more detail? That's the thing, headmaster. I lived a year in the future. Harry started off slowly. Dumbledore seemed to look at him in worry. It could have been real. Do you have any means to prove your claims? Any events of significance? I know things like the Quidditch Cup being held this summer and Triwizard Cup being held next year. Dumbledore paused, seemingly deep in thought, then slowly replied. No, I suppose Quidditch Cup is public knowledge, at least for well-connected few. But Triwizard Tournament is still not set in stone. Thought it's likely to happen. That's not something you should have known. The headmaster's eyes showed surprise for a moment before he composed himself. But it is like the Triwizard Cup will be approved for next year. I suppose I should inquire if we won the cup. If we don't win, I suppose I could strive so that no tournament happens. Dumbledore looked at Harry with his grandfatherly smirk on his face. We won, Headmaster. Harry smiled too, but got sad the next moment. But Cedric Diggory died when Voldemort came back. Dumbledore looked stunned for a moment before all his grandfatherly smugness seemingly evaporated. He suddenly looked serious, reminding Harry that yes, this old man was the one who took down the previous Dark Lord Grindelwald and fought against the last one, Voldemort, as well. The headmaster seemed to look straight in the boy's eyes and inquired, "Tell me in more detail. When and how did he come back?" Harry somehow felt his gaze being pulled toward his eyes, like he was compelled to look there. Dumbledore's eyes were light blue as usual, but there was a silver twinkle inside. Just moments after prolonged eye contact, Harry felt pain in his mind. It reminded him of the time his scar hurt when Voldemort resurrected. He felt as if something inside his mind was forcefully broken down, some sort of barrier. He saw the headmaster grunting in pain, holding his head in his hands, his eyes glossy as if out of focus, and then it happened again. The illusory clocks appeared in Harry's vision. The world started slowing down again. This time, Harry tried shouting first as he felt the slowness. Note agat. But his voice trailed off until eventually stopping. He was still shouting, yet time was too slow for even one more letter to fall out. The clocks all stopped at midnight again. Then, as if rewinding a Muggle movie, scenes flashed in his eyes again. Chat with the headmaster, with Hermione, and the time trip. This time, there was no creepy Harry smirking from the end of the lake. Just like the first time, he just saw his other self collapsing from exhaustion as his Patronus started driving Dementors away. As he was once again back in control, he held in his nausea this time. It seemed weaker as he did not see that many scenes this time. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione once again had this concerning look in her eyes and passed him a chocolate bar. Not puking did not mean he looked all that well. "I'm back again," Harry muttered, maybe with slight hope this time. Surely they just spoke less than a day ago about time travel. Surely she will remember this time. His eyes went from hope to sadness as his friend looked at him worriedly. "What do you mean again?" She trailed off with concern. The discussion went very similar like last time, as Harry once again found himself lying in a hospital bed. Somehow the past story repeated itself. As soon as Dumbledore took a deep look into his eyes after mentioning Voldemort, the time slowed down again and Harry was sent back. This time he seemed to have an idea of what was happening. His mind wanted to reject such, though surely mind reading is not possible, though he was not certain as this was a world of magic and he was quite new to it. "Hermione, can you not mention this to the headmaster?" "But Harry, he is the most experienced wizard in this century. Surely he could help you." "You see, the last time this happened I got sent back again as we started discussing this topic." "Shut up, Harry. You messed up and you know it. Let's just hope the headmaster can help us resolve this. Now let's hurry. We need to be back in hospital soon." Harry tried to avoid his future knowledge, passing it off as a dream, but the headmaster did not buy it. It's like he knew he was being fooled. Harry was never a good liar, as he insisted on performing some diagnostic spells on him just in case. After all the spells, he still caught his eyes in his gaze, even as Harry tried hard to avoid it. Just to drop on his knees shortly after, holding his head as the world started slowing down once again. "Harry, my boy, can you open your eyes? I need to do some checks to see if this time travel incident affected you in any way." Dumbledore's concern was felt in his voice, yet Harry kept his eyes closed. "Can you promise me, headmaster, that you won't look me into the eyes? That seems to trigger the restart and brings me back in time." "That won't do, my boy. How can I help you without knowing what exactly happened? Not to say I do not believe your story, but there might have been some things that you are simply too inexperienced to understand and hence missed seeing. But fine, I can avoid your gaze today if you so wish. Perhaps we can review your memories together in pensive. I believe you know how that works. Yes, headmaster, though I do not know how memories are stored in there. Harry kept his eyes barely open, peeking at the grandfatherly person near his bed, hope rekindled in his voice. There's no spell for that. You just need to think about the memory you want to view and slowly pull your wand from your temple. Dumbledore explained slowly as he took a miniature pensive from his pocket and expanded it to full size. Shrinking charms are such useful things. Harry managed to get silvery liquid from his temple. He chose Voldemort's return as he felt that being the most important event he knew of. There, Harry. Now just drop it in here and we can view it. Silver liquid was poured inside, and the pensive surface stirred, as if to show the preview of memory as usual, yet instead an image of clock appeared. Now this is most curious. I don't suppose that is part of what you wanted to show, Harry. Dumbledore had a curious look in his eyes as he glanced at the boy, noticing that he too was surprised. No, this is what appears when time goes back. I don't suppose it will happen if we view the memory then. I do not know, it could. Well, do you want to test this theory of yours? But of course us Gryffindors never lack the braveness for things like this. Wait, what if it does? How do I prevent you from trying to see it again the next time? Dumbledore paused, almost touching the memory, then smiled. You could say Twix. It's sufficient proof of the future. It's actually a muggled chocolate bar I was fond of recently, and I was planning on setting my office password to it for the next few weeks. Harry just nodded as the headmaster entered the memories, then reached out to touch the silver liquid as well, only to stop midway as the now familiar scene resurfaced again. The time slowed down. Twix. I'm sorry, what do you mean, my boy? Dumbledore had a shocked look on his face as he eyed Harry in a different way than usual. There was suspicion of sorts. He also seemed to avoid his eyes, instead gazing thoughtfully at his scar. This is my proof of the future, headmaster. You told me yourself to tell this. Oh, you also mentioned this will be your office password soon. Calm down, Harry. Yes, I suppose I was planning to use that password, and I don't suppose you suddenly became a master legilimens or deviation expert to have such knowledge. What is legilimency? It's an art of reading and invading the minds of others. It's strictly regulated by ministry, and only allowed for mind healers and interrogations by aurors. It's not something we teach at Hogwarts. It's almost classified as dark even. Very few people ever learn it. One of the ones I know being great at it was Tom Riddle. Or should I say is. The headmaster trailed off as he suddenly gazed into Harry's eyes. There was suddenly a lot of pain as Harry held his head in a headache. So it was true. All those strange gazes earlier were actually mind invasions of sorts. Only Dumbledore was not being so gentle this time. I'm sorry, my boy, but I must check that he did not take control of you, did not plant seeds into your mind to turn you to the dark side. Oh, believe me, he could do that. It's all for the greater good, just bear with it. I will remove those painful memories later. Harry clutched his head in pain as he felt the headmaster quickly walking along in his memories. But eventually, he reached a point where his time travel incident happened. Headmaster opened his mouth as if to say something, then clutched his head as well, with even more force than Harry, as the world slowed down again. Harry had enough of this and decided that this time he won't tell a soul a thing. Maybe this time he would not be brought back to this moment again, and so soon. He needed some time to think things over, and apparently his most well-read friend could not help him out much. Instead of his usual time rewind story, he just casually asked his friend, "Say, Hermione, have you ever heard about legilimency?" Hermione looked at him with a look that expressed wonder for his lack of knowledge. Yes, of course. Have you never heard about occlumency and legilimency? Occlumency is the art of protecting the mind, while the other one is attacking the mind, which allows reading minds. As far as I read, it's illegal and can only be used by certified medi-witches to cure mind ailments. It said master legalmens can invade unprotected minds with just a look into the eyes. Occlumency, on the other hand, is completely legal, but I could not find a book anywhere that teaches how to actually do it. Perhaps it's dangerous for underage wizards and was put in the restricted section. She pondered, seemingly deep in thought, missing Harry's eyes flashing with brief surprise and realization. Then, as if remembering something, Hermione asked back, "Why do you ask?" "I just suddenly got curious. I think I overheard it being mentioned earlier today. Only now it popped into my mind. I never heard about those things. I should definitely read up a lot more about the wizarding world. Could you recommend some good books about it? It's not like I have anything else I can do at Dursley's in summer except reading. I somehow have a lot of time in the summer that I'm not using properly." "Yes," his friend replied, thrill, enthusiasm, and excitement clearly felt in her tone. "Well, starting first, have you read Hogwarts? A history? How about 100 charms every wizard should know? Oh, how about Muggle books?" The discussion followed all the way to the hospital wing. Harry thought he could write a book just listing all suggestions as he realized just how well-read Hermione was. He knew she read a lot, but he never knew she read that much. Harry made a mental list of things to read as he drifted off to sleep. The next day, the talk with the headmaster happened again. Harry just did the same things as usual, only trying to think about the first serious rescue, now aware that the headmaster could surf his mind when he wanted. Harry made sure not to think of any time travel problems when he gazed into the headmaster's eyes through conversation. And this time nothing happened. The time flowed on. And as Dumbledore bade him good night, the boy could finally get some rest and drift to sleep. Harry was sneaking at night, hidden by his invisibility cloak. Just today he was released from the hospital bed, yet tomorrow he already needs to head home. He just had one goal today: scout restricted section for anything on occlumency. He did not want the headmaster to just accidentally send him back in time again. Harry was unsure, but thinking about it, the first trip back might have been triggered by Dumbledore. Of course, after Voldemort's return, he might have been paranoid and seen all his memories, including the moment he saw himself across the lake. Maybe that was the case. He could not be too sure about the mechanics that kept sending back in time, but the last few repeats did teach him that telling the headmaster does cause time travel to happen. Deep in, though, Harry almost forgot to step over the disappearing step on the staircase, then continued on. He checked Marauder's map, and luckily the library was empty, no obstacles in sight. The professors were in their rooms or offices, most of the students in the dorms, with the exception of a dozen or so couples doing who knows what in various abandoned classrooms. Heck, one couple of students were somehow in a broom closet even. Harry blushed at his rising thoughts and focused back on checking the map. Glancing more, he saw that perfects were not patrolling the corridors, well, except some Ravenclaw walking across the 7th floor. Filch was at his office of all places, even though he usually patrolled the hallways around this time. Of course, no point in giving detention when students are leaving tomorrow, though he should still patrol. I can see twins in the kitchen doing something. A memory of leaving a feast flashed in his mind. I should only eat what they eat tomorrow. I don't remember which food will contain their prank. Harry was lost in thoughts as he strolled into restricted section. Knowing no one was anywhere near made things simpler. He cast a quick asterisk Lumos and looked around at book titles. He remembered seeing something about mind arts last time. It was on a shelf just above the screaming book he picked when he was looking for Flamel a few years ago. Ah, there it is. Harry exhaled his breath as he took the book out of shelf, though he still glanced at other book titles just in case. But he could not see anything else about defending the mind on the books which he could understand, and see the titles of restricted section had most books written in some sort of runes, which the boy assumed was runic language. Fingers crossed, hopping for no screams this time, he opened the book. Luckily nothing happened as simple English text greeted his eyes. Glancing over outline, it seemed to be a book mainly for Aurors to learn how to protect the mind. Probably promising candidates were allowed to read this while in Hogwarts, maybe in 6th or 7th years. The same years they teach Patronus Charm, which you can do already. The random thought encouraged Harry to continue looking over the outline. It seemed he needed to learn meditation and enter his mindscape first, which, according to the book, took months, up to a year for truly untalented folks. Feeling all fired up, Harry glanced upon other sections. Basic mind defenses was the next chapter after meditation, also quite short in length. He initially thought about stealing the book, but every student knew that library books had some sort of tracking charms on them, and he did not want any more attention to himself. He also considered the option of just reading the whole night, then getting caught, and Dumbledore would probably trigger the time loop for him again. But reliving that day with Dementors again seemed more painful than just copying the text. Sighting, Harry put his parchment pile and ink on nearby table, put his wand and gap in wood as a makeshift lamp, and started copying the text. He managed to get 25 pages down, as his hand already screamed in pain, fearing getting repeated stress injury or worse, carpal tunnel syndrome. Harry reluctantly put down his tools and cleaned up his temporary workplace, putting the book and chair back to where he found them. 25 pages might not seem like much, but it actually covered a whole meditation chapter and 2/3 of basic defenses. It would hopefully be enough to learn this summer. If not, he always had other books to read, perhaps even revise previous year's material, as seemingly he was stuck in some sort of time loop issue, and he would need a lot of knowledge to even attempt to understand what went wrong and how to fix it. A quick tempest charm later, Harry saw it was already a couple of hours past midnight, and he started heading back to the dorms. Back to his room, he sneaked back to his bed, which was quite easy as Ron's snoring masked his stepping sound quite well. Near his bed, he quickly stashed the map, the cloak, and all copied papers to his trunk while yawning, and then, with a smile on his face, went asleep. The sleep did not last too long, at least in Harry's opinion, as he heard loud noises and bird chirping quite soon. At least it felt like that. He clearly lacked sleep tonight. Harry, wake up. We will miss breakfast at this rate." Harry was almost thrown out of bed as Ron shook him strongly. Then sleepily he tried opening his eyes. "Morning, Ron." "Morning, now hurry up, or there won't be any pancake syrup left. It's pancakes today." Harry grumbled, but complied. He should eat a lot today. It's not like he would have much to eat for the rest of summer. Damned Dursleys. They were almost late to the feast, but fortunately Harry found entrances to some secret shortcuts with the help of Marauder's map, and they could skip a few floors in some magical way. Those shortcuts always amazed Harry on possibilities of magic. He just went through some seemingly abandoned classroom, climbed in a broom closet, and somehow appeared in another broom closet in an identical classroom, exactly 3 floors below. Well, 3 is a magical number, chuckled Harry as Ron was still agape, looking like an idiot by the time they entered the great hall, which was almost full already. Harry first exchanged greetings with his friends as he sat near Hermione, while Ron instantly sat and started shoveling food into his mouth, drinking pancake syrup as water. His friends' eating habits always disturbed him somehow, which was weird as he lived with 2 pigs on summers. How could Ron have worse manners than animals greatly confused him. Harry was starving. He almost started eating, but he noticed sheepy looks Fred and George seemed to have as they ate their pancakes with sour cream and pumpkin jam. Weird, they usually prefer using syrup. What changed? Harry thought as he picked up a bottle of syrup, though stopped before pouring as he saw twins looking at him in amusement. "Ah, right, last night I saw them in the kitchen." "Ron, want some more syrup?" Harry dodged the bullet as he also saw Ron glancing at him as if he stole his chess set. "Sure, thank you, mate," thanked Ron, mouth still full of pancakes. How he even spoke coherently was another mystery. Harry just smiled and winked at twins, who first looked surprised that he caught on, then winked back. Meanwhile, Ron just uncorked the syrup and started drinking straight from the bottle. Harry did not need to wait for long midway headmasters' speech. A lot of students' faces started morphing into canaries, and then making weird noises while in shock. As the hall descended to chaos, laughter quickly followed, started by none other by Headmaster Dumbledore, who just cast some sort of spell to investigate the cause of this transformation on Trelawney. Other teachers seemingly knew something was off with the syrup, and did not eat any, or perhaps they did not eat syrups in general. After laughter started dying off, Dumbledore just resumed his speech as usual. "So as I was saying, congratulations to Gryffindor for winning the House Cup again. Cheers followed from 3 tables, mostly coming from Gryffindor, but not a single student from Slytherin applauded. Now do not worry about this harmless prank, quite beautifully done by the way. No house points will be deducted or awarded as the cup was awarded at yesterday's dinner, and this is the end of the year, though who knows who pulled this off. While saying so, he glanced at twins with a twinkle in his eyes. Do not worry, this transformation is completely harmless and will pass itself soon. He glanced along all tables, while finally stopping his gaze on Ron. Though I must say, some of you who simply ate unhealthy amounts of syrup could stay stuck like this for a while until the end of train ride, I would say. Now enough laughing and move out. 7th year, do not forget you can apply for a mastery in your chosen subject. If you wish to study more, good luck in looking for jobs. And for the rest of you, I am awaiting you back next year for another exciting school year. Laughter still followed as the students applauded the speech and went to the carriages to get to the train station. Along the way, there was a flash of light as Colin took a photo of Harry with Ron sitting on his shoulder, who unfortunately was still stuck as a bird, while other students already transformed back. Harry was surprised seeing the horse-like beasts pulling the carriages, but made no comment as his friends were in no position for him to inquire whether they saw it too. Ron could not speak yet, and Hermione was giving Ron a lecture on healthy eating and how pancake syrup would ruin your teeth in such a tone that Harry just did not want to butt in this conversation. The ride back in Hogwarts Express was quite entertaining for Harry as he discussed books and magic with Hermione. She remembered her promise and lended him some of her light-reading books she bought, then even suggested a lot of interesting books he could buy or order to read using I'll Buy, also promising to send some more magic books and even some books about learning written by muggles as soon as she got home. Ron transformed back to his human form only near the end of the ride. He was a bit furious, but not about the transformation. Living under the roof with twins, he knew how to appreciate a good prank. No, he was angry for missing out of some breakfast time as he could not eat well while transformed. He tried, but food was kind of tasteless. Harry and Hermione just laughed at his antics, and Harry ordered half the cart of wizard snacks again. They spent the rest of the ride happily chatting and did not notice the time as the small mountain of snacks disappeared, and eventually the train stopped at the final stop, and Harry bade his farewells, then traveled back with Vernon to Pevet Drive. His uncle did not chat and pretended he did not exist as usual, which was better than calling him a freak and badmouthing the whole wizarding world. According to Harry's memories, this summer would not be too bad, after a few months with the Dursleys, which would be quite bearable this year. Well, according to his memories, he will go to see the World Quidditch Cup, where the riot would probably happen again. Harry considered warning people about the riot, but alas, how could he explain such knowledge? It's not like anyone died during the event, so he probably should not care too much about it. Still feeling some tiredness from travel, Harry picked up his transcribed book and started reading the meditation chapter. Of course, he already read this while transcribing it, but there's a difference between just copying the words and actually comprehending and understanding their meaning. Somehow this summer seemed more cheerful. Rather than fearing his relatives, he could just avoid them, knowing based on his memories they won't do any abusing this year. Well, perhaps starve him a bit. He was quite cheerful for an opportunity to just sit back and relax. He did have quite an eventful last few days, and then focus more on improving himself, rather than wasting time as he did the previous summer at Dursley's. Still, he had so much to learn, so much to read. It was a long summer ahead. Unfortunately, Harry could not say he was very gifted with meditation. It took him the whole month just to finish what was outlined in the first dozen pages, clearing the mind and accessing the mindscape. Besides that, he was not doing much else, just eating and reading other books, of course, as trying to meditate the whole day just seemed impossible and was surprisingly very tiring. Actually, just based on his transcribed pages, he could not even clear his mind well enough. Wizards were not the best teachers, it seemed. But having nothing better to do, Harry just sneaked to the local library with an invisibility cloak to borrow some books on meditation, which somehow seemed better. Heck, they even were easier to read. And after just a couple of those books, he could now clear his mind in like a minute or so. the only requirement being that he was in peace and quiet. After reaching this state, entering the mindscape was quite easy. Just imagining a place inside yourself and yourself entering in, which he somehow succeeded in just a few tries. Now it was a harder part of organizing the mind, which the book did indicate was optional, but seeing as the benefits were increased learning speed by having a way better memory, he knew he could not just pass this up. The book recommended imagining a library and sorting all the books, but seeing thousands of bookshelves, all in disorder, discouraged Harry a lot. It was definitely not the easy way to do it. Thinking that Muggle meditation techniques were better, he focuses on Muggles once again. Sure, books were good and all, but would it not be better if rather than some huge library he was in a small, cozy room with a computer where he could just let the machine sort out his memories? His mindscape instantly switched to reflect his vision, yet Harry was disappointed. Apparently it was feasible, but you actually needed to understand how computers work. The ones in Harry's mindscape were just empty boxes. Not like he knew much about them. They were just mentioned with pictures in some elementary Muggle school book. Reluctantly, Harry morphed his mindscape back to a library and started organizing the books. After starting, it was not as hard as it seemed. The point of it was to separate useful memories from insignificant. For example, he could just put all those years of Dursley abuse to the side and not worry about it. Yet finding the rare books of him actually reading school books or a nice memory of his flying experience, those he put to the front of the library, in separate shelves. With his mind somewhat organized, Harry could review his memories in his mindscape. Somehow just by reading the books he could re-experience them. And as he was already in his mind, he could better recall them. It was not perfect recall, but quite an improvement of his usual learning abilities. And so another week passed, and as expected, the time to travel to watch the Triwizard Cup has arrived. Harry did not choose to mention anything about the riot to anyone, and just enjoyed the tournament again. With a game as chaotic as Quidditch, even watching the same game, again was a new experience. Rather than focusing on one ball than another, he could focus on what other players were doing. The rest of events went as usual, just with Harry spending most of his free time trying to build his basic mind defenses, which he could not successfully do fully, as he did not copy the full book chapter. Though he did manage to etch a few runes around his important bookshelves, which according to the book were wards which would let him know when someone would try to read his mind. He was worried the day he was once again back at the school, as he accidentally caught the headmaster's gaze during the opening feast, yet he did not feel a thing. His defenses were untouched, and time moved on. He was relieved at that and sneaked away that very night to finish reading the book on mind defense. He could not take any chances this will repeat, especially once his name appeared from the goblet. He somehow just knew Headmaster would take a peek inside his head then. Building mind defenses was not very hard, but as he had no one to practice with, he did not know how good his defense would be. Unfortunately, the book did mention that practice is necessary for actually improving at this occlumency thing, and then simply went to basics of legilimency, which Harry read just in case, knowing how mind attacks happened would increase his chances of defending against it were his thoughts. As the first week was nearing the end, he finally had his first potions lesson double potions. Even as he grimaced and sat in the classroom, he felt Snape's gaze on him and glanced back. Then he felt it. His runes were triggered. The greasy bat was attacking his mind. He tried looking away in shock, but as if by magic his gaze was locked with Snape, who now had a more serious look in his face, as he noticed the boy somehow knew occlumency. Still, as an expert legalman, Snape just broke through and started searching his mind. It might seem looking over thousands of books would take ages, but Snape could somehow focus only on important ones. It's as if he already read most of the books inside and just went for the new ones. And as Harry clutched his head in pain, receiving concerned gazes from his close friends, it happened again. The reset, as Harry now called it. And more headaches later, he was back at the moment it all began, across the lake, looking at his patroness scaring the Dementors away. As his mood was very low from all the time-travel dizziness and horrible headache caused by Potion's professor, not all Dementors flew away. Some came back to him. Hermione tried moving them away, but even she could not cast a powerful enough patronus at the time. With white mist from her wand, she could only keep a few away from herself. And Harry was once again surrounded by Dementors, like what happened at the lake shore, and as the Dementor leaned in for a kiss, no one saved him this time. Harry shuddered from cold as all good emotions disappeared from his mind, replaced by painful memories. And oh boy, he did have a lot of pain inside him. 10 years of Duddle abuse. Accusations of his classmates from random things like being the heir of Slytherin, being a fame chaser who put his name in the Goblet of Fire, the killer of Cedric Diggory. Then he thought he died, but then he heard the now familiar click as the time rewinded back. Then he heard it again and again. Countless times as he sat there lost in his negative thoughts. Eventually, he got kind of apathetic to it all as his eyes finally snapped open with some fire in them. He saw Dementors coming for him, then stopping as if hesitating. Harry just shrugged, then tried to find a happy memory for his patroness. It did not take long. Now basically any memory of not being kissed by Dementors is an amazing memory, so Harry just picked randomly. The one where he ate rock cakes with Hagrid was happy enough, he decided. Dementors seemingly froze in midair, as if doubting something as light blue light shone from Harry's eyes, as he calmly said expecto patronum. The usual stag did not appear. Perhaps Harry's experience just now changed his patronus form, as a Thistral showed up instead. It roared as if it was a dragon and started running towards the Dementors. They somehow got scared and tried running away, but Thistral showed no mercy. Its speed was even faster than the firebolt as it passed through Dementors, and they just disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a horrible screech, and even that was fading away. As he woke up in the hospital once again and met the headmaster's gaze, he wanted to cry as his mind defenses got triggered. The headmaster, meanwhile, was calling him Tom for some reason and just destroying his pitiful defenses. As annoying as that was, Harry now had a practice partner as the book mentioned, and to survive for tomorrow he had to defend his mind successfully. Albus Dumbledore was shocked. The Ministry just called in, and apparently the boy who lived managed to destroy not one, not two, but all Dementors they had sent. He had never heard of such occurrences using the Patronus spell. Heck, even his Phoenix, with his happiest memory, could barely destroy one before fading away, and only managing to scare others away on subsequent summons for the day. Unless, he painfully remembered a fact, the boy was tainted by Riddle. He could potentially influence him, even control him if needed. He must make sure it did not happen yet, and if it did, he might need to put him down. He already knew Tom's secret of surviving death. He could eventually track down his soul parts and get rid of him. Yet the public opinion on him if he were to put young Harry down. Headmaster's internal monologue continued as he worriedly glanced at now awake young Harry. As their eyes met, he sent his mental probe, and then shook his head as it failed. He could list on one hand the people who managed to resist his wandless probe, his teacher Flamel and his wife, Severus, who was a natural Occlumens, and finally, Tom Riddle. Feeling the worst, he flicked his wrist as the elder wand flicked to his arm near instantly, while Harry, perhaps Tom, looked at him confusedly. Before the boy could react, he sent a wandless gravity charm which would prevent him from picking the wand and softly muttered Legomens. This time it was a success. He was inside, and based on the amount of books he saw, he was right. Young Harry was supposed to be a 13-year-old boy, with a few thousands of books for his memories, yet what he saw was millions of books all around. He was too late, it seemed. Still, he just wanted to know if the boy was still there. Somewhere, perhaps there was a way of saving him, if not, the greater good would take priority. He sent his strongest mental punch to the closest bookshelf, wanting to subdue the boy, and was shocked once again. It was not destroyed, heck, not even damaged. His strongest mental attack, which could even shatter Severus Occlumency defenses, which managed to crack Grindelwald's defense, allowing him to win the Elder Wand. And last time he saw Tom, it worked on him too. Albus could not understand what was happening, especially why Tom was not counterattacking. He was more gifted Legomens anyway. That was his usual tactic, clashing mental probes as part of defense. He tried all the tactics he knew, and even new ones he invented on the spot to breach the defenses inside. It failed. All failed. Even the rarely known trick of digging under the bookshelves, which usually allowed to read some memories on lower shelves unnoticed. Then it happened. Somehow the defenses shone with light and attacked. He could tell it was no legilimency, as his own defenses were not even touched. Yet his mental form was ushered out of the mind, as he saw Harry calmly laying in his bed, no being crushed to the bed as his gravity spell still worked. But the boy had a smirk on his face. "I can finally keep my privacy. Can you stop trying to read other sensitive thoughts, Headmaster?" Dumbledore was lost for words, though in the end, while he could not breach the mind, he could still subdue the boy. His gravity magic was still holding him in place. He pointed his wand once again and muttered with resolution imperious. "Now tell me, Tom, did you fully possess him? Is he still there somewhere?" Instead of a mindless reply, he expected all he heard was laughter as his brows furrowed. He tried focusing on his link with an imperious spell, which should appear as soon as it hit the subject, and was shocked once again. It was not there. His hands shaking, he tried a few more times, this time focusing on the link with all his magic power and strengthening it with all his might, then finally repeated the question once again. The boy just laughed again, then finally spoke up mid-laughter. "I did not expect you to resort to unforgivable spells of all things, but I could shrug off this level of imperious even 10 or so years ago. Never mind now. Tell me, Headmaster, do you enjoy intruding in other people's privacy?" Albus just frowned, and as his gravity spell was wearing off, he just mindlessly summoned Harry's bed near him and forces him to swallow a lemon drop from his pocket, not the usual yellow one which was graced with calming draught and 1 drop of truth serum, but a green one, a crystallized form of veritaserum, in fact. He was still wondering how the Ministry fools disallowed owning of liquid truth serum, but apparently solid or gas forms were fine. Fools, a lot of them. As Harry's eyes dimmed, the questioning followed, and the headmaster learned all about it. He was shocked by the time loop thing, too shocked even. He thought the boy was resisting veritaserum. He knew its resistance could be acquired as he himself was eating lemon drops with it, until eventually his body gained resistance to the potion. He feared the boy was making stuff up. He needed to see his memories. He shoved a few more green lemon drops down Harry's mouth and asked how his defenses actually worked. As Harry explained his intriguing mind defense system, his eyes gleamed as more plans of bypassing came up. Soon he was back in the boy's mind and decided to start by verifying the time loop thingy. That was the most suspicious part of it. Browsing, he quickly found it. He was shocked seeing a lot of clocks appear as the boy was kissed by a Dementor. Then again, and again, he realized his thoughts were slowing due WN. Harry sat near the lake and cursed. 10 years, 10 freaking years of practicing occlumency, and only now he could keep Headmaster off. Only for him to cheat and use brute force to access his mind again. Sensing his despair, Dementors neared to consume his soul, but he just casually waved his arm, not even bothering to pick up his wand as a beautiful Thistral appeared and started vanishing his foes. Then he waved his hand and the Thistral stopped. Somehow it understood his master's intention of just scaring others away. The boy understood that battling Dumbledore was impossible. He only knew spells up to 4th year, which was just not enough to battle the headmaster. Even having them all mastered wandlessly did not help. Albus was just a beast when it came to magic. He tried for quite a few restarts, and yet he lost in like 1 minute. Only surviving a minute based on previous fights and remembering what exactly his spells would do. The same could be said about learning new things. He always appeared dead tired, passing out nearly in the same time it took to reach the hospital wing, so the only sources of knowledge were Hermione and Headmaster, which he saw as soon as he awoke. He already learned all his friend knew, but the suspicious Headmaster would never teach him, and breaking his mind defenses was impossible. The only book he read on mind attack just gave some basics for defenseless foes, not nearly enough for breaking one of the best mages' alive mind fortress. He needed another way. To survive even a day more, and he had just the idea. He grinned as he organized his plans. It would take quite a few restarts to execute, but it would potentially work. Dumbledore was confused. The boy looked off. Like he had aged internally, his eyes shone with depth as if he lived a decade more, not innocent young boy eyes. Perhaps too much Dementor influence, but it could be Tom as well. I should better check. As conversation progressed, the boy, seemingly unaware, glanced at his eyes as usual. Albus took the chance and soon was inside. His instincts screamed at him that something was wrong, yet he could not find anything amiss. The library of Harry's mind looked almost the same as last time he checked. It was quite a few months since he last caught the boy's eyes during the meal for a casual greeting. Still feeling that something was wrong, he decided to investigate more thoroughly. He picked a thin book from the front, which was supposed to be Harry's surface thoughts at the moment, and started reading. "Sigh, I am so bored. I wonder when I will escape from here. I miss my friends. I haven't seen them in a while. I wonder what will be for dinner tonight. I surely hope it's not another Madame Pomfrey made dinner, as those taste awful. Well, at least she gives me plenty of chocolate this time around. Sigh, another Dursley summer. I sure hope I can live with my godfather soon. Why did that rat hate to run away?" Dumbledore closed the book with a thud. The thoughts seemed perfectly fine to him. Relaxed, he started speaking to Harry a speech he prepared yesterday, while absent-mindedly reviewing the night events from a nearby book. He was surprised seeing a few Dementors actually perish, though the boy's patroness was somewhat interesting. A Thistral, perhaps based on Potter lineage from Peverils, who are known to use Thistrals as a family crest. He relaxed more and left the boy's mind. Things seemed in order as he simultaneously ended the conversation and left the room. If he were to glance back as he left his room, he would have noticed a huge grin on the boy's face. A bit of a crazy grin, in fact, not something a 13-year-old boy should have on his face after encountering hundreds of Dementors. Harry was basically beaming for quite a few minutes after Dumbledore left. His plan succeeded. Dumbledore did not notice a door in a library, a door which he hid with invisibility cloak. He found he could materialize it inside his mind for some reason, even though other items did not seem to work. It took quite a few restarts to come up with this idea, but no matter. A few hundred days of trying to escape Dumbledore's mind invasion seemed a fair deal for him. Not like 10 years he wasted at improving his occlumency. He shuddered, remembering his other ideas, which were not so great. Especially not the escaping one, which was kind of horrible. When Fudge did not find him at the hospital bed after Sirius escaped, things escalated horribly. The Ministry had access to traces, which in fact could track him even when he was not casting any spells. So after an hour of running away, a team of Aurors popped in place and arrested him. The headmaster then intervened as usual, and the reset was triggered. The mind trick with the invisibility cape was quite a lucky accident. It took a dozen or so tries to get his surface thoughts in order while multitasking his conversation with Albus. But now he was finally free, for now, and he deserved some actual sleep. He soon was snoring with a grin on his face. The morning came, and he was once again released from the hospital. He happily skipped along the steps back to his dorm, where he met Ron in his room. "Harry, you're out." "Hi, Ron. Haven't seen you in a while." Harry seemingly had tears building up in his eyes as he rushed and hugged his friend. Ron just stood there agape, eventually returning the hug. "Whoa there, mate. We had met like 2 days ago." You know, being near Dementors, it just makes it seem like it was so long ago, like 11 years, 3 months and 10 days. The awkward hug broke off as the boys happily chatted whole evening. Ron was surely surprised of Harry not getting bored of Chudley Cannon's fanaticism, and even went for multiple rounds of chess, even after losing multiple times in a row. They played late into the night until eventually going to sleep. At least Ron did, as Harry's eyes opened as soon as he heard Ron's loud snores. He grabbed his invisibility cloak from his trunk and sneaked out to the library. He still remembered that the path was clear on this particular night, so he just hummed along, and a few staircases later was already pushing library doors open. Harry decided to just relax this loop, perhaps study a bit, read some books, but mostly spend more time with some people. Prolonged Dementor exposure for over 10 years did affect his mind somewhat. He was not the same naive boy anymore, and he somehow just craved some more communication, connection with others. Heck, he even missed the Dursleys, and that said something about his state of mind. Still humming, he casually strolled through the library. Eventually, he found a shelf of used schoolbook sections. They were old and quite worn out, but he did not mind. He skipped first 4 years and just grabbed charms, transfiguration, and defense against dark arts books for 5th, 6th, and 7th years. Then suddenly stopped, remembering his second-year defense textbooks. He scrolled back and picked actual textbook for that year. Perhaps he had some serious gaps in his knowledge. Then the boy casually dropped the books on a nearby couch and just sat there, reading the books, as if he had all the time in the world. The book pile quickly emptied as he did remember some tricks for faster reading from some muggle book he read about so-called speed reading. Surely, he would still need to reread it all in his mindscape to more deeply comprehend how those spells were cast and how to block them, but he was not worried. He had some extra time at the start of restarts anyway. For this one, he wanted to spend more time with people. Perhaps have some fun and relax, maybe even make some new friends. Checking the time with the Tempest charm, it was 4 past midnight. Or is it 4 in the morning? Somehow he did not feel sleepy at all. Musing, he concluded that he had slept so much this day, nearly 12 hours, that it was probably fine and just put the books in place, deciding to just stroll along to figure out what kinds of books there actually were for future visits. He was not quite ready to tackle the time loop problem. He needed some peace and quiet now. Peace and quiet, and some more people too. Eventually, a few hours later, he went back to his room, pretending to have just woken up and readied for the journey back home. He kind of missed that place as well. The departure feast continued similarly as last time, though Harry did not care much about avoiding syrup, or what not being a bird must be fun, he thought, as his transformation started. He even tried flying, but just did a somersault and crashed back to the table. Flying with wings was not the same as with broom, but he had a determined glint in his eyes, like he would nail it one day. Meanwhile, the hall roared with laughter as students were transforming to canaries and back. Eventually, the feast ended, and the golden trio went back to carriages. Harry already knew what those horse-like beast-pulling carriages were, the Strals. They looked the same as his Patronus. So he just focused on his friends, smiling and chatting as they went along. They seemed to notice that he was different, but seemed to buy Dementors change people excuse. The chat continued throughout the journey until eventual arrival at the station. Harry bid farewell with tears in his eyes, then went a look for his uncle, whom he hugged in greeting. Vernon was confused and initially wanted to shout, but perhaps concluding that this was actually totally normal behavior. Perhaps not wanting to make the scene, he just greeted the boy and went back to the car. Back at Privet Drive, Petunia and Dudley were also weirded out by hugs, but other than Dudley calling him weirdo, did no other comment. Petunia even seemed a bit concerned with this different Harry. The next day arrived, and Harry already had a stack of letters ready for all his friends. He gave it to Hedwig, who seemed excited about a long journey. He opened the window and let her fly off. As it was about 5 in the morning, he doubted any muggles were already awake and outside. He somehow just slept till 4 and felt refreshed and fully rested, just on 6 hours of sleep. But he did not mind. He could just do something else in his free time. He stepped out of the house and pointed his wand forward. A few minutes later, the night bus arrived. He paid 11 sickles for a trip to Diagon Alley and some hot chocolate. As he had literal mountains of gold in his trust vault, not even the main Potter's vault, which would become accessible on 17th birthday, so he felt it was not a waste to splunder money a bit. He thought he might do this every summer day. Dursleys just did not want to socialize with him, but he just craved it, hence his solution. He did need to at least sleep at Dursley's, as he knew it powered blood wards. He looked around the bus, but could not see any familiar faces. There were some sleeping witches and wizards of respectable age, but they were sleeping. Well, it was still very early in the morning, he concluded, and most wizards would just use flu or apparition. Harry just shrugged and sat near the front, slurping his chocolate and gazing through the front window. Watching the bus rapidly shrink and expand to pass some unimaginatively small gaps was fascinating and gave him some heartwarming nostalgia. Still gazing through the window, he called out to the drivers for some chatting. He learned some interesting things. Apparently, there were quite a few night buses in circulation, so any witch or wizard in England could just call them out in 5 minutes at most. Also, he was told that quite a few Hogwarts students used the bus from time to time, mostly Muggle-borns as they had no flu at home, and some weird blokes who were apparently allergic to flu powder and, of course, older witches and wizards who did not have flu at home and were too scared to learn apparition. The chat, while enjoyable, came to an end as the bus arrived at Harry's destination. He bid the drivers farewell and disembarked. The boy walked the familiar path to Leaky Cauldron and ordered plenty of food for breakfast, then ate in silence while thinking of his holiday plans. He decided to try visiting his friends during the day. Surely it would make things more entertaining. He decided to write more letters as soon as Hedwig came back to inquire for available times and locations. He did not have that many close friends: Hermione, Weasleys, Neville, and his other room-mates Seamus and Thomas. Oh, and also Hagrid and Dobby. Still, he kind of wanted to avoid Hogwarts as he might meet Headmaster there, which was annoying. To constantly monitor his thoughts and force them to think in specific ways, which not always succeeded in fooling the mighty wizard. Yes, he did fail quite a few times using that invisibility cloak trick, when Dumbledore found his surface thoughts. He somehow got his wand inside the mindscape and cast various charms around, giving him immense headaches, but quickly discovering the hidden room of books. Eventually deciding to just regularly visit Diagon Alley, and eventually bump into Hagrid was good enough. As for Dobby, he could just call him anywhere that's not home. Just in case Ministry confused Dobby's magic for his again. He spent the rest of the day exploring Diagon Alley and various shops. In his hand, there was a book fantasy novel, in fact, as Harry seemed immersed in it. His day was enjoyable. He only visited a few shops, but went over every little thing they sold, buying whatever he liked, like a pocket trunk with actual buttons for expanding and shrinking the thing, which was especially designed with underage wizards in mind as they could not cast the spell themselves. Inside his new trunk lay dozens of books of various types, various fantasy novels, horror training books, history books, even the famous Hogwarts, the History 3rd edition. He had a lot of fun chatting with the shopkeepers, who were also excited by this rich customer in their stores. He also spent some time trying out various ice creams from the famous Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hell, he even bought some extra frozen as gifts for Dursleys, packed with some sort of cold, charmed paper. Harry did notice Dudley eating his abundant birthday snacks his friends sent over. He smirked as he thought at least one Dursley would enjoy this, perhaps in secret, but still, it brought warmth to his heart. He was getting quite immersed in the story. Who knew fantasy novels could be that entertaining? He even made plans to grab some Muggle ones as well for comparison. And who knows, maybe they would be even better, as was with meditation material he read years ago. He heard a bell dingle and glanced over, as he did all the time when someone climbed in. Knowing Hogwarts students frequented the bus did make him want to check all the time, and this time it paid off. He could see a girl his age, with blonde hair entering the bus. Their eyes met briefly as they slightly widened with recognition. "Potter," she nodded in greeting. "Greengrass," Harry nodded back. After spending over a decade being tormented by one former Gryffindors, he didn't really care about her being from Slytherin. They were people too, well, except Malfoy. That guy was a prick. He maintained eye contact and casually moved his trunk to the side, leaving enough room for her, and asked, "Want to chat while we travel?" Daphne Greengrass maintained her poker face while waiting for the night bus to arrive, yet inside she was quite annoyed. She would be riding this stupid bus for months, and all alone. Apparently Tracy was on a trip to Hawaii with her family, and no matter how sad it seemed, she was her only friend. Daphne did have a lot of other acquaintances which she called friends in public, yet she could tell they were only close to her as heiress Greengrass. They did not care for Daphne herself, well, maybe cared for her looks at most, not her as a person. She yawned as the night bus arrived. At least the first few days won't be too bad, yet traveling this thing every day, she shuddered, but as the door opened her poker face was back in place. She casually climbed the steps and paid 1 galleon and 2 sickles. The driver shut his mouth mid his usual introduction speech. Seeing the amount, he knew the purpose she was there, and asked instead, "Which route today?" "Miss Greengrass, I will take the 3rd route today." She grimaced inwardly. Only 145 more routes to go. then grabbed her hot chocolate cup and turned around, looking for a place to sit. First, she overlooked the bus. It would be more bearable if there was another Hogwarts student inside. She was hopeful to have someone to chat along. Well, except Malfoy or his lackeys, those people were even worse when drunkards who usually rode the bus. A quick glance over the bus, she locked on to the only youngster besides her inside. He seemed to casually sit near the window and read a book, while occasionally taking a sip of his hot chocolate. She saw the familiar black hair and a hint of a zigzag-shaped mark behind his mess of hair, along with familiar worn-out glasses. Her eyes widened in recognition, before she quickly composed herself. She did not master that part of occlumency, yet emotions control, which was yet another thing expected for pureblood heiresses like her to learn and succeed in. She walked close by, and as the boy glanced up from his book, she greeted him by a nod, Potter. Greengrass, the boy nodded back, then as Daphne expected some hostility. Somehow most Gryffindors were foolishly so against even being in same room as Slytherin students such as her. The boy did not even glance back at his book. Instead, he smiled and pushed his trunk aside, making just enough space for her to pass and reach a nearby seat just across him. "Want to chat while we travel?" Daphne once again broke her poker face. This time it took her a tad bit longer to react. She just nodded and walked to the seat in front of the window, facing Potter. It took a few minutes more for her to calm down her shock and take full control of her face again. The boy, seeing she was still silent for a while, just smirked and resumed the conversation. "Never expected to see you here, Greengrass. I bet you feel the same way." "Yes, you are right. What are you doing here, Potter?" "Ladies first." He bowed while gesturing for her, with a cheeky smile on his face. Daphne sighed. This was not how a conversation with a Muggle-born was supposed to go. It was as if he was older by a few years or so, not quite the reckless Harry she remembered from school. As it was no secret, and she was quite curious what the Potter heir was doing there, as he clearly was not there for the same reason she was seeing him reading a book previously, Daphne opened her mouth to explain. "I am not sure if you are aware, being Muggle-raised and all that, but the night bus was not made for a petty reason to help drunkard wizards get home, nor was it created for Muggle-borns and Muggle-raised youngster to travel around." She was amused as she saw a glint in his eyes. He was interested, which made this more entertaining for her. The night buses were created by pureblood families to comfortably see most of Britain. Do you know why seeing a place is important, Potter? She was quite smug now as she wondered if the boy could guess this. This made the journey way more enjoyable as she could still see all the views from the window. The bus was quickly passing through various streets and intersections, which she was sure to constantly look at, even from the corner of her eye. Memorizing all the streets of Britain was one annoying thing every heir and heiress needed to do. Harry took a few minutes to think about it. His eyes shone with years of experience, which confused Daphne. How can he seem so much more mature than last year? Did hiding from Sirius Black affect your mentality so much? She even saw the boy shudder a bit as if recalling unpleasant memories. Soon after, he calmed down and voiced his guess. "My guess would be that it's for that teleportation magic which Aurors use, appearing with a popping sound." "Is that correct, Miss Greengrass?" Shock briefly flashed through Daphne's eyes, but this time she composed herself quickly. He was soon to be third year, and as Aurors were more active caused by famous Azkaban escapee, it made sense for him to guess. Still, the boy seemed smart, which his grades did not show so far, or perhaps he decided to get more serious from now on. She nodded while replying. "Yes, Potter. That magic is called apparition. Even Hogwarts does not teach it during our 7 years in there. It is quite dangerous spell, in fact. When poorly executed, you could kill yourself if only part of you teleports away. One thing about this spell is that you need to have seen with your own eyes the place where you want to apparate to. And this is why night buses were made, so that witches and wizards could see all of Britain. By just sitting around, which enables them to teleport, as you call it." She made quotation marks with her fingers. "Anywhere in the country, which is a very useful ability as you can imagine, especially so if another war arises. Grindelwald is gone and so is you who. Yet who knows what future has in store." Harry was fascinated. His eyes shone as if considering all the usefulness of this ability. Then the expected question came in. Are there any prerequisites for learning apparition? Can it be blocked? Do you already know it? Now it was Daphne's turn to smirk. She returned the cheeky line from the start of the conversation. I answered your inquiry about me being there. Potter, is this not your turn to spill the beans now? Harry blushed, as if just remembering that just bombarding someone with questions is not a good way to keep a conversation. He cited and shared his story. Daphne was interested to hear of the boys' adventures. She even recommended some more shops in nearby alleys to Diango for him to visit, as they had some good stuff. The conversation flowed on as they discussed various things. Harry was interested how she spent her time, what it was like to live with a Slytherin family, and most importantly of any magic he heard Daphne mention and did not know himself. Daphne was happy to share. In turn, she learned a lot about Muggles, after which she realized how useless those Muggle studies textbooks she was used to reading were. As more time passed, they eventually switched from Potter and Greengrass to just Harry and Daphne. And as more time passed, the bus came to a halt. The driver's loud voice shouted across the bus, "Privet Drive, it's your stop, Harry." Harry quickly picked his trunk, shoved his book inside, then clicked the shrinking button and dropped it into his pocket. Daphne was actually a bit sad to end their conversation there. It would be way more entertaining for her if she could have someone nice to chat with on her travels. As they said their goodbyes, Daphne seemed reluctant to part, and as Harry stood up to walk to the door, she spoke again. "Harry." "Yes," the boy turned around. "I was wondering if you will ride this anytime soon. It was nice chatting with you." A slight blush shoved up on her face, but quickly disappeared. Harry just smiled. "Yes, I plan to do this every day, until the Quidditch World Cup at least. I also enjoyed our chat, Daphne. You can owl me the details if you wish to travel with me again. Just remember no owls during the day. My relatives hate that." Daphne smiled back, remembering the horror stories of Harry's relatives. "I will write when I get back home. There's still some time left for this apparition route. See you again, Harry." She waved at him. As Harry waved back, hurried out of the bus, dropping the empty hot chocolate mug near the pile next to the driver who had a sheepish smile on his face. "Ah, it's good to be young, Harry. See you tomorrow if you happen to catch my bus." "Goodbye." Harry stepped out of the bus, and as soon as he touched the ground, he could feel a large lump of magic behind him. He turned around, and as he saw the bus get more transparent and speed up like a Formula car, he caught a glimpse of Daphne waving. He managed to smile and wave back, but just moments later the bus was out of sight. Harry was feeling quite satisfied with this day. He made a new friend, a Slytherin friend. Who would have guessed? Perhaps thinking about all Slytherins based on that Draco boy was a mistake on his part. He walked toward the fourth house in the street. Dursleys somehow did not even notice he was absent. Glad to avoid a needless explaining, Harry walked back to his room. He still had tons of books to finish, which he was looking forward to, especially the Muggle fantasy one, as he was left at quite the cliffhanger when Daphne's arrival interrupted his reading. A few hours later, Hedwig arrived. She seemed a bit tired from the journey, but still had a proud gaze, so Harry put a lot of treats on her plate. Harry saw a letter attached to her feet. It turned out to be the response from Neville. He told he could only invite him over this week as he was traveling to Rome with his grandma for the rest of summer later. Harry just smiled and wrote his reply. He would visit his friend this week, perhaps the day after tomorrow. As Hedwig did seem tired, he did not want to send her off just after letting her take a break for a few minutes. He wrote the reply, but did not put it into a letter yet. He would do so in the morning, and who knows? Perhaps more letters would come in at that time, so he would need to replan and reschedule his meetings. It was getting late, but he did not need much sleep anyway, so he just meditated for a while, organizing the day's memories, which consisted of taking some books from his first time living this date, placing it in the entry hallway of his library, the one he used to trick Dumbledore with, then going over today's books, splitting content apart to various categories and organizing across the shelvest. Daphne did explain to him that getting actual benefit for apparition required him to build a sort of map in his mind library. It was fun to see her reaction when she realized that he actually knew occlumency, and not just the theory, but was quite proficient in it, especially mind defense, yet he did not mention that part. It took him just a few hours, and there was an addition of a small table in his main library. On it sat a large globe with a lot of pins on it. By touching a pin, a map appeared filled with various Muggle cities. He found it in one of the Muggle books he casually bought, then just associated mindscape markers on the globe with the maps. As for the globe, he had seen plenty of it in his primary school. Most non-magical things could be made inside his mindscape just with a thought, if he understood how it worked. Harry playfully touched a few mind markers as the table surface next to the globe got replaced with various maps of countries around the world. Most of them were dim, unlit, yet for Britain it had a lot of light lines shining Privet Drive, King Cross Station, various streets around, which took a while to organize, but just going slowly through night bus memories with Muggle maps nearby was quite doable. The lights were just a fancy thing he imagined. By placing thousands of LED lights below the map, then lighting them up as he attached a matching visual memory piece to the map. Occlumency for organizing was quite fun, Harry thought, yet a sudden knock outside his mind forced him to open his eyes. There was a common brown owl lightly pecking his window, a letter with elegant handwriting attached to its feet. He smiled as he walked closer to let him in. Then, as if on cue, more owls started flying in. He recognized the other ones: Hermione's owl, Weasley owl, even Seamus owl. He supposed Thomas would send him a reply via regular mail, as he did not have an owl. He smiled as he poured a small hill of owl treats on the window sill, while the owls happily ate, then flew away one by one, yet the unseen-before brown one remained, looking at Harry as if awaiting for a response letter. Harry just chuckled and grabbed the letter with elegant cursive from the nearby pile. As expected, it was from a new friend he made today, a Slytherin girl called Daphne. The morning sun shined as Harry woke up and stretched his limbs. After making his bed and eating various sweets he bought in Alley for breakfast, he reread his replies one more time, before rolling them and putting in a letter holder on Hedwig's leg. The holder was just something he bought yesterday in the trunk shop. Harry was not sure how exactly it worked, but Hedwig seemed happy to carry a lighter load and could skillfully pull out letters one by one as needed. After testing its new trinket, the owl let out a hoot sound, then grabbed a large cookie from the remains of Harry's breakfast and took off to the skis. Harry just smiled as he watched his familiar quickly fly away, and only moved his eyes away when not even a dot was visible in the morning sky. He had a busy day ahead. The night bus ride to Diagon Alley took longer than usual, mainly because Harry decided to take a scenic route. He figured he was a bit behind Daphne and wanted to catch up. It would undoubtedly be useful in the future, being able to apparate on any street in Britain. Throughout the journey, he was feeling a bit sad. He needed to keep looking outside, so he could not read at the same time, and there was no one to chat with. It's not like the bus was empty, but there were just the same drunkards or homeless-looking people as last time. At least the hot chocolate was tasty. He faintly smiled and just enjoyed the scenery of his homeland. Diagon Alley was as fun as always, yet Harry already visited most of the shops last time, and the few ones remaining did not really attract him. He did visit the apothecary to buy a bulk of potion ingredients. Potion making did not need any wand waving, hence he could just practice that at home. He was not that great at potions, but he never exploded or melted his cauldron yet. And if it did happen, he figured he would just experience a Wizarding World court for the first time, and then the restart would just fix things, nothing too serious. Thinking of Sirius, he smiled. His godfather was more than happy to arrange a visit with him, saying he would lead him to a secure place he's staying, yet not being able to write it out on paper as it would expose it if the letter gets intercepted. Such a fascinating place. Harry was excited to visit it with his godfather. He just needed to be on lookout for his Padfoot form showing up near Dursley's. At least that's how he understood his mischievous godfather's cryptic words. Finally reaching the end of the Diagon Alley, Harry turned to the side. There was a signpost pointing back to the way he came from. Another pointed to Nocturne Alley, yet another to Pure Alley, Green Alley, and many more. Harry wondered how come wizards were always speaking about Diagon Alley only. Surely he heard Nocturne Alley was a place of evil, yet the kindest person he knew, Hagrid, was a frequent customer there. Surely it can't be that bad. He did not take too long to decide. He would eventually explore them all anyway, so better just to start somewhere. He quickly replanned his day. He would explore Nocturne Alley until noon. Then he would go over the Mud Alley. It was apparently where all Muggle-borns were ushered to, rarely ever allowed to set up shops in most alleys like Diagon. They just created their own alley, though those pureblood snobs probably named it as such, he mused. Then in the evening he had an arranged meeting with Daphne at the entrance of Green Alley. Apparently owned by Greengrass family, there Daphne would give him a tour, even introduce him to some places where young wizards were actually allowed to train magic with adult supervision, of course. Heck, it even had courses offered, one of them being apparition, which Daphne said she was going to enroll in. Then they would eat dinner, chat, and go for another night bus scenic route back home. Harry smirked, inwardly musing it kind of looks like a date. He made a mental note to tease Daphne about it later. Walking through the Nocturne Alley, it seemed, not as interesting as it was during his first year. His pocket trunk had quite a few anti-theft wards, so all those crooks that were eyeing him like candy during his first time there just cursed seeing his pocket trunk and simply passed by. There were not many shops inside, and the rumors of it being a dark wizard place were clearly somewhat exaggerated. Sure, there were some shops which sold somewhat suspicious-looking things, perhaps borderline illegal things like temporary love potions being passed as prank items. Harry did not particularly enjoy this alley. He still had bad memories about the place, yet he still found some useful things inside. His growing library inside the pocket trunk got expanded with some assorted spellbooks from various countries around the world. Some of them might even look dark for others, but as someone who saw a first-year almost kill a troll with a simple Wingardium Leviosa, Harry did not really think spells like bone removal were truly dark. Perhaps it was used for cooking, though its combat capabilities were not to be underestimated. He shuddered remembering Lockhart as the teacher vanished his whole arm's bones. It was such a simple spell, yet one hit and you're disarmed for at least a couple of days. A hit to the non-limb part would immobilize the opponent, or perhaps even kill them outright. Still, he was happy about his purchases. Perhaps it would help to last longer against that Albus monster at the start of the loop, as he did feel the itch to improve his fighting skills. Perhaps beating the old Twinkle was out of his talent's reach. But he wished to at least get a single good hit in, which he somehow never managed to do in all the loops. The noon was quickly approaching, so Harry took a peek to the Law's shop in the alley. It was very rundown, even the sign was broken. He almost passed it by thinking it was just someone's house. Yet a small, worn-out piece of paper had open written on it, so he pushed open the door, and an old bell dingled. Surprisingly, it was a bookstore, in fact the first one he found in the alley. Other books he got were just miscellaneous items inside, not proper bookstores by any means. He glanced over the titles. As there were only 10 or so bookshelves, he could afford to spend time reading all titles, and then if he ever wished to read some of them, he could just come here to buy it with his occlumency skills. It was easy to remember even the placement of the books, never mind the titles. So far, most of the shelves had just Hogwarts school books and other famous old classics like wizard fairy tales, yet the books were quite old. You could not see a single Lockhart nonsense textbook. There were books used in Hogwarts like half a century ago or so. Still, most of the textbooks were the same content as his current ones. Perhaps the language was redacted a bit. Yet the next section surprised him quite a bit. There were books on occlumency and legilimency even. He was quite sure those were quite illegal to sell so openly. But still, what Auror would even come to this ruined-down and nameless shop? Curious, he picked a few books on occlumency and gave them a flip. He felt his eyes get slightly watery as he regretted the fact he did not read this a decade ago. It would have saved him years building up his mind defenses. He still knew most things in the book and even more, but it took him hundreds, even thousands of confrontations with Albus to self-learn them. Heck, he could write a book on his own now. Still, having such a good textbook here was a good find. Not wanting to lose himself in the books, as he still had plans for the day, Harry just picketed the whole section on mind arts, which was only a couple dozen books. He could surely spare the galleons. Going over the other books, he found a nice supplementary potions book, which actually explained what each ingredient is doing. He was hardly surprised that Greasy Bat never mentioned this book to students, at least non-Slytherin ones. He also found a few dueling books and an even older dark arts textbook. Apparently 7 decades ago, the subject was called Dark Arts and Defense Against Them. He could hardly carry more books on his own, as he felt it was impolite to shove non-purchased goods to his private trunk, so he went a look for the counter to check out. There was a wrinkly old man by the counter, who just glanced over the books, not showing any special reaction by seeing dozens of illegal ones among them. He just stated a price, quite a steep one, which Harry paid, not being stingy with money. His spending was quite meaningless, as when Loop restarts his money would refill, yet the knowledge gained would remain in his mindscape. He pocketed his purchased books and strolled out of the shop and out of the alley. It was already noon, and the meals offered at Nocturne looked quite unappetizing. Most of the meals had almost raw, bloody meat. Perhaps this is where people like Lupin ate their meals. Harry mused as he walked. Having eaten his tasty lunch at Leaky Cauldron, Harry headed back to the end of the alley. This time he took a turn to the so-called Mud Alley. After a few minutes of walking, the alley greeted Harry's eyes. It was quite unusual, not like usual wizarding places. The building looked quite modern, like freshly built Muggle shopping malls. Perhaps pureblood snobs would be against ever setting foot there, but Harry did not mind and entered the first shop that caught his eye: Magelectronics for everyday life. Inside it was like in a Muggle shop. Everything looked clean, items neatly arranged in shelves, with some sort of a tag attached, perhaps for anti-theft. The boy wondered as an excited voice greeted him. After a quick chat with the shopkeeper, Harry was taken to a tour of the shop and its specialties. The name actually combined the words magical and electrical, and tried to make electrical things remade with magical parts, like the Muggle car Mr. Weasley drove. They also researched things in reverse, mainly creating various medicines for common illnesses, by recreating some simple potions with non-magical ingredients. While the shop was a massive success on Muggle side, there in Mud Alley, it was not often visited wizards' preferred apparition, or Flu Network, or even brooms rather than fancy cars. Even if Muggleborns bought a car, they usually bought a non-magical one. Still, there were quite a few fancy trinkets that Harry liked. In the end, Harry bought a music player which could save sounds, replay them, and even connect to the wizarding radio or Muggle radio waves. It was interesting to note that while electronics went haywire in the presence of magic, radio waves seemed to work fine. He smiled as he fiddled with earphones attached to the player. It looked just like a Muggle one. Now he could enjoy some music on his morning bus rides. After a while, he took off to another shop. This time it was an actual shopping mall, yet it had wizarding items, food potion ingredients, and the like. While initially weirded out by the strangeness of it all, the boy liked the idea of just having one place to shop everything you needed. A few abandoned buildings later, he saw a tailor shop, which, unlike Madame Malkin, made various Muggle clothes, which looked way more comfortable than the so-called wizarding robes, which most witches and wizards he saw in Diagon Alley usually wore. Harry bought an expensive jumper and pants, apparently made of dragon skin, hence somewhat magic-resistant. Of course, not as much as real dragon skin, as it was not alive. He also picked quite a few casual clothes, charmed with cleaning charms and self-repair charms. They even had growing charms which would let clothes grow to adult size as he aged. Eventually, the exploration came to an end as the boy hurried back to the crossroads. He had an appointment to meet. Harry was walking as fast as he could, though not pushing himself too much. He did not want to appear out of breath. Reaching the intersection, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Daphne was not here yet. He took a glance at his wristwatch he bought in Mud Alley. It looked like there were still a few minutes left, and as he looked up, he could already see familiar white-haired girl walking towards him. He waited for her to get close enough, then smiled and raised his hand for a greeting wave. "Hello, Daphne." "Hello, Harry. Did you wait for a long time?" "No, I just got there recently. I was exploring Mud Alley before." He noted that the girl's bright smile did not falter. She did not seem to care that Mud Alley was run by Muggleborns. "Ah, yes, I remember that place. It had some quite novel things. The clothes are especially comfy in there, but anyways, let's go. I would give you a tour over Green Alley as I promised. Sure, Harry grinned. Let the date begin. A bright red colored the girl's cheeks. She elbowed him in the side. It's not a date, just an outing with a friend. Sure, whatever you say. The boy still had a cheeky grin as he walked beside the embarrassed girl. Even though she said it was not a date, she looked more beautiful than their chance encounter yesterday. Rather than some dark gray robes that blended with bus crowd, now she wore a beautiful light green dress, quite matching with her green eyes and blonde hair. The Green Alley turned out to be something in between Diagon Alley and Mud Alley. The buildings were mostly the same style as in Diagon, yet there were some shops there, and there which clearly had newer Muggle shop designs. It had a surprisingly large amount of shops devoted to potions and herbology. As Daphne explained, that was her family's main business. Their bloodline somehow made them more talented in those fields. With her suggestions, Harry easily found a fancy plant, which Neville would surely enjoy having. It would be for his house visit in a few days. Then the tour continued. They visited a bookshop, where a few dozens more of interesting titles entered Harry's pocket trunk. He especially enjoyed a thick book Daphne showed to him, which explained school potions for all years in very detailed manner. He could not wait to see Greasy Bat's expression when he aced his potions assignments. Moving on, it was like Daphne was picking useful things for Harry as his money stack dwindled. But he enjoyed the shopping spree. He did feel like he needed all those things, like unmeltable cauldron, a wand holster. History books about wizards in general, not just about Britain, and more purchases. Daphne seemed to enjoy the tour as well as a smile was always plastered on her face. Eventually, the tour came to an end as they reached some fancy building titled Young Wizards Summer Training Center. So, Harry, will you be taking apparition classes together with me? Sure, it sounds like such an unusual skill to learn, and I certainly enjoy your company. The girl blushed hearing his last words and nodded while passing him an empty registration form. They registered for the class, while Harry also registered for some early morning dueling classes and mind art defense classes. Daphne looked like she wanted to join those as well, but apparently she took those last year and could not repeat that again. As the first apparition class was still quite a few days in the future, the duo went for some dinner in a nearby restaurant. The delicious meal was accompanied with a long chat as they discussed various topics together. Then they rode the scenic route on a nightly bus together, and eventually came a time to part ways. It was nice spending time with you, Harry. Likewise, Daphne. Let's meet up again sometime, perhaps before the first apparition lesson. Yes, I would like that. It was a bit dark to see, but as her cheeks darkened, Harry assumed she was blushing again. What do you say about going to some Muggle places? We could watch a movie together and eat some Muggle food. Have you ever eaten a pizza? That sounds interesting. The movies you mentioned always fascinated me. I would enjoy watching one. But what is a pizza? Harry admired her puzzled expression, but his own face was agape in shock. Pizza is one of the tastiest foods I ever ate. It's a crime to never try it out. I wouldn't mind trying out some new cuisine. Okay, see you tomorrow on the bus then. Yes, see you soon. The duo parted ways once again, as Harry happily hummed and walked back to Privet Drive. Near the doors, he stopped as a large black dog seemed to be waiting for him in the bushes. It woofed and looked at him with a mischievous smile. He holed out his paw, and on it was a bus ticket, a Muggle bus ticket going to Grimmauld Place District, tomorrow morning. Harry never heard of the place, but he was happy to see his godfather again. He kneeled and hugged the dog, who returned the gesture. Then Harry grabbed the ticket and nodded. Thanks, Padfoot. I will be there tomorrow. The black dog just woofed again, then hugged Harry one more time, before disappearing in the black of night. Harry climbed back into his room with a happy look on his face. It looks like he needed to replan the next day. Morning sun was yet to rise, but Harry was already walking out of Dursley's doorway. In his hand there was a clenched piece of paper, an early morning bus ticket to Grimmauld Place. Thinking about it, Now we both missed each other for over a decade." The boy chuckled as this random thought struck him. Still, he was glad to finally visit his godfather, also being very curious where he was living in hiding all this time. It was practically a morning routine for Harry to take the night bus towards the wizarding world. Harry had already caught up with Daphne on scenic routes taken, so now he just traveled to the green alley while sipping his hot chocolate. It was still delicious, but not as good as it used to be. As was usually the case, then having something tasty too often, it slowly became not so special. He pondered whether to just stop taking it all the time and bring his own snacks and drinks for future travels, while reading yet another Muggle light novel. He found their works more fascinating than wizarding ones. Not much time later, Harry was strolling through the green alley, towards the place where he was supposed to have his dueling class and later apparition class. He wondered if he would see any familiar faces there. Hopefully, it won't be just him and Malfoy again, he cursed as he saw the all-familiar blonde-haired boy already entering the building. He just jinxed himself. His mood now somewhat dropped, and he followed the blonde inside. Entering the now familiar classroom, he saw that fortunately he would not be stuck with just Draco this time. There was also another student, Sue Lee, a Ravenclaw in the same school year as him. Perhaps they grouped students by age in those summer classes. He smiled and waved to her when she caught his gaze, and her eyes widened in shock. Clearly, meeting Harry Potter was not something she expected. "Good morning, Sue." Sue waved back. "Morning, Harry." It was somehow a norm that Slytherin students referred to others by surname or first name for close friends. Yet other houses already jumped to first-name basis on acquaintance level. "Why am I stuck with half-bloods again?" A loud groan came from the back of the class as Draco noticed the newcomer. Both Harry and Sue rolled their eyes. The young Malfoy was just as annoying as in Hogwarts. Harry pointed his hand to the side of the girl and inquired, "Can I sit there?" Sue Lee just nodded, and Harry finally sat down. He chatted a bit with Sue about the class, yet she was a newcomer like him as well. In fact, it was the first lesson for dueling in this summer, and she did not join during previous years as she did not even know this place existed. She did admit she had some experience in the field as her parents were fans of dueling competitions and taught her some things themselves. Their chat was interrupted as the door was pushed open and a young witch with pink hair entered the room. It was unusual color for hair in Britain, even among Muggles. In fact, it was the first time Harry saw someone with pink hair. The pink-haired girl glanced around the room, then on the attendance list on the table. Strangely, her hair cycled from vomit green to gold, then back to pink as she did that, respectively, when seeing Malfoy and Potter surnames on the list. Of course, students did not know the specifics. Harry noted that she did not use a wand as her hair color changed. Perhaps she was the Metamorph Magus. He did remember reading about this rare wandless magic ability in one of the books he bought. "Hello, everyone. I'm an intern teacher here just for this summer. You can call me Tonks." Her voice was cheerful. No trace of shock she clearly felt seeing the students she had to teach, based on her hair color changes that occurred recently. "Now let's go over the spells you do know and the spells you are supposed to know at this age. Then we will review what we will learn there, and of course learn the rules of formal duels, and if there's any time left, we can even have a few mock duels. Based on your answer, I will be able to better prepare the content for future classes." As she went over the spells, she was hardly surprised by large gaps of knowledge. Being from Hogwarts herself, she knew that professors for defense were unreliable. Still, all students present knew a lot, even some extra spells like snake summoning, which was not even part of Hogwarts' curriculum. Perhaps they knew more, just not shared everything she mused. After going over dueling rules, which were quite simple actually, do not kill the opponent and do not use spells that leave a permanent mark like unforgivables and various dark magic curses. Other than that, anything goes, which made this sport quite fun and popular to practice and watch. After the theory part, Tonks waved her wand, silently murmuring the spells so quiet you could not tell what it was, and the classroom tables rearranged themselves, leaving a large empty space in the center. As there were only 3 students, the teacher decided they just duel each other once. Then if anyone wins both fights, they could duel her one on one, of course, provided there was enough time left till the class ends. Harry grinned as he was up against Draco first. He could beat up the prick now and get away with it. How wonderful was that? He shuddered a little, remembering the duels he had before this. Or it would be better to say fights, or perhaps one-sided beatdowns by Headmaster Archwizard Dumbledore himself. Not that he learned anything from that. The headmaster always changed the spells used depending on how the boy dodged, assuming he predicted him, not knowing that Harry just utilized his past loop experience to know what Albus was casting, and where it would be safe to stand to dodge. Still, his skills should be good enough to beat young Malfoy, he assumed, as he did beat the boy in their duel in second year, and now he had an extra year of knowledge from school. "Ready, set, fight!" Tonks announced while sitting on a desk nearby together with Sue while eating popcorn from a bucket she got from who knows where, perhaps a fancy spell or storage item like Harry's trunk. Harry sent a casual Expelliarmus, which flew past Draco's left ear. His opponent managed to dodge. Clearly, young Malfoy was not the same fool as he was during their first duel in second year. Harry stepped aside, narrowly dodging the same red spellbeam Draco sent his way. Harry then tried a few more shots, yet there was a shield in front of his opponent. A simple shield spell, only from front, quite simple, yet very versatile in duels. Finding it harder to dodge the rapid fire the blonde was sending him, yet seemingly his endless brickle with Headmaster did improve his dueling somewhat. He somehow just knew at a glance where exactly the boy was aiming at, as if feeling the magic of the spell before it left his wand. The duel was in some sort of standstill. Draco could not hit Harry as he was just stepping aside, dodging with minimal effort, clearly not wasting much stamina on that. Similarly for Harry, while he was able to hit from time to time, he did not know any spells to break down that wall shield thing. Suddenly they switched their spells, clearly not wanting to waste time on spells that did not work. Draco summoned a dozen of snakes, who were closing in on his opponent. Meanwhile, Harry animated a pair of desks to beat up the blonde, one in front that was stopped by the shield, and one behind the blonde boy. At the same time, Harry turned to snakes and opened his mouth to hiss, "Stop." Harry tried using his parcel tongue, yet Draco just smirked while casting another shield wall on his back, seemingly having expected this trick of Harry's and having countermeasures in place. The snakes continued moving forwards as if they never heard a thing, perhaps some kind of control spell, or young Malfoy learned how to summon deaf snakes. As Harry was pondering of a way to escape his predicament, Draco was having a hard time against the desks, as his fire spells were too weak to burn them quickly, and he also needed to keep recasting his shield wall spell on both sides as the desks kept shattering his shields. Luckily, it was not simultaneous, so he had time to recast the shield on the front before recasting the one in the back, and repeating those actions, as desks were breaking the shields quite fast. They were primarily made to block spells after all, and yes, the boy realized he was quite stuck. It would take quite some minutes before his weak ignition spells burned the desks, so he was stuck recasting shields. Suddenly, his vision darkened. Looking up as if by reflex, he saw another desk high above him. From the corner of his eye, he could see Harry sitting on a tower of desks, snakes still far below, unable to reach him as the first desk of the tower was somehow very slippery. Potter's wand was pointed at the desk above Draco's head, and the boy realized that the duel was over as his opponent canceled the levitation spell. Clap, clap. Tonks was already clapping, quickly swallowing her popcorn as if she wanted to say something. Besides her, Sue was also enjoying the snack while watching the show. The desk quickly fell due to gravity, resulting in a painful moan from the blonde boy and a loud crashing sound. "Well done, Harry." Teacher Tonks waved her wand, and the snakes disappeared in a puff of smoke. After another wave, the animated desk stopped moving. Then a house elf with a medic hat popped near Malfoy and forced some kind of potion down his throat. Judging by Draco's frowning face, it did not taste any good. "By the way, meet Jill. He is the house elf that monitors the duels and will help you recover after, and of course, in case of accidents, he will intervene and save you if necessary." She shot a glare at Harry like if a metal side of that desk hit Mr. Malfoy's temple, he could have died. A red tone colored Harry's cheeks. He never thought about that. Surely he hated the boy, but not enough to want his death. The teacher resumed her speech. "Sue, You're next, as Malfoy would need some time to recover. Harry stood there once again getting ready for the duel. Yet as the duel began, his probing Expelliarmus missed the mark, and while he did dodge the first spell coming towards him, something did not feel right. His feel of magic was telling him that the spell somehow split, and a part was coming to him still. No. It was another spell cast in quick succession at a slightly different angle, which just happened to be the direction he was dodging in. The boy barely dodged, almost falling over, yet more spells came his way, and somehow they were all double casts like that. He kept dodging. With almost no time to cast spells of his own, he kept casting the shield spell, yet the shield was a larger target. Sue somehow just knew he was going to cast that, and some different colored beams hit his shield as it formed, breaking it apart. As the duel progressed, Harry learned to differentiate his feel of spells. Now he could predict where both spells would hit, which once again resulted in him dodging with minimal effort. Yet Sue was also great at dodging, so the duel entered a stalemate. Or so Harry thought as he somehow tripped while trying to dodge. Looking at the ground, he found it mushy, as if a swamp appeared in this location. He then remembered a recent spell he felt, which was not aimed at him, as he understood what happened. Moments later, a red beam struck him. It was hard to miss a stationary target, and his wand flew out of his hands. While his wand was flying to Sue's hand, she fixed the floor, and Harry got up and bowed to her, thanking for a great duel, while the teacher was giving another round of applause, more enthusiastically this time. Well done, Miss Lee. That was an amazing performance. I believe you have some former dueling practice, do you not? Double casting is quite a trick to pull off, not something one learns at school. The girl in question blushed from praise as she explained. Yes, my parents are a fan of dueling, so they have taught me quite a few things. Harry took his seat to spectate as Draco was already back on his feet, getting ready for duel. What followed was a one-sided beatdown, as the blonde boy could not dodge the double shots from Sue. Then Harry hoped to see the duel between Sue and Tonks. Sue was also enthusiastic about a wonderful practice duel, yet the class time had ended. Harry was quite happy with the class. He thought he would be able to improve his combat abilities a lot during the summer. Perhaps he could even help some poor folks after the Quidditch Cup, when Death Eaters were planning an attack. After the class was dismissed, Harry looked at the time. He only had half an hour until the apparition class, so he went outside to buy some snacks while killing time by reading books. Sue used the flu to leave home, so he had no one to talk to. Well, there was Draco, but he preferred a book's company. Much to his disappointment, he noticed Draco was waiting too. After finishing his meal, of course, the prick just had to take the same classes as him. Just 5 minutes before classes, his mood brightened as he saw Daphne walking over from the distance. She waved at him, and Harry waved back, holding back his chuckle as he saw Malfoy waving as well. Welcome, Greengrass. Draco stood up as she got close, giving his usual snobbish Slytherin greeting. Unfortunately for him, the girl did not even look at him and went straight to Harry. Hello, Harry. Then, as if his word finally reached her, she turned around to give a nod to now beet-red Malfoy. I see you're here too, Malfoy. Harry was busy laughing at Draco's expense, while Daphne sat beside him, helping herself with some leftover snacks. When he calmed down, he greeted his friend back. Hello, Daphne. It's good to see you. After they quick catch-up, it was almost time for class, so they headed to the classroom door, just in time to see a person appear in front of it. It was not like other wizards causing loud popping sounds. Somehow it was silent. One blink the hallway was empty, and another a man was already there unlocking the classroom door. Inside was a spacious hall with a few seats near the walls. Most of the space was occupied by a complex runic ward of some sorts. Harry did start learning runes, but even then he could hardly recognize many of them. He could at least tell it had something to do with apparition, which was hardly a surprise. He took a seat nearest to the professor's desk with Daphne sitting beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Draco sitting just behind him. Professor's silence seemed to give an impression that he was a quiet speaker, hence the students instinctively sat closer to him. The professor just glanced over the list of names, not showing any kind of special reaction on seeing Potter or Malfoy attending, then spoke with a low voice while stroking his gray mustache. Welcome to Apparition 101. My name is Rain Goldhorn, and I will be your apparition tutor for this short summer session. As some of you might know, this year's summer classes are cut short in number due to the upcoming Quidditch Cup preparations, which is why there's not much students this year. Still, you should be glad. With fewer students, even with fewer lessons, you can potentially learn more, as us teachers would be able to give you each more individual attention. His throat seemingly got dry as he extended his arm sideways, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere. He took a small sip to ease his dry throat, then resumed his speech. Now, as one of you already heard, he glanced at Draco, who seemingly tried to hide behind Potter. Apparition can be quite hazardous. In fact, Mr. Malfoy here spliced himself apart last summer during the first lesson. So after fixing him, we banned him from the class for a year, as the older you get, the easier apparition becomes. That is because you get more attuned to magic and get a better feel for it. He now glanced at Harry and Daphne. Do not worry, though. As you might have noticed, we have quite an impressive runic ward in place. It will prevent you from apparating anywhere but inside the circle, so most damage can be healed quite quickly. Well, unless you somehow splice your heart or brain. But I never heard of such a case happening. Usually people get spliced by an ear or an arm on not severe mistakes, like missing a nail or something. You will not be banned and can continue practicing. The teacher took another sip, then waved his hand, and 3 pieces of paper appeared seemingly in midair and flew to the students. On them, there were a few paragraphs repeating the dangers of apparition, and on the other side, the actual instructions on how to actually do it. Reading through the paper, Harry thought it seemed quite simple. All you needed to do is to think about the location you want to appear in, visualize your body appearing there, and then focus your magic. There was also a note saying that beginners could use a wand, as it made it easier to focus the magic on it, but it was doable without it. The main dangers were forgetting to visualize a part of the body, getting distracted, or most commonly appearing in a place that has changed. So accidentally merging with a tree, a wall, another person, or something else. That was why wizards had special places for apparition that had wards in place that made sure other wizards were moved aside as a new one appeared. Professor, seeing that all students finished reading and were now looking at him for more instructions, took another sip of water. His bottle was already half empty. Then gave further instructions. Today you will try to apparate from one place inside this ward to another one. Unfortunately, if any severe accidents happen, like losing a leg. He briefly glanced at Draco, who had a painful expression on his face, as if remembering something unpleasant. I will ban you from this class for a year. Then you can just try next year. Keep in mind that your money won't be refunded. Now, as accidents usually happen during the first time, you will go one by one and try to apparate from that cross on the ground. He pointed his arm to show a specific spot near the center of the room, which had a tile with a cross mark on it. Then try to appear on that circle next to it. There was no need to point, as it was just a step away from the cross, another tile with a circle. Well, I guess I can demonstrate. There was no sound, and one blink the professor was at his desk, and another on the cross. Then, as if giving them time to catch glimpse of him, he waited as all students' heads turned to look at him before appearing on the circle briefly, then yawning and appearing back on his desk. All without a sound. Even the yawn was silent. Of course, for first times it would take some time. It would also cause some popping noise. But with practice, you can make it more silent or louder. Whatever way you prefer. One of my friends even managed to make it sound like a piano chord. Anything is possible with magic. Another sip of water later, he glanced on the list again. Let's just go alphabetically, so Ms. Greengrass, you're first. The girl looked nervous. Harry gave her a thumbs up as if to encourage her. Not sure if that helped or she collected herself on her own, but she walked to the cross tile with seemingly confident steps. It took a whole minute for her to focus, until she finally disappeared with a loud popping sound. It was a good attempt. Unfortunately, not a perfect one, as while she looked whole and unhurt, her feet were bare. Her shoes still remained on the ground on the cross tile. Well done for first try, Greengrass. Not an eyelash missing, and you also managed to bring most of your clothes along. You can practice on your own now. To the side of the room, there's plenty of such pairs of tiles to choose from. The ones in center just have better ward effect of preserving health in case of splinting. Daphne blushed, quickly wearing her socks and shoes again. It was hard to tell if embarrassment was from praise or from forgetting her socks and shoes while teleporting. She gave a sweet smile to Harry and moved to the side of the classroom to practice on her own. Next, Mr. Malfoy, let's see if you do not forget all your limbs this year. A red-beat Draco walked to where Daphne was just a minute ago and was also deep in concentration. It did not take that long for him. Perhaps he practiced this part at home. Then there was a much louder popping sound, and he appeared on the circle. Looking at his body and clothes, he wore a proud look on his face. Yet hearing the laughter from Harry, Daphne, and even the professor, he turned back to look at the cross tile as his face paled from horror. With trembling hands, he reached up to touch his hair, yet all he felt was a smooth, round surface. As Professor's laughter subsided, he took another sip of water and commented on Draco's performance, still in cheerful voice. "Well done, Mr. Malfoy. Forgetting your hair is quite common. Do not worry, though. You can continue practicing, yet you should keep regrowing your hair so that you learn to not forget to take it with you. On your desk, you will find a potion to do just that." Glancing there, the students managed to catch a glimpse of Jill, the house elf, appearing inside to drop the potion, then disappearing. Harry was wondering why the wards did not prevent it from teleporting outside the sphere. Thankfully, Professor somehow guessed students' curiosity. "You might be wondering how come house elves are not affected by this ward. The thing is, they are not apparating. They are teleporting in a different way. A ward to keep them in place would be even more complex than this one. And of course, can't say this runic ward is perfect." The teacher glanced at Malfoy, who already had short hair that was quickly growing. "You can practice on any similar pair of symbols near your desk, Mr. Malfoy." Professor then turned his gaze to the remaining student. "Now it's your turn, Mr. Potter." Harry managed to glimpse Daphne, giving him a thumbs up, returning the encouragement, while disappearing from the cross tile to the circle one. She kept her shoes now, and seemingly was working on decreasing the time it took her to concentrate for the jump. The boy smiled in response and walked to the center of the classroom. Once on top of the cross tile, unlike the other students, Harry did not take out his wand. He could feel magic quite well and felt no need to do that. In any case, if it failed, nothing would happen. There was no danger of harming himself just because he focused magic without the help of his wand. The only danger came if his visualization failed. The boy focused hard and visualized himself as clearly as he could. Occlumency helped a ton here, so he remembered his body, his clothes, and all the details. Then just seconds later, there was a quiet pop, and the boy was on the circle. The boy smiled, yet looking back at the cross, he could see his pocket trunk lying there. He only got the trinket a week or so ago, so he somehow forgot to include it in visualization. "Well done, Mr. Potter, but do think about all the things inside your clothes as well. You did not forget your trousers, did you?" Harry just blushed, picking up his trunk. "Now just keep practicing. We won't be learning anything new this time, though next time I would be bringing some complex trinkets so you could practice with things you never seen before. We would have a practical exam in the field with some ministry official for your licenses as a third lesson. Then we would have a theory lesson on speed, sound, and wandless apparition." He glanced briefly at Harry, "which Mr. Potter can already do, it seems. And finally, we will finish with a side-along apparition. Yes, it is quite crammed, yet we do not have many students, so we will manage." Professor took another sip of water, the final one, as his bottle was now empty. The empty bottle then seemingly disappeared. Seeing the curious glances of his students, he chuckled. "I know you're curious about this trick of mine. Let's just say I am apparating the bottle to the trash can. I would not be teaching apparating objects without tagging along in class, though. Let this old man keep some of his own secrets." He gave a smile to his students, then glanced at the clock. "Well, you can practice till you're exhausted or for another hour or so. Then the class will end. I would not be covering any new material today, so you're free to leave any time. Good luck." Then once again, seemingly out of nowhere, a book appeared in Professor's hand. Harry was shocked as he recognized the title. It was the Muggle fiction novel he bought himself a few days ago. The trio of students practiced for a while until the time ended. They all managed to get apparition working while taking all their parts and items along. though both Draco and Daphne still needed 10 or so seconds of concentration before making the jump through space. Harry just needed a few seconds, which was probably amazing in their eyes. Yet seeing Professor doing the same in the blink of an eye, he knew he still had something to aim for. As the class ended, the group parted ways. Professor just disappeared without them noticing, and they appeared outside the locked class. They cursed at the old man, who somehow bypassed the so-called "can't apparate outside this room" wand. Then they split into two groups. Draco was clearly going to get his usual haircut. While the hair regrowth potion worked well, it did not replicate the last haircut used. So now he looked almost like a girl from behind with semi-long hair. Meanwhile, Daphne and Harry went to eat at a nearby restaurant in Green Alley, then grabbed a night bus for their usual evening routine, taking a scenic tour while chatting. As it was still very early in the morning, the bus stop was empty. The lonely bus almost passed by, not used to picking up passengers there so early, yet the driver seemingly saw Harry's stretched hand and hit the brakes. The bus was unsurprisingly empty as well. The boy just nodded to the driver, who was certainly wondering if he stayed up overnight, or was he a rare early bird teenager, and passed him the ticket. The driver whistled in response. "That is the last stop, lad. You can try to get some sleep on the way." Harry just smiled in response. "Thanks for letting me know. But I am well rested." Then he walked all the way to the back, where there were some more comfortable seats, and just gazed out of the window through the journey. Sure, it was not as comfy as the night bus, but it was still an interesting experience. It reminded Harry of the school bus he took on excursions a few times when he was still in primary school. Along the way, he did receive a few glances from the driver, who probably wondered from where the boy had hidden not one, but 5 books and a sandwich, yet made no comments about it. Harry was feeling quite smug about it. All those Muggle avoidance charms on his pocket trunk must be working properly. The journey was long, and he was tired of sitting. He even started to miss the night bus, where the seats were charmed to stay comfortable even on long rides. Still, even long tour he took with Daphne on evenings did not last that long. Harry was immersed in some light novels, sometimes glancing up to see various Muggles entering the bus or leaving it. As the bus never got past half full, he could occupy 2 seats in the back during the whole journey, one for him and another for his snacks and books. It took a total of 6 hours until the bus finally stopped for the final time. It was now nearly empty once again. Only the driver and Harry himself left. "Your destination, lad." "Thank you, sir. Have a good ride." Harry strolled out of the bus and looked around. It was quite a deserted Muggle district. The houses looked like they belonged to some wealthy folks, yet they also looked abandoned, some of them clearly in need of repairs. In fact, he could hardly see any people walking by, just a few morning runners who probably did not live near the place. Suddenly, he heard a woof behind him and quickly turned around. There stood a big black dog with a leash in its mouth. He smiled in response. "Hi, Padfoot." The dog let out a happy woof and seemingly pushed his leash to Harry's hand. The boy grinned, somewhat amused by the idea of holding his godfather on a leash, literally. Still, he understood his relative's intentions and took the leash. Then the dog started casually strolling. It looked like a boy walking a dog from afar, yet it was the dog leading the way. In fact, it was walking so fast Harry could barely keep up without tripping. Together, they passed the long street, until arriving at a seemingly more abandoned area. Not even morning joggers seemed to pass by this place. Eventually, the dog slowed down and Harry had a moment to look around. There stood houses 10, 11, 13, 14. Harry looked back. Somehow he missed number 12, yet it was not there. His confused look seemed to amuse his godfather as he let out a final woof, walked forward, and disappeared. Harry just stood there in confusion, rubbed his eyes, and no, his godfather was not in sight. Yet strangely, the leash in his hand was leading forwards and disappearing midway. As he was still standing mouth agape, just moments later the leash pulled him back, and he felt as if he passed a barrier of sorts. A similar feeling of entering the Magical King's Cross station part. He looked around. No, it was the same place. Yet somehow the missing house 12 was just there, like it had always been. He heard laughter behind him, and turning around, his godfather now stood tall on 2 legs, giving him a cheeky grin. "It's good to see you, Harry." He spread his arms, and Harry rushed in for a hug. A few minutes later, they pulled apart, and Harry started speaking. "So, how does this house stay hidden from muggles and aurors alike?" "Fidelius' charm, cast by my ancestor, still holds to this day. You can only be brought in by someone who knows this place, and unless you receive a written exact location on paper, you will forget it soon after you leave. Well, if you're so curious, you can check it up in the library." "You have a library in your house?" "This is the Black Family Manor. It has quite a few expanding charms and is very spacious inside. Come, I will show you around." The tour started with Sirius, giving a stern warning near the doorway. "Plug your ears, Harry, as there's an annoying portrait of my unfortunate relative in the hall who won't like you one bit. You see, your mother was a Muggle-born and your grandmother was black. Yet she wed a Potter, and my aunt was quite a dark family supporter and a pureblood snob. Well, you get the point. She would hate you for just being half-blood and for banishing the Dark Lord." Harry was glad for the warning, as he heard all those insults with his ears plugged. He might go deaf if he heard that without any preparations. Leaving the screaming portrait behind, the tour continued with Sirius showing various rooms and explaining what it was, occasionally casting some spells as they encountered random boggarts and pixies remaining in abandoned rooms. Eventually, they encountered a familiar figure. It was a small being, like a child, which Harry recognized, as he had a few interactions with a creature of the same kind. He turned to his godfather. "You have a house elf." "Yes, but creature is, how to say, not the good kind. He refuses to remove that annoying portrait and to trash most of the dark artifacts in this place. He also never cleans. The food he makes is horrible. Heck, he probably just wants to poison me, so I just make my meals on my own." The said house elf just grumbled under his nose. Harry could make out some words like fake master, why everyone else died, why poor Regulus met his end. The boy felt sorry for his godfather, but he did know a free elf who could lend a helping hand. "Do you want another one? I happen to know a free elf who you can pay a monthly salary of galleon or so. He is quite eager to work and has a good attitude." His godfather grinned. Of course, anything to get rid of that portrait. "Are you not worried about the elf leaking your hideout location?" Harry asked with concern in his voice. "No worries. There are some nasty wards in place that any non-contracted elves would just forget about being there after they leave. And we can just add a non-disclosure clause to the contract if your friendly elf only wants to work there part-time." Harry just nodded and called his friend. "Dobby." "Poof, the great Harry Potter, sir, has called for Dobby." Harry kneeled to reach the little elf and gave him a hug. "I missed you, my friend." The great Harry Potter thinks Dobby is a friend. There were tears in the elf's eyes as he returned the hug. Dobby is touched. Harry stood up and went on to business talks. "Dobby, do you want to work here? It's my godfather's place, and its current elf is not doing a good job." The elf fanatically nodded. "Anything for the amazing Harry Potter, sir." Soon the deal was made, and Dobby was off to clean the house, starting with getting rid of Walbooga's portrait. Creature grumbled a lot, but eventually relented for just having Regulus room for his own jurisdiction. Sirius agreed, as he did not want the trouble of the elf leaving the house. While his memory would be wiped away, there were many people who knew of the elf, his main concern being Narcissa Malfoy Black. He was not sure if she could access this place, but she certainly knew it existed. Tipping the ministry of it would spell trouble for him. Those Department of Mysteries fellows would surely take a challenge of locating a Fidelius hidden mansion. The tour continued for some more time. Harry and Sirius also had a delicious meal once Dobby finished cleaning the kitchen. Harry somehow even managed to persuade the little guy to join them to eat together. After eating, there was not much of the mansion left to see, so Sirius led him to the only room they haven't visited yet. And this is the Black Family Library. Frankly, most of the book tomes are quite dark, so I do not suggest you read them until you're older. And this would conclude the tour. I believe it's getting late, and you did tell me you had a special someone to meet in a bus of all things. Sirius winked at Harry. Thanks, Sirius, it was fun. Can I visit sometime later? Of course, anytime. But are there any faster ways of getting there? I spend half the day in that bus. Well, I suppose if you could apparate, as it's legal for underage wizards, if you get a license. But still, you would need to know a clumency strong enough to keep my location secure. It's not like I do not trust you. It's that I know, he grimaced. Snivelius likes snooping around in the minds of others. You would need to have good occlumency shields in place, just in case. Harry snickered, hearing his potions teacher's nickname once again. He was sure to use it back in school and spread it to all years as well, along with all the fun stories Sirius shared. The greasy bastard certainly deserved it. He now had a sheepish look and admitted, actually, I do know a bit of occlumency. Sirius was in shock. This was an obscure and hard branch of magic, and Harry learned magic existed just a few years back. Really? His face seemingly morphed in a smug look. You don't mind me testing those defenses, then? Harry kept the innocent look on his face. Of course, I think I got the basics down quite well. Sirius' wand shot from his wand holster into his hand. Don't tell I did not warn you. I was forced to learn legilimency to an acceptable level when I was still in school, courtesy to my father, Legilmens. A quiet minute passed, until Harry broke the silence, still maintaining his innocent face mask. Did you perhaps fail the spell? Sirius blushed, remembering having just boasted about it a moment ago. It's just, Azkaban does take a toll on the person. He focused more and cast the spell a few more times. After failing so much, he switched it up to more obscure spells. Yet Harry did not bat an eye. He had already seen Albus use them, and already had countermeasures in place. Although his innocent look was being broken, as he found it hard to suppress laughter seeing his godfather so flustered, he focused back on his shields and decided to play a prank. A few minutes later, Sirius beamed. He was finally inside Harry's mind. There were dozens of shelves of books, and he grinned and walked. Picking up a random one, it was blank. He rubbed his eyes and grabbed another one, blank again. He started grabbing books at random, trying to find anything, yet all the books were blank. Proud of his godson's defenses, he was still unwilling to give up. He murmured a spell inside the mindscape which allowed him to find surface thoughts. Soon he found a book which was quite smaller than the others. He eagerly opened it and was greeted with text inside. Excitedly, he began to read, "My mind defenses are quite decent. Don't you think so, Sirius?" He cursed and turned to another page, yet the same words were repeated, seemingly in the whole book. Flipping to the last page, which should have Harry's current thoughts, he saw a different message. So did I pass the test? As soon as he read that, he felt himself dropping out of Harry's mind and woke up outside, already hearing the boy's laughter. He felt tears swell up in his eyes as he hugged the boy. I am so proud of you, Harry. He waved his wand, and a piece of parchment appeared in his hand, which he passed to the boy. Here, read this. Then you would be able to find this place without my help. He passed a note with full address, which Harry quickly memorized. You will always be welcome here. The parting hug took a while, but eventually Harry left and walked back to the bus stop. He took the Muggle bus to some other district, just in case, then summoned the night bus to travel to Diagon Alley, where he would be meeting his Slytherin friend for another long bus ride. As another day arrived, Harry excitedly rode the night bus to the Diagon Alley. Today he would finally begin his classes, and today was the day he would visit Neville. Arriving at Mind Arts classes, he met someone he never wanted to see again, even after a decade of isolation, Draco Malfoy. As if mirroring his feelings, a look of loathing appeared on his nemesis' face. Potter, what are you doing here? The boy let out a sigh. I am here to see if the Mind Arts classes are worth attending. Seeing you there makes me want to unenroll. Somehow that offended the blonde. When my father hears about this. Silence! Some old cloaked fellow strolled into the room, his authoritative voice filled with power interrupting the childish bickering. Control your emotions, young Malfoy. If your father hears about this, he would be disappointed in your lack of occlumency skills over emotion control. Draco blushed and lowered his head. As for you, the teacher glanced down at the note on his table. listing the enrollment details of the newest student. Potter, huh? Let's see how good your current defenses are. He just glanced at the boy, and Harry could feel it. This guy was nearly on Dumbledore's level. A few minutes later, the old man spoke again. I admit I am most impressed. You are ready to learn basics of legilimency. Keep in mind that I will only teach reading surface thoughts. Other forms of legilimency are illegal thought. If you're really passionate or talented, you could learn about it by joining Aurors, hit wizards, mind healers, or Department of Mysteries after getting decent NEWTS. He took a pause, noticing that young Malfoy was looking quite jealous and listening to his every word now. Do keep in mind that it would take a magical oath to never use those skills against the law before progressing beyond the basics. Draco somehow had a smug look on his face. Our Malfoy house has quite a few books on the subject. I won't need any oaths. Instructor just gave him a stern glare. And that is illegal. The only reason I am not reporting your family to authorities yet is of the favor I owe your father. Keep in mind, even if you do learn more advanced tricks like memory manipulation, it won't bode well for you. Even reading past memories leaves footprints, traces, even more so when altering them. If hypothetically you somehow succeed to dig up dirt on your opponent, it would not hold in court, unless you took the magical oath to never use those skills against the law. Otherwise, defendant could just claim you planted fake memories on whatever secret you fish up. Draco's excitement somewhat dimmed, while Harry listened with keen interest. Still, it was Malfoy who interrupted teacher once again. I want to learn legilimency too. The old wizards just gave him a stern glare, then after pondering something for a moment, had a small grin on his face as he addressed the rude boy. As for you, Malfoy, if you can still defend against Mr. Potter by the end of the week, I will consider teaching you basics as well. Draco seemed all fired up, yet he did not know who he was against. Even though Harry did not know the spell, he observed how it worked thousands of times, from the master Legilimens Albus Dumbledore, which certainly allowed him to learn the required intent for the surface thoughts reading spell. Still, Harry did not know if it was his talent or Malfoy's lack of it, but by the end of the lesson, he could already read some of Malfoy's surface thoughts. It was a weird magic, so to say. By catching his opponent's eyes and waving his wand in a simple pattern, he could see a book, a single book where the thoughts were being written, yet most words were still blurry, and he was not able to turn pages, which according to instructor would come with some more practice. Instructor even promised to teach a wandless version of surface thoughts spell to the boy, but only if he mastered the spell with the wand first. Even with Draco grumbles, Harry was still quite happy with the lesson experience overall, and was looking forward to future lessons. He had dueling in the morning and apparition in afternoon, which would have more pleasant company than today, well assuming Malfoy did not take those classes as well. Happily, he walked out of the alley to catch the night bus outside. He had a friend to visit. The night bus came to a halt, and Harry jumped out. Then he spent a few minutes rummaging in his pocket trunk until he found the exotic plant Neville's gift, which was thankfully still alive. Then, gift in hand, he strolled towards Longbottom Mansion. It was quite a large building, 5 floors tall, and seemingly had a flat roof, full of greenhouses. He walked forward, yet halted near the gate. He could somehow feel something as if a force field protecting the place. Remembering the letter's instructions, he knocked on the gate 3 times and waited. A few minutes later, an old woman opened the gates and focused on him with a stern look. Who are you? I am Harry Potter, Neville's friend. Did I get the wrong house? Ah, yes, come in, Harry. She still looked at the boy with suspicion, wand in arm, yet as soon as he passed the gate she relaxed and a smile popped on her face. Sorry for the cold greeting. Until you passed anti-Polyjuice wards, I could not be sure you were who you looked and claimed to be. I am Augusta Longbottom. Welcome to Longbottom Mansion. Harry smiled in response. He wondered if Black Family Home had similar wards as well. Hello again, Madame Longbottom. Follow me. Neville is playing in greenhouses as always. I am sure he would be excited to receive such rare and exotic specimen as this. She eyed the plant in Harry's hands. If only you took proper care of it. The poor thing would not last more than a day without a proper care. Harry just blushed as he walked along. He definitely had no idea what this plant was and how to take care of it. Even the name he only remembered thanks to his occlumency skills. Soon they climbed up all the stairs and were on top of the rooftop, where Harry could already see Neville whistling, as he was weeding some sort of plant Harry never saw before. The noise of the steps alerted the boy, and he looked up, his eyes glinting on recognition. "Harry, it's good to see you. Is that a blue asphodel you're holding?" Harry waved and smiled back. "It's good to see you too. This over here is a gift for you. If shopkeeper did not scam me, it should be a blue asphodel." "Blimey, I always wanted to try growing the blue variety. Perhaps even try crossbreeding with the red ones if I find any for sale in Egypt. It's not a local plant in Britain, so some varieties are rare to find. Thank you, Harry." The boy took the gift and carefully planted it in nearby plant pot. Then he turned to Harry and blushed. "I would give you a handshake for greeting, but you know." He glanced at his attire. His clothes were muddy, and his hands were so dirty you could hardly see glimpses of actual skin underneath. Madame Augusta just snorted. "You're Air Longbottom, and you will greet your friend properly." She waved her hand, and somehow all the dirt just vanished. Neville's hands were even sparkling, for which she somehow felt the need to explain. Unfortunately, magical dirt requires some strong cleaning spells, so don't mind the sparkles. The sparklingly clean Neville now stepped forwards and gave Harry a friendly handshake and a brief hug. Then he led the trio of people to the guest lounge. In there they sat, enjoying some snacks and stories of their daily summer life, then some fun stories from Hogwarts, for which even Augusta joined in from time to time. Harry was amazed to learn that she in fact knew his parents and grandparents even, which led to her bringing an old and even older photo albums for Harry to flip through. He had already seen most of his parents' photos there, as Hagrid did gift him an album with them, yet his grandparents' ones were something new, so he spent quite some time just looking at them, with some tears in his eyes as he listened to Auguta's stories. As there were Neville's parents in most of the photos as well, the boy was listening too, somehow looked even sadder than Harry. Eventually, it was time to part ways. Harry was led out of the manor, where he exchanged goodbyes with Neville and his grandmother, before leaving to catch the night bus once again. Neville had some packing to do and prepare for his holiday trip, which was quite some work even with the help of magic. Making sure all the plants survived his absence was an arduous task. Harry caught another night bus to take to Diagon Alley. He was quite enjoying those evening chats with Daphne during the scenic tour they took every day, and he was looking forward to spending more time with her tomorrow when they will take their apparition classes together. It was already the third lesson on mind arts, and Harry was already bored sitting beside him. There was an almost purple-faced blonde boy, Draco Malfoy, seemingly so deep in focus while trying to protect his mind, his surface thoughts. Yet Harry could breeze through his defenses without a problem. Even during the previous class, he could do so easily, and it did not take him long to pick up the wandless version in today's classroom. Draco finally restored his defenses and looked back into Potter's eyes. It did not take even a minute for Harry before the blonde's defenses were breached once again, his surface thoughts appearing for Harry to see like an open book. Clap, clap, the professors clapped enthusiastically. Somehow he knew what had occurred. It also seemed he was a bit regretful of not being able to teach the talented boy more, legally at least. Being a master Legilimens himself, the professor could see how amazing Harry's defense was. He could count on one hand the number of people he have met having such strong defenses, as if from a decade of practice, and the boy was the youngest of them all. As for legilmency, Professor inwardly cited. The regulations were very strict for that. He did not want to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban, and yes, that what one got for illegal spreading of such knowledge. The surface thought spell was essentially the only legal legilmency spell these days, well, unless one was placed under various magical contracts and practicing some legal profession that actually required such skills. The only ones being Auror Interrogator, a Medi-Witch or like him, a professor of mind arts, thought this one was less popular, as you could see by abysmal amount of students he got each year. The clapping was getting a bit awkwardly too long as the professor brushed his pondering thoughts aside and turned to his favorite student of this year. "Well done, Harry. Truly splendid." He temporarily glanced at Malfoy, who seemed exhausted. Having one's mind defenses broken repeatedly was not a pleasant experience. Alas, that was unfortunately quite an efficient training method for less talented folks. With enough repetition, anyone could become great at this. And that makes it 3 out of 3. Take a rest, Draco. I would be giving you more personal lessons starting next time. As for you, Harry, congratulations. You no longer need to attend future lessons, as I do not have anything else I am legally allowed to teach you. A long sight escaped the professor's mouth as his face looked somewhat regretful. If you truly wish to learn proper legilimency, come back after graduation. I will put up a good word for you, whatever legilimency career you would choose. Thank you, Professor. Then I will be on my way then. Goodbye. Harry was sad of not being able to learn more legilimency from a proper tutor. Still, he did buy a few books on the topic. Perhaps he should try learning that on his own well as soon as he's back in school and out of Ministry's Trace's radar. He still remembered his expulsion and wand-breaking warnings he received from the Ministry, not wanting to ruin this loop by triggering a restart or getting his wand confiscated. Walking out of the door, he mentally reviewed the list of classes in Green Alley Studying Center, initially considering taking another one to fill in the extra free time. Yet unfortunately, after asking around, he was told that they did not accept students mid-course. Harry just shrugged and walked out of the Green Alley. Even going out of magical London, with some extra time on hand, he just wandered aimlessly, before sitting at a bench in a deep shade to hide from the heat of the sun. Then he focused his mind on what he learned today. The streets were full of muggles, busily walking by. It was a lunch break for them, so they had all various destinations in mind, ready to utilize the break as good as possible. Some were hurrying home for lunch with their kids, some rushing to nearby supermarkets for a quick bite, and then chilling in a shade with some ice cream. Some more well-off folks were looking for a place to eat, and finally, some young teenagers were going to a pizzeria. Harry smiled and sat up from the park bench. Yes, he was reading the surface minds of others. He mentally thanked his mind arts teacher once again for that small slip of information, who knew wandless magic would not be tracked by the Ministry. Apparently, the tracker was placed into a wand, mainly to avoid the countless spam on the wards when kids were doing accidental magic, which happened a lot for some of them. It usually took years to actually perform spells wandlessly. Sure, some talented students could do that with their wand in the pocket, but that was not true wandless magic. The wand still acted as a focus to help magic flow in these scenarios. So now Harry temporarily kept his wand in his pocket trunk, not in his wand holster as usual. That way he could practice surface thoughts reading, truly wandlessly. Malfoy could have defended himself if he tried that in class, the boy mused. That's how hard it was. He was only able to read Muggle thoughts as they had absolutely no mind defenses, and even then it was not very clear, blurry. Sometimes he even failed to understand a single thing. After an hour or so sitting on the same bench, Harry's mind felt drained from prolonged use, so he decided to call it a day. Perhaps he would try this exercise again in the future. He figured being able to do this all the time on wizards and witches would be so useful for everyday life. Various red sparks were shooting his way as Harry ducked to dodge them. Another pair was incoming from another side. Yet a flying chair managed to block them. The boy cursed it in his mind. He could usually beat Draco in 5 minutes, so Tonks gave him a handicap on his spells, and his assignment today was to win against Draco using only Wingardium Leviosa. Of course, it was quite a versatile spell, and with proper intent could not only move things up and down, but also horizontally, following the caster's commands. It was already their 4th duel today, and Draco was enjoying the experience payback for the last 2 lessons where Harry beat him down, quite painfully in fact. Yet even he could feel the boy was improving quite fast. During the first duel, he was struggling with using objects with blocking. His spells could bypass between chair legs with ease, yet by now his spells somehow kept being blocked, even the quick-casted ones. The blonde boy, cited as another double Expelliarmus shot, was blocked again. Now it seemed Potter was simply showing off as the first one hit one leg of the chair and another leg in the back. He did not believe his aim was that bad, and seeing this happen for the third time during their fourth duel, he knew it was not simply dumb luck. Still, Draco felt he was improving too. During previous duels, the Potter dodged most of his spells, even the double shots. Yet now he was forcing the boy to block, primarily the double shot spells, as when only shooting one spell it was as if Potter knew where it was going, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. It all started with Professor Tonks bringing some Auror training dummies the last time, and while Sue and Harry could pass the aiming mode exercise with flying colors, his aim was not so good. Still, at least Tonks explained to them how to shoot spells in quick succession. The double shots Sue used to beat both him and Potter the last time. There seemed to be some use to these lessons, thought blonde boy, preparing another double shot of red beams. The fourth round finally ended. This time Harry did not lose, yet he did not win either. He was finally good enough with using random items around for blocking spells and dodging the few ones he occasionally missed. The class had come to an end, so Tonks dispersed them. While the boys were dueling, she was teaching Sue something on her own. Harry now pondered whether he would win against the Ravenclaw girl next time. So far their score was 1-1. The boy already got accustomed to dodging her rapid fire during last lesson and managed to beat her. Not a very elegant win in his opinion, as Sue simply ran out of stamina without being able to hit the boy. Next time he wanted to win in proper way. After parting ways with Sue, the pair of boys walked together to a nearby cafe for a snack and waited for their next lesson. Yes, prolonged classes together brought them somewhat closer, still far from friends, but not bickering fools jumping on each other's throat, any more bearable acquaintances perhaps. Rivals. Harry did not really care. He was just glad not having to listen to random insults every time they met any longer. Soon Daphne joined them, and they chatted together while waiting for Professor to arrive. Last time the teacher brought various complex mechanical parts and weird items, like a 7x7x7 Rubik's Cube, among other weird magical trinkets, and they did a strenuous exercise of apparating from one side of classroom to another, no longer using the specific cross tiles, but going where the teacher indicated various random locations, like below third desk on the right wall, 1 feet above ground in the center, while having to apparate together with those trinkets intact in same condition. It was very hard, yet as soon as they managed to somewhat consistently accomplish the task without breaking the trinkets, the professor increased the difficulty. He messed around with the props as they teleported, shuffling the cube, removing some gears, casting spells to recolor the items. They never really managed to complete this exercise, always ruining one item or forgetting some other. Yet Professor did not mind, even saying they were decent, even quite good compared to last year's group. The upcoming class was important to them. Supposedly a ministry official would tag along and do the paperwork for their licenses, of course providing they were still in one piece. Harry was especially excited. With this, he could save some time in the morning for his usual ride to the magical alleys of Britain and visit his godparent more often. He even postponed further visits as he was waiting for the ability to skip that tedious half-day bus journey, as Sirius forbade the use of night bus to go to Grimmauld District. According to him, Lucius was one of the main shareholders of night buses and received statistical reports on visited places, and having married Narcissa Black, he would connect the dots of where Sirius might be hiding. As the class time arrived, they found both the ministry person and professor already waiting near the door while chatting. Near them stood Jill, the house elf, with a bulky backpack. It seemed he would be coming along to provide medical first aid in case of accidents. The test turned out to be very easy for all of them. They simply needed to apparate to Leaking Cauldron, order anything there, and apparate back with food. Compared to complex and changing trinkets they tried last time, this was surprisingly easy. The official told them they would get their licenses through the professor the next week, and teleported away. Turning back, the professor was already gone along with Jill, leaving a note on the ground which basically informed them that today's class is over. Harry and Daphne parted with Draco and seeing there was still quite some time before evening, when they usually took a scenic route with a night bus, Harry turned to his friend with a smile. "So, what do you say about going out for some Muggle food?" Daphne's clothes today were a light green dress and a summer hat, quite fitting to mingle among Muggles, while Harry himself only wore Muggle-style clothes all the time, except at school. He found they felt nicer to the skin and were more comfortable somehow. Together they were walking through the streets of London, looking for a pizzeria. Sure, they had seen quite a few of them during their scenic tour, yet unfortunately they did not have their apparition licenses yet, not for another week at least. Harry did remember that there was a pizzeria here, somewhere. He read a group of Muggles' thoughts today, so he knew it was bound to be somewhere nearby. While walking, Harry occasionally read the thoughts of passers-by, sometimes even sharing them with his companion. Daphne, having never lived among Muggles, was quite curious about what they are doing every day, what their everyday worries were, and so on Harry was happy to entertain her. He needed to find a pizzeria anyway. It did not take too long for the boy to notice a group of people thinking of pizza. Taking a turn after them, he then met more and more people thinking the same. It was understandable, as it was a few hours after noon, a common lunchtime for many Muggles. And just 5 minutes later, the pair already walked through the doors and chose a seat near the window. Just moments later, a young waiter girl politely dropped a couple of menus on the table. "Do you want to order drinks now, or should I come later?" "Some Coca-Cola, please." The boy just nodded with a smile, then turned to Daphne. "I will take this Coca-Cola thing as well." The girl blushed as she mispronounced the name, while the waitress kept her polite smile and walked away, having noted their order on her bland note. Harry was already silently chuckling. "It's not made from coconuts, it's Coca-Cola, Daphne," he explained to his friend, as he knew just how weird some of Muggle product names could get. It was like another language for the ones hearing it for the first time. Opening the menu, they both flipped in silence, though Harry saw Daphne's appreciation of all the pictures and ingredients. The menus in the wizarding world were quite outdated in this regard. Before long, Harry had already chosen his favorite pizza, mushroom and ham, while also ordering a strawberry milkshake. Daphne, ordering a pizza for the first time, decided to mirror Harry's choice. She did like mushrooms and ham individually. Perhaps a pizza would not be too bad. Before too long, the waitress came back to take their orders and give them their drinks. Harry had an amused smile on his face as he drank his cola, while Daphne was seemingly just staring at the bubbles. He checked his memory and noted that he kind of never saw any carbonated drinks in the wizarding world. "Daphne," the girl moved her gaze from the bubbles back to the boy. "You should at least give it a taste now. The taste is not the same after all the bubbles go out." As the boy watched in anticipation, she put her glass to her lips and took a gulp, then almost spewed it out, not expecting the volume of her gulp to grow as it foamed inside her, until eventually swallowing as a smile broke out on her face. "It's delicious. This is so much sweeter than pumpkin juice. And those bubbles, they feel weird in the mouth, yet I think it improves the drinking experience." Her eyes seemingly had a sparkle in them. "Told you so. Wait till you taste a slice of pizza." As the duo drank and chatted, they did not notice the time pass, and before long their order finally arrived. "Anything else, or should I bring the bill?" the waitress inquired once again as she placed wooden pizza peels on their table. "No, just the bill, please." "Will you be paying together, or split the bill?" "We will split." "Daphne, are you sure about that? Did you bring enough pounds with you?" Harry glanced at his friend to confirm, emphasizing the name of the currency. The girl blushed, clearly catching her fault, not expecting to venture in the Muggle world today. All she had was her galleons, sickles, and nuts as usual. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment. "It appears my friend forgot her wallet, so there's no need to split the bill. I will pay for her." "Okay." As the waitress's footsteps faded away, Daphne turned back to the boy. "Thank you, Harry. I will pay you back tomorrow." "There's no need. It's not like it's expensive or I lack the cash or anything." If you truly wish to pay me back in some way, just treat me for a meal next time we eat out." "Next time." Her cheeks took a cute pink hue. "That works for me. Let's eat together sometime in the future." Before long, the pair was already eating, and surely as Harry expected, Daphne's list of favorite foods just had a new entry. They happily chatted while they ate, then went for a scenic route with a night bus as usual. Both of them felt as if time had passed like a breeze, and came the usual stop for them to part ways. "Thank you, Harry, for letting me to experience what Muggle food is like. I enjoyed it a lot." "It's a pleasure, though it's your time to treat for the next date. Goodbye, Daphne." Harry teased her with a mischievous expression on his face as he quickly dropped off from the bus, dodging an incoming nab to the side by his friend. Daphne felt blood rush to her face as she realized that it actually was like a date. Two young teenagers eating together and chatting for hours. Harry even paid for everything. Still feeling quite shy, she just waved back to the boy as the bus sped off. Through the whole journey home, the girl pondered about their relationship. She reviewed her most recent memories and buried her head in her knees in embarrassment as she noticed her heart speeding up when they met, her glancing at the boy quite too often and even getting lost as if in a daze in his deep green eyes. How did she not notice this sooner? Did Harry notice? Is that why he was teasing her? Did he like her too? Would his friends even accept her, a Slytherin of all things, as his girlfriend? Or at least a friend? What about her own friends? Her mind was overwhelmed by countless questions, even back at home. That night it took her ages to fall asleep, her thoughts troubling her. And during the night she dreamt of a young boy with messy black hair and beautiful green eyes. As the morning came, she had to face reality and admit that yes, she might have a crush on her new summer friend. Sirius home felt way more inviting on Harry's second visit. It has been quite a few weeks since that time. No longer was there a screaming portrait in the hallway, and all the rooms looked so clean. Harry smiled. Clearly Dobby was doing a good job. Not long after, the boy was sitting with his godfather in a study room on a pair of armchairs near a fireplace. There was also an open box of pizza and a tray of cookies and 3 large mugs of tea. Dobby was sitting with them, on the side of Harry's armchair. As armchair was so large, it did not inconvenience Harry in any way. Harry was recounting his more interesting stories to his godfather and Dobby. Having not met for all that much, they had a lot to catch up on. During the previous visits, after he finally got his license, he told them stories about his life, which he was continuing to do today. The boy's life was quite an adventure. Philosopher's Stone, a possessed professor, infiltrating Slytherin common room, the basilisk, the diary, the journey to the school in a flying car. Dobby looked so sad during that one as it was caused by him. Even thought he only had good for Harry in mind. Still seeing his friend looking so down, Harry skipped over the pie and regrowing arm bones incidents. For the 3rd year, it was serious time to be embarrassed. Who knew gifting a broom would cause so much trouble for the boy? And with him simply being out of the prison, causing a horde of Dementors to torment his godson. Harry's godfather even cursed at every mention of Wormtail. He hated that thing. Yes, betrayed like that was no human in his eyes. Harry seemingly abridged the time travel incident. His godfather was still recovering, so he did not want to burden him with a bombshell that his godson was a decade or so older mentally, at least not yet. While his godfather looked cleaner and better during each visit, Harry knew that such prolonged prison stay left a deep mental mark on him. It would be a while before the man fully recovers. Sirius was proud of his godson and told stories of his adventure with his father and Remus in return to the boy. Most of them were about pranks. Soit Harry was almost falling out of his armchair while laughing. It was so fun. He decided to try out pranking on his own sometime, or perhaps team up with twins. His stay at Godfather's place was getting late, yet it was no issue for Harry. Just a step outside the wards of the house, he waved back to Sirius and disappeared with a barely audible pop. The latest lesson did cover reducing the sound of teleportation. Harry was still making some, though he was working on it bit by bit. Harry silently climbed up the stairs, then went into his room. Inside, there was a fancy envelope on his table, one completely covered by postage stamps, one letter from Molly Weasley. He briefly looked at the letter he got from the postman early in the morning. He remembered Vernon being quite embarrassed about it during the previous loop, so he just met the postman himself before the Dursleys came to know of it. Then he just forgot about it as he put it in his room and went to eat breakfast before popping out of the house to visit his godfather. Wondering if anything has changed in the current loop, he shrugged his shoulders and tore the envelope apart, quickly running his eyes on the all-familiar invitation. It was exactly the same as in the previous loops. The boy still had his final dueling and apparition classes tomorrow, then he could just drop off to stay at Weasley's. He did not visit them during the whole summer, instead opting out visiting his other friends, as he knew he could spend a whole week with them during the Quidditch World Cup. He wrote a quick reply, accepting the stay-over invitation, though mentioning that he would only arrive in the evening, then let Hedwig fly out in the night. He knew Ron's sleeping habits and knew the boy would still be awake at this time. Then he turned off the lights and went to his bed to sleep. It's not like he needed any packing of items. Everything he needed was already in his pocket trunk. In fact, most of his possessions were inside. Albus Dumbledore was leisurely lying in his bed at his office, having 3 important official positions, with a ton of paperwork might seem daunting for an average wizard, but no, not for the likes of an arch-wizard like himself. Through decades of refining, he had quite a few spells running which automatically dealt with any paperwork by filling in the needed details. Another spell of his even shredded incoming information, reports or parts of them if it was something redundant, or even something which matched his predictions. Now he could simply rest and enjoy some lemon drops. Suddenly an alarm buzzed, the one he sat up for any unexpected and important events. He secretly read all less important information reports during various meetings he was forced to attend. Alas, even with decades of trying, he still could not create a sufficiently convincing clone to fool people's eyes. Albus simply blinked. Yes, after decades of practice, even such simple acts could suffice for wandless magic. There was no need for arm waving. The single small parchment flew to his arms. He furrowed his brows as he read, "It seems Harry will be staying at Weasley's, yet not as soon as he could, but starting from the evening." It was not the first report he got over the summer concerning the boy. As it concerned the prophecy, he just had to flag anything about Harry as important, so even trivial divergences from his predictions triggered his spell alarms. Albus quickly located relevant reports in his mind. Looking for why he failed to predict such a thing. He always did this out of habit, constantly refining his prediction spell. After all, with each spell improvement, he would have more free time. I forgot to include his Green Alley Studies schedule into my spell. A long sigh followed. Master Acclumens or not, old age simply made forgiving things quite easy. Dumbledore did not mind Harry mingling more in the magical world. Until the prophecy was fulfilled, he could only die by Tom's hand, and he knew the most likely ritual his former student would use for revival. Of course, he was smart enough to invent a new one, yet in his arrogance he lost his body before even beginning the experimentation. And now he was too scared to lose the life he had now. Surely Tom would pick a relatively safe and proven option. Albus did a complex mental calculation in his head, visual images of planets and stars flying in specific patterns in his mindscape sky, as if time was accelerated. Then furrowed his brows. The necessary celestial bodies alignment needed for such a ritual would happen next year, and will stay valid for a whole week or so. Good thing the boy would be at school at that time. He smirked, knowing his former student was sure to arrogantly declare his return. If not to the world, then at least to his closest followers. Severus is bound to bring him the news then. Albus put a fresh lemon drop in his mouth as he relished the taste. He could simply not get enough of them. Then more thoughts rose to his mind. He remembered the boy getting closer to a pair of Slytherin students, one of whom was quite dark. Daphne Greengrass was a lesser concern. Greengrasses were not followers of Dark Lord, at least not yet. Who knows which side they will join, as their younger daughter was currently a fiancé of youngest Malfoy. Draco himself on the overhand. Still, it was not good for Harry to mingle with Slytherins. Perhaps he would have to intervene and try to bring the boy back, closer to the light side. Harry appeared in the Green Alley Study Center with a silent pop. He just had breakfast with Sirius and Dobby. Having apparition unlocked really did free up a lot of time. The boy cited, "It will be quite some time till he visits this place again. After the final lessons in the Learning Center today, he will spend the rest of the summer either at the Burrow with Weasleys or in a tent near where the Quidditch Cup is held." With excited steps, he entered the classroom. It seems he was the last one to arrive as Draco, and Sue were already inside. Their teacher thought had a habit of being late, so the boy just plopped down near Sue. "Hello, Sue, Draco." He turned and nodded to his classmates. "Hello, Potter." Draco just grumbled back as usual. "Hey, Harry, ready for our rematch?" Sue, on the other hand, seemed excited for the upcoming duels today. The boy grinned. "Of course. Our score is 3-3. We will have to break the tie this time around." An amused smile spread on the girl's face as well. "We will see about that. Let me remind you that you lost our last duel." Harry's smile seemingly dimmed a little. "Do not think that same trick would work again." A minute of silence followed, before Harry spoke up again. "By the way, guys, are you coming to watch the Quidditch World Cup next week?" Draco instantly beamed up. "Of course. Thought I do not expect to meet you there, Potter. You see, as major sponsors of the event, my family have VIP tickets." Harry just returned a smile to the boy. "We will see. How about you, Sue?" He turned to face his friend. "I will pass. My parents are dragging me along to meet some relatives in China. Not that I like Quidditch that much anyway." "How can you not like Quidditch?" Draco's mouth was agape with disbelief. A quiet pop followed as the professor finally arrived, only 3 minutes late this time. "Watcher, my pupils. As I mentioned during the last lesson, today we will do our little tournament from the first lesson again. Now come over to draw the lots." The trio stood up and drew lots. Poor Draco was going first, for both rounds. The blonde boy lamented his luck. He could not say he lacked talent or did not put in enough hard work. He did improve tremendously during this summer, yet those two, they were simply on another level. And yes, only a brief 10 minutes later, Harry and Sue were getting ready for their rematch. It did not take long for either of them to win against the young Malfoy, who was now sitting beside Professor as he watched the duel. Yes, he did lose twice, but at least he managed to do so more gracefully this time. No lost consciousness, no broken bones, still able to fight if only he could use his spare wand from his holster tied around his calf. Yes, while the other two were more following the rules, the ambitious Malfoy was preparing more for fights, not for simple duels. As Tonks lazily threw a single popcorn into the air, the pair of duelists watched, and only at the moment it touched the floor did they start running and casting spells in quick succession. Various spells bypassed the young boy, as if he knew where they would land. His magic sense did improve tremendously over this summer. But Sue already knew this. She was only rapidly casting the stunners as a distraction, while weaving more complex charms by the side. Simultaneously casting multiple different spells was quite a challenge, but she had to admit, Tonks taught her well. She ducked a pair of desks flying towards her, sidestepped another one, then burned a couple of chairs trying to sneak attack her from the back. She smiled. Duels like this were just so thrilling, so exciting. Harry was smiling as well. Now the floor turned into swamp, only near the boy, but he already had a strategy to counter this charm. The nearby pieces of demolished desks flew around him and matched his pace. When he took a step, he landed not on the swampy floor below, but on the levitated wooden boards below him. The boy knew this was not enough. This was how he lost the previous time, and as expected, Sue launched a couple of strong fire spells, powerful enough so that his shields were too fragile to stop, and his wooden footholds were set on fire. The boy smiled. He still had a few cards he could play. Another wave of his wand later, the class was shrouded in thick smoke. Draco rubbed his eyes from irritation. He already was annoyed when those two showed off their skills, but now he could not even see anything to learn something. He glanced at the professor, whose eyes looked weird as she continued observing the smoke and enjoying some popcorn as if she could see everything as clear as day. He shuddered in realization. He remembered seeing those eyes. In fact, just yesterday during his potions lessons, he read a paragraph about wyverns as he was using their scales for a potion. And it was mentioned that they can see through any obscuring conditions. Naturally, they could see through fogs as well. Sue, on the other hand, was having a hard time seeing. Her quick thoughts led to a predictable outcome. She took a few steps to the side, not wanting to stay in same place, as she expected Harry to target there. She doubted the boy could see her as well. Smoke was a double-edged sword after all. While she backed away, she kept shooting random jinxes all over the place, mostly to the location she remembered Harry last being at above the swamp, while preparing a wind charm at the same time. A moment later, the wind blew away the smoke as she warily looked around. Harry was nowhere in sight, then her vision darkened from above, she realized, and quickly sidestepped the falling desk. Various furniture was flying all over the place. Now it was Sue who was on the defensive. She had no idea where Harry even was, until she felt her wand getting out of her grip. When did he? Quickly turning around, she saw Harry crawling out from behind one of the various pieces of furniture that was part of the attack, both wands in his hands, a cheeky grin on his face. As the boy canceled the spells and returned her wand, she bowed to him. That was a fun duel, but how did you change your location so fast in the smoke? You forgot I take apparition classes, Sue. I simple popped to another side of the room. All that noise from the fight was loud enough to make my apparition hardly hearable. The girl's eyes widened in realization. I am so taking apparition classes next year. Well done, my students. Now, Harry, as you have won both fights, you can have a match against me if you so desire. So what do you say? It was hardly a question that needed answering. The black-haired boy was excited for a chance against a powerful opponent. That was not Albus Dumbledore. Yes, he was fed up on losing against the old man. Soon the classroom was cleared of the debris caused by the previous fight and was back in its pristine condition. Now Sue was the one who took the role of eating popcorn, while Draco was content with just watching the fight. No way he would eat a muggle snack. That was below him. The duel began, and Harry began rapidly firing stunners. It was a very quick spell to cast, so he now usually started his duels with such probes. Surprisingly, the young professor just stood there, like not even intending to dodge the spell. You know, Metamorph Magi were actually banned from dueling competitions, as it's just unfair to duel against one. The teacher had an evil grin that the boy did not like one bit. He could feel magic with his senses, yet the professor's wand was still on her wand holder. The boy's stunners just now arrived, yet upon contact with her skin, he could see her standing just fine. Then his eyes widened in shock. He caught a glimpse of scales glowing on her skin, the similar scales he saw in Triwizard Tournament, dragon scales. A blink later, he could see Ms. Tonk's legs bulging up, as if she was a superhero from a comics book. Then she rushed at him, so fast he hardly had time to dodge. Just moments later, as the teacher backed off, he could no longer feel his wand in his fingers. Glancing at the professor in shock, she was back to her usual appearance, yet had an extra wand in her arm, Harry's wand. And this is why people like me cannot participate in competitions. Well, at least joining Aurors and hit wizards is somewhat easier. Professor was lazily spinning the boy's wand, as if doing a pen spinning trick, as she looked at the boy with a smug look. The duel was over, and it was over so fast. Looking back, Sue and Draco were mouth agape as well. Who knew Metamorph Magi were such beasts? It was already around noon, yet only morning, for people who loved to sleep late, especially on holidays. Ron Weasley dressed up and went to eat as usual, before his mother's worried voice interrupted him. Ronald Weasley, have you heard anything from Harry? I figured the boy should be here by now. Did I perhaps not use enough of those square things on the letter? Ron just rolled his eyes. His mother could be overly dramatic at times. Then, as if just remembering something, he fished out a slightly crumpled letter from his pocket. Yes, here. Harry said he would be here by dinner and agreed to stay over with us till Hogwarts. His mouth was still full of food, yet his mother was already used to it, somehow understanding every word. Molly Weasley grabbed the letter from her son's hand for a quick read, surprise evident in her eyes. Surely she expected the boy to be here by noon at least. The headmaster himself said so. Just moments later, their family owl arrived. Grabbing another letter from its claws, Molly recognized the handwriting Albus Dumbledore. She quickly tore open the letter to read its contents. It basically repeated what Harry said, also including a short apology for lateness as the headmaster wrote that he overslept. Welcome to the final apparition class. You were all decent this year. I am glad not needing to fix any fools that merged with a desk or a Rubik's Cube this year. Anyways, today is the final lesson. Then we will part ways. It should not be too hard for you three. It's just a side-along apparition, not with items but with actual living things. We will start by using those rats from over there. After you get comfortable, you can just try it in pairs or all three at once even. Well, don't just sit there. Go grab a rat. The students walked over to pick the rats from the box. It might seem gross for muggles, yet as wizards they dealt with even worse things on a regular basis, especially all the weird ingredients during potions classes. The final lesson was going smoothly, apparating together. With a rat was hardly a challenge compared to previous lessons' material. It was taking another human part that brought trouble to both Draco and Daphne, while they did eventually pick up the skill to drag another person along. Only Harry managed to apparate with both of them at once. Do you know why Mr. Potter succeeds, while you two fail? All three students were listening with attention, one curious Harry and a frustrated duo of Slytherins. It's simply because he has a larger volume of magic inside him. Perhaps it's talent, perhaps an artifact of that gloomy night. Do not worry, as magic grows naturally. When you age, you will be able to take two people along in your apparition in a couple of years or so. The class ended with both Slytherins having a sour mood. During previous classes, they all seemed to go at roughly the same pace, yet now it appeared Harry had an advantage over them. Daphne was seemingly back in her cheerful mood as they chatted during the scenic tour ride. Perhaps the ice cream Harry bought for them before the ride increased her mood. They have been using this night bus for a while now. In fact, there were not that many scenic tours they hadn't taken. Another month or so would cover all of them. By the way, Daphne, I will not be tagging along with you in these rides anymore. But why? Sadness was clearly felt in her voice. I received an invitation to stay over at Weasley's and even travel to the World Cup together with them. I see. Daphne looked quite downcast. I guess we won't be seeing each other until school then. My family won't be going to spectate the Quidditch Cup. Don't look so sad, Daphne. If you want, we can meet up before school to catch up, or even share a compartment in the Hogwarts Express. Daphne playfully hit the boy's shoulder. Who is sad? And her voice was back to normal. I will write to you, don't forget to write back. Of course, you're a dear friend of mine, I will miss you too. The boy was already out the bus by this time, missing seeing the beet red face of Daphne, quite redder than usual. See you. He could tell her voice was a bit different than usual, turning around for one last wave. Harry could only catch a glimpse of the bus as it sped off. Then he smacked his head, just realizing he was supposed to be at Burrow by now. Why did he habitually drop off at Dursley's? He rushed back to his room, then wrote a quick note to his relatives, then simply twisted in place and disappeared with a quiet pop. It was getting late and Molly was getting nervous. What if something happened to the boy? There were no more Muggle transports coming nearby. Perhaps he was using one of those cars or the night bus. Suddenly she heard a pop, just outside the wards, as the boy teleported in, no luggage in hand, and casually walked towards the burrow. Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you for the invitation. I assume others are inside. Yes, Harry, but since when do you know apparition? And where is your luggage? I attended a learning center in Green Alley this summer where I learned all about it. I also bought this pocket trunk in Diagon. If you're curious for more details, I will tell you all about it over dinner. Right now I am starving. I am sure you are, Harry. Those muggles never fed you properly. Mrs. Weasley chuckled, then led him into the house. The dinner was long as Harry had to retell his summer adventures to the people here. Of course, he skipped some more sensitive parts, like Sirius. While he knew he could trust most Weasleys, but Percy was seemingly against him during fourth year, he did not want to take any unnecessary risks. He was quite annoyed by his friend's expressions when mentioning Daphne or Draco. Clearly Slytherins were hated by Weasleys. So he skipped over their interactions as well, only covering what happened during classes. The discussion led to twins pestering their parents about apparition licenses. They seemingly wanted to have theirs for years, yet seeing Harry get one even before his fourth year made them all fired up for theirs. Unfortunately, there was simply no time left this summer for such a thing. Due to upcoming World Cup, a lot of activities in Wizarding World were getting temporarily suspended as Ministry was busy with the tournament. And of course, Triwizard Cup. Though not many people knew such tournament happening. The long dinner ended, and Harry finally had a time to catch a breath, finally not being bombarded with questions left and right. He stretched while laying at a bed in Ron's room, while his friend was giving an exciting speech about the tournament teams. Sure, Harry would be excited about it as well, yet he had already heard the same thing 2 times in the previous loops, so he just kept a polite listening face while he organized the current day events in his mind's library. It did not take long before Ron got tired of speaking. Then the boys played quite some matches of wizarding chess. Ron even noted his friend being a bit better than usual, as if he secretly played chess for a year or so, but he did not mind. He always enjoyed the challenge. Now he could hold back less. Eventually, it got quite late, and the duo decided to call it a day and went to sleep. Harry was flying with his broom. It was so much fun flying. Close behind him was Ginny, then Fred and George, closely followed by Bill, Charlie, and finally Ron. Percy did not want to participate in what he called childish games, while Hermione was content with just spectating the race. She was not a great flyer. And no, it was not some regular race, only based on speed alone. Harry's Thunderbolt would be an unfair advantage if such was the case. All participants shuffled their brooms after every race, and there were plenty of various surprises in each race. For example, twins somehow got a bludger from somewhere and charmed it with a variation of a Restum Memento charm. Whoever it hits would slowly stop and would not be able to speed up for a few seconds until the spell wore off. The black-haired boy smiled as he quickly ducked, the said bludger narrowly passing over his head. It was already his 5th race around the neighborhood, and Harry loved it. He snickered as he heard Ron shouting in annoyance from the back. In this particular race, he found out Ron was quite bad at dodging bludgers. Or perhaps twins just aimed at him more, seeing he was lucky enough to get to use Harry's Thunderbolt for this lap. Harry smiled. Even with his previous loop memories, he still lost races here and there. The longer he maintained first place, the higher the chance of twins pulling more weird trinkets from their pockets, which the boy suspected had similar functionality as his pocket trunk. How else could all those weird gadgets fit in there? Yes, even with his somewhat developed magic sense, he could not dodge everything. Even if he felt the spell incoming, sometimes there was simply no way to dodge or even stop the broom on time. The race continued for hours as the group of teenagers and a pair of young adults laughed and chatted in between the races. Harry won roughly half of them, only 2 more than the previous loop, where he managed to bypass Dumbledore. The group chatted among various topics. Hermione was usually just worried for everyone, which she expressed by blaming the twins for using all those trinkets and even distributing some to participants, just to sow more chaos. The identical duo just had matching sheepish looks in response. After Ms. Granger calmed down, Harry retold some of the Marauders' pranks his godfather shared over the summer, while twins shared theirs. Bill and Charlie joined in the fun, sharing various stories from their school years and everyday lives after graduation. Discussions jumped the topics as the day passed, eventually rolling back to apparition. Harry was asked to show off his skills, which he happily agreed. Fred and George once again loudly complained on unfairness. Apparition classes for underage wizards was in fact quite pricey, especially for a family like Weasley's. which is the main reason why their parents only allowed them to even attempt the exam after coming of age. Of course, before learning the ropes from Mr. Weasley and his friendly coworker from the ministry, who provided help in case any accidents happened. Harry was having a lot of fun during his stay at the Burrow, arriving at a different time, and having something different to tell seemed to be like a flap of butterfly wings, changing most interactions and conversations, leading to the boy having a fresh experience, not a repeat of the year before the first loop. In fact, he was pulled aside by Bill in private shortly after their final race of the day. The young cursebreaker noticed the boy's magic sense as he dodged various prank trinkets with ease as if having eyes on his back. He admitted that he too had one. It was one of the major requirements of being a cursebreaker. He also offered Harry an opportunity to study curse breaking in Gringotts boot camp. After graduation, goblins were always on lookout for talented folks. And finally, the day arrived where most of them grabbed a portkey to travel to the Quidditch World Cup location. Harry considered apparating instead, yet realized that he actually have never been to that part of Britain. Perhaps it was in one of scenic tour he did not take yet. Besides, going together with his closer friends did not seem such a bad way to travel either. So he just followed the younger Weasleys and Hermione to hold on to the old boot. The portkey worked as usual, and Harry was happy to find out he did not experience any strong nausea this time. Just a mild irritation, perhaps learning apparition did the trick. Or maybe he just got used to the experience. Harry was walking with the twins across the forest. He warned them about Ludo Bagman being a scammer. Surprisingly, twins believed him. Surely all those rumors of Bagman owning goblins' mountains of gold worked in his favor of convincing his friends. Now all three of them were walking around the tents, looking for an official betting tent. The only reason twins went to Bagman initially was that he had better returns on their predicted outcome. Harry was rubbing his forehead. He was back at the Burrow, and what a welcome back that was. Mrs. Weasley, who did not travel with them, was already waiting for them at the entrance when they arrived, a mix of fury and worry on her face. Then all of them were on the receiving end of her shouting and bickering, followed by hugs, then an apology for Harry. Molly did not know he was hurt, followed by more shouting on why they did not protect their guest, and why Harry was separated from them. Still no one could find any faults with his restroom excuse, then getting lost in the chaos. Mrs. Weasley initially bickered on why the boy got into fights in the first place, yet a timely retort of, "Should I just let them cut me to pieces or fight back in defense?" saved the black-haired boy from more lectures of his behavior. What followed back inside were even more questions about Victor Crumb and his riot adventures. Ron was especially curious about the world's current best seeker. Hermione, similarly to Molly, was giving speeches on what he should have done, namely seeking cover and escaping, not going to fight. After such an eventful night, Harry's head was now faintly throbbed in pain. He sighed and relaxed in his bed, deciding to go to sleep early. Thankfully, Ron stopped his bickering and was now playing chess with Percy, giving the boy a much-needed silence. Harry did take some Muggle painkillers recently. Unfortunately, wizarding kind did not have much of a shelf life, hence he needed to wait for Muggle ones to kick in. Sure, they were not as fast-working as magical ones, but they did the job. He laid there with his eyes closed, and eventually his headache ceased. Yet as he was about to drift to sleep, an irritating sound brought him back to reality. Opening his sticky eyelids, the boy quickly identified the source. There was an owl at the window. He grabbed his glasses from the bedside drawer and with an irritated growl got out of bed. Now with glasses on, he could tell whose owl it was. It was a familiar owl from his friend Daphne. The boy let the creature in, seemingly not noticing his irritation easing and his face relaxing. He took the owl's snacks bag from the windowsill and poured a small pile to the owl, then unfolded the letter, eyes quickly running across the lines. A small smile spread on his face. It looks like he would be meeting Daphne before the train. Then he scribbled an affirmative response and sent the owl on the way. The boy was back in bed, a peaceful smile on his face as he finally drifted to sleep. Dumbledore was an early riser, perhaps due to old age, perhaps out of habit, but he was usually already wide awake even before Muggles went for their morning jogs or dog-walking activities. Today was largely any different. On the first crack of dawn, the headmaster's eyes opened. A lazy hand wave was all he needed for his pajamas to morph to his attire for the day, an animated toothbrush to brush his teeth, a flying water sphere with a just right amount of soup mixed in to scrub his body with a sponge and wash the sleepiness from his face. Yes, after so many years, Albus simplified his morning routine somewhat. It used to annoy him of wasting take just doing the same thing over and over again. So he took some time to develop a few spells for that, then optimized them over the years. And now all it took was one wave of his arm. He was not even concentrating on the magic at hand. Not anymore, the action engraved in him as a habit. The all-freshened-up headmaster looked towards the fox perch. The bird was not there yet. Unlike the punctual headmaster, his familiar lived a more random life. Being a magical phoenix, the closed windows and doors in the office was hardly a challenge for the bird to bypass as he pleased. Dumbledore just shrugged and went to his desk. He initially planned to flame over to the Great Hall for breakfast, in case Fawkes was there, but he might as well just eat at the office. It's not like he had anything to say to the teachers at the Great Hall today. They would have a meeting later for school affairs later anyway. Soon the headmaster sat in his armchair, silently drinking his steaming hot lemon tea along with some lemon biscuits. A nearly empty plate, which used to have dozens of pancakes, lay empty near his side. Hogwarts elves cooking was as great as usual. While eating, he mused over the recent events. Yes, the riot was something he did not predict, so he did have to read all the reports about it. Unfortunately, the ministry investigation took their sweet time, so after confirming the key point, no one died. Headmaster just went asleep. Yes, he did see a lot of mentions of the dark mark, but frankly, it was simply a spell. Heck, even he could cast it. It was basically some sort of custom firework Voldemort designed, entwined with the mark on his followers' arms. Glancing at his reports pile, he saw he had quite some pages to read. He sadly nodded his head. Unexpected events like this are outside his predictions, hence the extra material to read. Looks like the fantasy novel he started last weekend would have to wait. A familiar ding interrupted his thoughts, and he looked towards the window. It was just the Daily Prophet flying inside, bypassing the wall. Yes, flying, he ordered the newspaper to some abandoned Muggle postbox, which he charmed so that anything addressed to him would transfigure into a bird and fly to him. He even added some nifty charms on top, granting it ability to bypass walls, invisibility from Muggles and most wizard kind, even simple detection spells to filter out harmful letters. It was worth the time as he frankly had quite a few dozen of subscriptions. Daily Prophet was just the only daily one. Unfolding the newspaper, Albus took another sip of lemon tea, the sweet-sour taste feeling as refreshing as always in his mouth. He glanced at the front page in amusement, wondering what bullshit cover-up would the riot get. So far, the photo did not disappoint him. It was of a death mark rising in the sky. Chuckling, he started reading. He chuckled seeing the all-familiar Death Eater attire. Yet the article wrote 2 excited and drunk spectators started causing chaos. Going over the first page, he noted it summarized the major events quite well, albeit they could have focused more on the riot, not on the tournament activities. Looking at the headings of articles, he noted that the rest of the paper only had 2 more articles of news, other being usual propaganda for business advertisement, or just events he frankly did not care about. He could live without knowing who won which Weekly's Most Charming Smile award this year. One of said articles was a detailed cover of the Quidditch match, with photos of key moments. Albus pondered and decided to skip it too. He had seen so many Quidditch games in his life, and he doubted anything could surprise him anymore. The other article seemed intriguing. Heroes of the Riot, page 2, he noted. Another greedy gulp of tea later, Albus turned the page, then looked at the full title as his eyes bulged out and he spat the liquid out and started coughing. The title of the second page article read, Heroes of the Riot Wand and Wand Together. Potter and Crumb face down the rioters. Albus did a reread, then another. The title did not change. He even noticed a large photo of Crumb striking down a Death Eater with a sneak attack, and another of Potter dropping a piano on top of another black hooded figure. It was a bit blurry with cracked edges. a clear sign of cruciatus aftereffects on memories. Well, hardly anyone knew this fact. Dumbledore just felt a headache approaching. He glanced towards the looming pile of reports on his desk. It looks like he has some reading to catch up on. It was a usual morning in the burrow, Weasleys running around, eating a large breakfast with a variety matching even the Great Hall feasts. There were pancakes, bacon, sausages, salad, various juices, teas, even coffee for Hermione. She taught Mrs. Weasley how to make it just a few days ago, and now it even had a small drawing of Hermione's cat made from foam on top. Harry had to admit, Molly was an amazing cook. The black-haired boy was happily snacking on a small mountain of pancakes himself. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition and felt foreign, yet familiar magic coming towards him. Panicking, he looked towards the source. He saw an unfamiliar owl bringing a red letter to him. A howler. His eyes bulged out from realization. Glancing around, he saw that no one else noticed it yet, so he excused himself and went outside, his slow walking picking up speed as he even jogged to the edge of the burrow wards. The letter dropped and started flying towards him. Glancing around, he noticed Fred and George coming towards him. They likely noticed his unusual leave and decided to tag along. They had sheepish smiles on their faces, seemingly having noticed the red letter as well. Harry braced himself, blocking his ears. He knew howlers were loud enough to be heard anyway. Boo! The boy was shocked. That did not seem like an usual howler, did it? Not hearing any more sounds, he carefully unblocked his ears. Now he could hear a normal volume of laughter, one he was quite familiar with, his godfather, Sirius Black. Eventually, the laughter died off as Sirius regained his composure. His normal volume voice then spoke to Harry. "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. Dobby told me all about the championship. I am so proud of you. I would appreciate it if you send me a letter if something similar happens again, you know. I was worried for you. By the way, how did you like my howler?" With more chuckles, the letter disintegrated into magical particles. Then more laughter followed. This time it was the twins. From afar he could see other Weasleys and Hermione incoming. Perhaps they did not hear the whole letter, but they at least heard the boo. Harry himself was beet red from embarrassment. He had to admit, his godfather was and still is a great marauder. A quiet pop sounded as the golden trio materialized at the Diagon Alley. Grinning, Harry turned to his nearly green friends. "So how do you like side-along apparition?" Ron just belched as he tried his best holding in his puke. Hermione looked a tad better as she even managed to let out a sentence with a weak voice. "Is it always so horrible?" Harry was amused with his friend's conditions. He remembered feeling similarly on his first Portkey travel. "Yes, I used to get green too, but frankly side-alonging is worse than doing it yourself." A minute later, color returned to his friends' faces. "Do you have any place in particular you want to visit?" Harry asked his companions. "We will still need to pop over to King's Cross to board the train." The dew slightly paled from the news. Who knew apparition was so nauseating? "I am suddenly so grateful that you took our trunks with you, Harry." Hermione gave a brief glance to Harry's pocket trunk, where all their baggage rested. If not for that, they would have needed to pop over to the burrow first and pick up their stuff. "Yes, thanks for that, pal." Ron was the same, yet his gaze seemingly had a spark of jealousy for this fancy trunk. "You're welcome." Ron looked at the ground, mildly embarrassed. "I just came over to experience apparition and keep you company, Harry. I will just follow you. If we have nothing to do, we can always just browse books in the bookstore," Hermione offered. She too just wanted to experience apparition herself and skip the crammed taxi with Weasleys too. Harry rolled his eyes. "Feel free to browse the books. I will come back to pick you up. I am heading to the Green Alley myself. You see, I have an appointment to keep." Green Alley. Hermione's confused expression was a delight to see. It was a rare occurrence for the girl to not know something. Meanwhile, Ron looked shocked and horrified by the fact. "Isn't that owned by some Slytherin family? How can you possibly go there, Harry?" Harry just rolled his eyes, nodding. He was doing that a lot these days. "Yes, Green Alley. It's quite near here. Their library has some different shelves than the one here in Diagon." Harry could already see Hermione's eyes sparkling. And Ron, it is owned by a magical family same as Weasley's. Just because most family members happen to be from Slytherin does not make it evil in any way. But it's Slytherin. Of course it's evil. Most dark wizards are from Slytherin. Harry and Hermione shared a sigh. A brief exchange of glances determined their speaking order of trying to bring more sense to their red-headed friend. But Ron, as you mentioned, most dark wizards are from Slytherin, which means some are from Gryffindor and other houses. Ron was now mouth agape, trying hard to process the words, yet finding no fault in their logic. Surely not Gryffindor. He glanced at the girl nicknamed Know-It-All. Hermione nodded her head. I am afraid so, Ron. I remember reading about a few of them in Hogwarts: A History. And there are also dozens of dark wizards whose identifies remain secret to this day, but it is known they were from Hogwarts. Ron seemed lost for words, so Harry drove one more argument in, which should work for this family boy. You know, roughly a quarter of Ministry employees are from Slytherin. Your dad's co-workers. Surely they can't all be bad people, you know. Just because they were in the Slytherin, I don't remember your father arguing with anyone other than Lucius Malfoy, which looks like a more personal grudge, is it not? It took a minute for Ron to digest what he heard. He weakly nodded his head, perhaps finally convinced. The trio enjoyed a minute of silence, until Hermione broke the silence. So, Harry, who is the friend you're meeting? Is it anyone we know? Daphne Greengrass. Hermione just nodded. She memorized her classmates quite well. The girl was good, even better than her on potions. Ron, on the other hand, was mouth agape once again. How easy it was to surprise this boy. That Daphne, the Slytherin Ice Princess. Harry chuckled. He almost forgot his new friend had that nickname at school. Then he raised an eyebrow at his red-headed friend. You know of any other Daphnes in our year? Not long after they finally arrived. Hermione was seemingly keen on visiting the bookshop and dragged Ron along, who initially resisted, well until Harry offhandedly mentioned that it has Chudley Cannon's Quidditch tournament records, with pictures of best game scenes, which he casually flipped through the time he was browsing all the books. Harry himself did not really care that much about this bottom ladder team, yet he knew his friend was a huge fan of it. Now the boy was finally alone, as he took the all-familiar path towards the small cafe near the learning center. And this concludes our preschool meeting. Now, Phileas, do not forget that it's your turn this year to lead the first years to the Hall for sorting and introduce them to school, while Ruberus will lead them to the gate and Minerva will organize the sorting as usual. The staff meeting finally ended. Dumbledore popped down a lemon drop to relax as he followed with his gaze all teachers leaving the room, all but one. Anything a concern of yours, Severus? Snape's cape did a dramatic flash as the greasy-haired professor walked to his desk and dropped a newspaper on Albus' desk, the familiar article open for him to see. Can you explain to me what the hell Potter has been up to? Now, not to worry, Severus. Harry simply saved some muggles, nothing to worry about. Not to worry, you say. I made an oath to protect the boy. He could have died. I would be dead if that happened. Headmaster let out a tired sigh, then looked out of the window. We both know Voldemort is coming back. We just don't know exactly when this will happen. Unfortunately, I suspect it will happen soon. He turned his gaze to the potions master. So do you prefer the boy to be defenseless at the time the Dark Lord comes back for revenge, or to be able to put up a fight at least? But initially you said. Severus, calm down. The boy is well now. I suppose I should show this for you now if you're going to overreact over every little thing. Dumbledore shuffled over a large pile of papers near him, then pushed a couple to now somewhat calmer potions master. Curious Snape took a glance at both pages. He hardly showed his surprise on his face, yet Albus could tell he was mildly surprised, perhaps even impressed. Apparition and dueling classes finished at Green's Summer Teaching Center with outstanding grades. Another paper was pushed towards him. Now surprise was clearly seen on Snape's face as he read and reread that one. A return on remaining occlumency lessons fee, as the professor had nothing left to teach him. Yes, curious indeed, don't you think so? I know that professor myself, in fact, a former war veteran. He locked eyes with Snape. I wrote to him to ask, and he claimed the boy was a natural. His mind defenses on par with mine. Can you believe it, such talent? Still, he had no defenses whatsoever before summer. Severus' face took a more serious look as he caught on to what Albus implied. Do you suspect that the Dark Lord Soul Fragment? Dumbledore slowly nodded, with a sad look in his face. It is a possibility. I am afraid we must keep him under watch even more now. While his actions does not suit Tom's style, it could be a ploy by him. A silent minute followed, until Severus broke the silence. If his defenses are so good, how will we monitor his mind condition? Albus let out a sigh. Think, Severus. His mind is well defended, yet all his friends are open for us to see. Or do you believe Weasleys suddenly started learning occlumency? Potions Master's face twitched in response as Dumbledore continued his speech. And prepare some more potent truth serum for this year. While one could in theory get used to regular one over the summer, not even I could guard against a truly potent one. Severus let out a painful groan. While he loved brewing complex potions, this particular one was quite an annoying one. It would take him months to finish. As you wish, Headmaster, and in case your worries come true. Then we would have to take care of him. Voldemort would lose his prophecy immortality, and we would need to take care of both of them. Daphne was in her casual wear, just sitting and waiting. Then a smile spread on her face when she saw Harry coming from afar. She waited for him to get closer and notice her, then waved her arm for a greeting. Hello, Daphne. Hello, Harry. The boy sat beside her, to the only other empty seat at the table. I thought you would introduce me to your friend. Where is she? Daphne just blushed. She just realized that all of Chudley Cannon's matches she only heard about during her summer trip have photos of key moments and detailed write-ups in the bookshop, and she was gone the next moment. Harry was shocked for a few moments, until he broke out in laughter. Daphne gave him some time to stop laughing and looking at him, questions seemingly evident just from her glance. You see, Daph, I came over with friends as well. They wanted to experience apparition and guess where they are now. You don't say, the bookshop. Reading is something Hermione loves the most, so it must not be a surprise. Yet for Ron, he only went there to check out the Chudley Cannon's photos. Daphne was as if in a daze for a brief moment, then she gave the boy a sweet smile. I guess they would get along then, so are we sharing a compartment on the express then? Sure, by the way, are you a Cannons fan as well? We never really spoke much about Quidditch. Daphne looked around as if concerned that Tracy was back, then glanced back to Harry. I am not a huge Quidditch fan. You could say I am an unwilling fan of Cannons coerced to by Tracy, just so she would have someone to speak about it. Harry grinned. I can relate. Ron goes over that team for days, even at school. His friend just chuckled in response. Their conversation flowed as they discussed what they have been up to over the past week, eventually discussing the riot events. Daphne was worried that he got hurt and got into danger, yet proud of him for standing up against those bullies. The time was moving toward. The express would be leaving soon, so they paid their bill and went to the bookshop to look for their friends. Once there, they found Hermione reading a pile of books, seemingly lost in them, after some brief introductions. Being classmates, the girls clearly knew each other, Harry packing her purchases to his pocket trunk, and the trio went deeper into the bookstore where they could hear a heated discussion taking place. Unsurprisingly, Ron and Tracy were discussing Chudley Cannons with great enthusiasm. More greetings followed, and they went out to the street, where Daphne touched Tracy and disappeared with a quiet pop. Harry similarly touched his friends on their backs, and a quiet pop later he reunited with Daphne, near the train. It did not take long to find an empty compartment, then relax as conversations started up. Initially there was some sort of tension between Gryffindors and Slytherins, yet slowly they warmed up and just spoke casually. Not having interacted with other houses all that much, there were quite a few funny stories to share from their common rooms, their summer holidays, even just discussing various magical things or just their everyday lives. just as Ron and Tracy were about to start another long dialogue about why and how Chudley Cannons were the greatest ever team. The compartment door suddenly opened as the familiar blonde boy walked inside, two grunts behind him. Ron and Hermione were giving the intruders hostile looks. Daphne and Tracy were quite neutral at seeing their housemate, albeit a bit upset by his impolite entrance, not even a knock. Harry, meanwhile, just waved at the boy. "Hey, Drake." "Hello, Potter," Malfoy turned to his housemates. Greengrass, now his face seeming grimaced more and more with each name, perhaps based on their blood purity. Davis, Weasley, Granger. Greetings were soon exchanged. To the shock of Hermione and Ron, no insults were thrown their way, not unusual Draco behavior. Yet his gaze on them seemed to have a distinct look to it, as if labeling them a Weasley, a mudblood, a half-blood. Draco turned to Harry. "So, Potter, are you participating in the tournament?" Harry smiled in response. Yes, it might have been under wraps the first time, but the Triwizard Cup was well known for him, the time traveler. Heck, he even knew all the tasks in advance. "Of course, you can look forward to me winning the thing if I manage to get in." It was amusing to see everyone's shocked faces. Yes, not even Daphne knew of the tournament this year. Others were similarly confused, not knowing what they were speaking about. And Draco was shocked for the sole reason Potter knew about it. He silently checked, and his occlumency shields were still in place, no sign of breach. He shrugged it off, assuming it was Dumbledore who spread the news to his golden boy. "We will see, Potter." And just like that, the trio of intruders walked out of their compartment. The duo of Goyle Crabbe did not utter a word during their visit, which was hardly a surprise. The two buffoons were more muscle than brain. Harry was now all alone to explain about the tournament to his group of friends. He realized that was why Malfoy had an amused smirk leaving just that. "What tournament are you talking about?" As expected, questions started pouring in. Hermione asked first, and the boys saw others were listening with keen attention. "Ah, you haven't heard of Hermione. Triwizard Cup is being hosted again this year." "That Triwizard Cup, where do students actually die?" His bushy-haired friend clearly read a lot about this. Loud gasps were heard from the others. Then a lecture by Hermione followed of why Harry should not join a tournament with such a high death rate, and her complaining on why they were even holding such a dangerous tournament. Ron joined the discussion, claiming he was going to join as well. Daphne just facepalmed. She knew Harry was somewhat reckless, but seeking death. They eventually rationalized that fourth years had no place in the tournament. Probably some seventh-year Hogwarts champion. Harry just smirked they would learn with time. Discussion steered to more casual topics as the journey continued, and it was soon time to change their clothes. Shortly after, all robed young witches and wizards sat in the straw-pulled chariots, traveling to the castle. Discussion somewhat stopping as they would need to part ways at the Great Hall. Sitting on your house table for school events was one of the few Hogwarts rules. Harry absent-mindedly gazed out of the window, looking towards the great castle getting closer. "I guess I am back to school," he mused. Department of Mysteries. The time chamber was as silent as usual. Well, if you ignored the constant ticking of various clocks. Today was the day Saul Croaker confirmed the condition of the returned time turners from Hogwarts and sent out any needed ones for promising students. In fact, he had a brief meeting with MS McGonagall this morning to receive the no longer needed turners. It was only now that he actually had the time to inspect them. It was frankly a yearly routine for him. Looking over the list, he was sad to see that less and less students were asking for time turners each year. Inwardly pondering if this was an issue with the declining quality of students, or perhaps declining quality of education at Hogwarts, Dumbledore did remove a lot of interesting subjects from the curriculum. Picking up one particular time turner, he noticed it looked quite old, while in fact, according to records, it should have been fairly new. Heck, according to records, it was made by him 2 years ago. He stopped his checks in confusion, then cast some of his personal spells, for diagnostics time magic was a complex thing. Interesting, over a decade, yet with student limitations of 6 hours a day, Even accounting for extra 6 hours every 4 travels due to time travel does not account for such a large usage per year. A brief glance at the list, he murmured under his nose. During the first year it was here in department, its usage classified, yet it could not have been more than a few years of extra time. It is simply not powerful enough for more. Another glance at the list, he checked the student name. Hermione Granger, your time turner seems to have messed up the time somehow. Estimated to be 7 to 9 years older than possible, which means... His eyes widened, a rare occurrence for unspeakable. A time loop. He sighed. A mess up of this scale meant more paperwork for him. Yes, even unspeakables had a boss, someone they had to report to. Saul also felt a headache incoming. Time loops were his least favorite occurrence in his post. Various actions like reading the mind, or just simply speaking with someone who knew the issue could trigger the restart with him none the wiser. Flipping through the manual, he found the spell he was looking for. The only way for him to pass a message along through time, to the holder of the time turner, at the start of the loop. So, Harry, what outcome are you going to bet on? Fred, or perhaps George, asked the boy. He still had a hard time differentiating between them. The trio walked deeper into the forest courtesy, to a kind stranger who pointed them the correct way. I will bet on Ireland, winning 170 to 160. The twins suddenly stopped, their eyes blown out. Their own bet was risky, sure, but not as risky as guessing the final outcome. Surely it's possible if Crumb gets the snitch, yet it's way more risky than our prediction, which is Ireland wins and Crumb gets the snitch. Harry rolled his eyes. It's my money, I do what I want with it. Besides, the payout for exact score should be even higher. A hint of greed flashed in the twins' eyes. How about we make a bet then? Fred, as if on cue, continued the speech as soon as George finished his sentence. I remember you telling you were going to try pranking this year, didn't you? The twins continued alternating every sentence while looking at Harry. We could teach you the way of pranking. Not only the spells, but making the items too. Only for little 10 gallons per lesson. And a promise to not spread this knowledge around. And use it wisely. But if your bet wins, you will get a half-price discount. They continued at the same time. So what do you say, Harry? Harry's eyes sparkled. After listening to his father's pranking stories, he did have an itch to try it out, which he did mention once. Twice, perhaps too many times during his stay at the Burrow. The boy let out a smile. Your lessons would be invaluable, I accept. Twins similarly grinned, and they all shook hands. Fred and Gorge had discussed this beforehand, and Harry took the bait. They knew of the mountain of gold in his vault, which the boy was happy to spend. Plus, it was so fun to train the next generation prankster. They were finishing school in just a few years after all. Soon they finally saw the betting tent. Various signs with magically updating betting rates were clearly visible. As everyone arrived at space times and the location of the finals, there was no queue in place. Soon the bets were placed. Harry smiled. His 100 galleons would become 3,000. Yes, the rough rate of 171.60 had such a high return rate. Meanwhile, twins were likewise happy. The rate for Ireland winning and Crumb getting the snitch was only 3.5, while Bagman offered 5 times return. Yet getting Harry buying their lessons will increase their shop funds dramatically. They even considered revealing that to Harry and giving him some shares on their final lessons. Perhaps Harry had no need for money, but he at least wanted to experience what betting is like, and knowing the outcome made the decision on what to bet on that much easier. Harry yawned. The match was the same as the previous time he watched it. Sure, there were 4 balls in play, so he could switch up where he was looking for a few unseen moments. Yet action was not happening simultaneously all the time. Only 2 balls scored any points, with one of them being out of sight for most of the game. Hence the boy did not enjoy the match as much, especially now that he had it all saved in his mind library. Suddenly his sleepy eyes brightened. He could feel magic close by, like very close by. There was something nearby. Harry remembered his wand seemingly disappearing shortly after the finale, Initially, he thought he dropped it at the woods, yet during his first repeat, he found out he already had no wand just after the tournament. It did not take long for the boy to put the things together. The boy then relaxed. This time, his wand was safe in its wand holster, not poking out of his pocket like the previous times. And yes, soon he felt the entity get farther away from him. He glanced to his side. Ron's wand was simply poking out of his pocket, then seemingly flew out in a silent way as if someone picked it up, then disappeared. Harry waited until he no longer felt the entity's magic, then facepalmed while adding a note to his mental library: gift a wand holster for Ron, or at least make sure all his acquaintances' wards were secure, in next loops. Now his friend might get in trouble, as now Ron's wand would be the one to cast the dark mark. Harry initially considered jumping on the invisible entity. Surely someone who needed to steal a wand was not a good opponent against an armed wizard. Yet thinking more deeply about it, he recalled a crucial detail. The riot only stopped when the Dark Lord's mark appeared in the sky. Yes, former Death Eaters causing havoc only stopped in fear of retribution from their thought-dead master. Stopping the appearance of the mark would potentially cause more pain and suffering for Muggles and Muggleborns alike. Letting the mark reappear was a lesser evil, at least until Harry thought of any better strategies how to resolve this. As the crowd cheered, and in the last moment's final score was announced 170 to 160, Ireland won. Amidst all cheering from this group, twins were the loudest. They saving just multiplied a few times. Then, as if recalling the bet Harry made, their eyes bulged in surprise. They simultaneously turned to the black-haired boy who just smiled at them, silently wording out, "You lost the bet," to them. The identical pair grinned back, sure they lost that personal bet, but 5 galleons per lesson was also great. They could just spread them out for longer. As the celebrations were in full bloom, the Weasleys group were back in their tent. After a short trip to cash out their bets, both twins were in a great mood. Harry was also a few thousand galleons richer. The black-haired boy timed the moment when the riot was about to be known to the group and excused himself to the loo. Just 10 minutes later, Weasleys split apart. Younger ones, along with Charlie, went to look for Harry, while the rest of adults went to try to help the tormented folks. Little did they know that Harry went out with the same intention. Steve trashed on the ground while screaming in pain. He was a father of a wizard and was what their kind considered a muggle. He was initially happy to learn that the famous Quidditch World Cup was being held in this place. Just a few minutes' walk away from his house, thought he could finally watch it together with the rest of his family. Alas, Muggles were not allowed to watch. At least his son brought home a recording of sorts. He was about to watch it together with his son, yet the door burst open and black hooded figures rushed inside. He saw his son's wand flying quickly to his arm, then a transparent dome shield wrapping over them both. Yet the firepower of multicolored blasts from the hooded figures blasted his son away. The cool-looking shield shattered. The boy rushed to shield his parent with his body, and now he lay on the wall, deep blood wound on his chest, struggling to breathe while those black masks just laughed at his misery. Steve let out a cry of pain as he rushed to his son in horror, and then it hit him, a spell that did not push him aside, seemingly not harming his body in slightest. But the pain, he could hardly focus as he never felt pain of such intensity. His sorrowful scream morphed into pure agony of suffering, while the masked assailant just laughed in entertainment, others joining him. He closed his eyes as he wished for his suffering to end, for someone to end this misery, to save his son. To save him. And when he thought all hope was lost, the pain suddenly stopped. Opening his teary eyes, he saw a young boy, clearly not yet of age, sitting on top of an armchair, 4 wands in his hand. Looking around, he saw bodies of the dark, cloaked figures piled up in the corner, tied strongly with a rope, while the rest of his room looked thrashed, pieces of furniture scattered around. But he did not care, his gaze quickly finding his son, who looked somewhat better, in fact. A strange, small creature with pointy ears was wrapping bandages over his chest. A couple of empty vials with unknown liquid lay empty near them. After the relief of his son's well-being, the accumulated tiredness overcame him as his consciousness slipped away. As a final glimpse, he saw the boy's concerned look as he said something to the creature, who now finished treating his son and rushed closer to him, pouring unknown liquid down his throat. Surprisingly, his mind cleared up and his body relaxed. Then he comfortably fell asleep. Harry was back on the run. He took care of 3 Muggle homes. So far, surely no one died during last loops. Yet being a cruciatus vegetable was hardly different. Just because Daily Prophet emphasized that no one died was just wordplay to ease the masses. He himself had a large bleeding cut on his side. Dobby thankfully stitched the wound and bandaged him, even gave him some potions to ease the pain and slowly restore the broken tissues. Still running in this condition was not very great for the wound, as the formerly pure white bandage was getting slightly red near the wound stitches. He wanted to get all the combat practice. He mused that the Dark Lord was coming back, and he was a target. Time loop or not, it made sense to improve as much as he could, until he was able to hold his own against him. Surely he spent quite some time dueling the headmaster, the only man alive who was said to be on the same level, if not higher than the Dark Lord. But it was the old Harry, the inexperienced Harry. He now was way better duelist than ever before. He now had access to countless books in both Hogwarts and Sirius Place, not counting the various rare yet seemingly useful tomes of foreign spells and similar obscure magic books he bought wandering around the alleys in Diagon and close by. With his quick progress in dueling classes and getting a somewhat decent magic sense, he was confident he would be able to reach the level of Albus and Voldemort eventually. After all, time was something he did not lack. Even if he escaped the time loop, the Dark Lord would not leave him alone. He needed to be strong enough to contend him before that occurred, and surely learning all those obscure magics would help him in resolving the time loop somewhat. Perhaps not in a direct way, but perhaps it will make it easier for him to learn other spells, understand magic better. He clearly needed all the knowledge he could get to even begin understanding the mess that is time magic. The boy grimaced in pain as he turned around the corner. What he lacked the most now was practice, as he learned from dueling classes. Even simple spells can be deadly if used well enough. He then continued hunting into another house where he could hear mad laughter and screams of pain. Surely his primary goal was saving people. But fighting not single duels, but groups of wizards was a great way to improve his own fighting skills. Yes, the boy knew of the danger. He could potentially die. But until the time loop was resolved, he could not really die. Based on his previous experience, Dementors kissed him quite a few times, which triggered the restart. Same could be said about the headmaster. Just a few times, he miscalculated his own powerlessness and just how frail Harry's body was. The boy cited if only he could apparate, that would improve his combat abilities tremendously. Alas, anti-apparition wards were in place. Perhaps that's why Ministry is taking so long. And of course, one of his opponents he wanted to beat, Dumbledore, was under anti-apparition wards as well. He was also suspecting the gloomy graveyard where Voldemort came back might be covered with those as well. It was not like anti-apparition wards blocked all apparition. Some popular variants were something akin to password protection. The ones who knew the password could apparate. It just took a tad bit longer than usual, rendering it not so useful in combat situations. Suddenly the boy slowed down. Near the house he surprisingly saw another black-haired wizard, sneaking in seemingly with the same purpose in mind. Suddenly the wizard turned around, as if feeling his presence approaching. Then both of them stopped in place. Harry felt him glance briefly at his scar, then his eyes lit up in shock and recognition. The boy himself mirrored his expression as he was shocked as well. The other wizard turned out to be the best seeker in the world, Victor Crumb. No words were said, but the duo somehow communicated with nods and hand-waving. Then one entered the room from the window, while another moved towards the door, awaiting opportunity when Death Eaters got distracted. It was a similar scene inside, people laying on the ground, screaming and twitching in pain, while Death Eaters just laughed. At least their laughter made sneaking around them that much easier. Victor took out a duo with a well-timed surprise attack, then transfigured the floor into some sort of dome around the wounded, as the remaining 5 hooded figures were focused on tearing it down. During this time, no one noticed Harry silently walking inside by the door, then levitating pieces of furniture high above, precisely on where the people stood, before he canceled his spell and launched a couple of stunners to the figures closer to the back. His sneak attack worked, and another pair of Death Eaters was down. The remaining trio turned around alarmed, seemingly preparing to escape the scene. Unfortunately for them, during mid-turn their visions darkened as a piano. A refrigerator and a washing machine fell down on each of them. Now all 7 of them lay on the floor, unmoving. Soon Victor dismissed the battered dome and extinguished the fire, then turned to Harry. "There is strength in numbers, as they say. Good job. I don't believe I introduced myself properly. I am Victor Crumb." His hand was raised for a handshake, which Harry happily accepted. "Likewise, I am Harry Potter." They both laughed, clearly aware they recognized each other before exchanging names. "It was nice meeting you here, Harry. I already treated the Muggles here. Do you want to team up and move on to help others?" "Sure, I think we make a great team." They managed to apprehend 2 more groups of Death Eaters, before a dark mark appeared in the sky, followed by loud pops all over the place, as Aurors finally made an appearance. Both boys exchanged a glance with mutual understanding. Neither wanted to deal with the Ministry. Then both boys went a rest near the wall, gradually starting a conversation. They had a couple of common hobbies, Quidditch and dueling. Besides, it was entertaining to learn about magical schooling from another school. They even agreed to exchange some textbooks and lesson notes later. As they both looked like many other survivors and helpers, wounded and resting Ministry officials just passed them by, their eyes flashing with surprise, inwardly wondering since when did Crumb and Potter knew each other. Before too long, Harry saw a fuzzball tackle him for a hug. "Harry, I was so worried about you." "Ouch, it hurts, Hermione." The girl backed away in realization. She did not notice the bloody bandage around the boy's waist. Charlie's concerned voice inquired him, "What happened?" "A cutting charm was too fast for me to dodge. Not to worry. It should heal in a day or 2. "I see your friends found you, Harry." A slightly accented voice resounded near the boy. Only now the group turned to glance at him, as their eyes popped out in shock from recognition. "I will be on my way then. I am sure my team is looking for me too." There was a minute of silence as the famous seeker walked away. Then Harry was bombarded with dozens of questions. As they all spoke at the same time, he only managed to catch a few of them. "Was that Victor Crumb? Did you get an autograph? Was Crumb the one who saved you?" Thankfully, Charlie roared to calm down the crowd. It was quite a surprise working so long with dragons. His roar had some kind of special ring to it, as if it was an actual dragon roaring. "Harry is wounded. Just speak one at a time. Let me find Arthur and Bill, then Harry can tell us all about his adventure back at home. What do you say?" Hearing various sounds of agreement, Charlie walked away, while Harry sighed. Now he was sure he had a long conversation ahead. Daphne was busy writing a letter, when suddenly someone playfully pinched her side. "Hello, Daphne. A surprise visit." It was Tracy Davis, her friend who was supposed to be with parents in Egypt at this time. "Ouch, hello, Tracy." Daphne put back her quill and turned around to hug her best friend. She hadn't seen her for so long. "Weren't you supposed to come back to Britain like 3 days later? How's your vacation?" Tracy broke out of the hug and shrugged her shoulders. "There was a sandstorm coming for the next week, so I had to pick an earlier plane or I would have missed school." Then her face looked a tad bit bored. "As for vacation, it's same old, same old. I wonder myself why my parents drag me to Egypt nearly every summer. Sure, first few times were fun, but now it's kind of bland." Daphne rolled her eyes. Muggles and their weird limitations on traveling. Flus, portkeys, and apparition are never hindered by such natural events. Tracy arched her brow. "Less humans die in planes than wizards who mess up apparition, misspell flu addresses, misspell portkey passwords, or fly on their brooms in storms. Knowing just how much more muggles there are compared to wizard folk, it seems planes are way more secure, just not as fast as magical ways." Daphne just nodded. Yes, I suppose you are right." She could not find a way to refute straight facts. "So I assume you already got your apparition license." Daphne just nodded. "Yes, and I finished another year of potions in Green Alley." Tracy crossed her arms, then looked back to her friend with a peculiar gaze. "Why do I feel you are hiding something? Say, what were you up to before I arrived?" A brief panic flashed on Daphne's face as she secretly tried to hide the draft under the pile of papers scattered around. Tracy was faster. A moment later, she grabbed the parchment from the table and gave it a quick glance over with her eyes, wanting to meet up in a couple of days. "Were you that close with anyone besides me?" It might sound harsh, but it was the truth. While Daphne had a lot of acquaintances, she could only call Tracy her true friend. She trusted she had no political agenda in her friendliness, not unlike some other girls. Daphne knew there was no point in resisting. Once her friend got curious over something, there was hardly anything to stop her. "Yes, I made a new friend over the summer." Tracy's flipped the parchment to see who exactly it was addressed to. Her eyes widened in surprise, shortly followed by her face morphing into a teasing look. A new friend? Or perhaps a boyfriend? "No." Daphne's cheeks blushed briefly until she focused her acclumency and brought the rushing heat out of her face, glancing at her friend from the corner of her eyes. She knew she saw her flushed face, albeit briefly. Daphne lamented. There was no escape now, was there? Tracy smiled as if she just smelled an interesting story. "You do like him, don't you, Daph? Don't go hiding your blush from me. I want to hear all about it." She sat on a nearby couch. "And I am not leaving until you tell me all the details." Daphne sighed, glancing at a nearby clock. It was still quite some time until dinner, and she knew Harry was a late sleeper. Perhaps he was still partying or even watching the game. Some Quidditch matches could take days. She could finish drafting her letter later. Now she had one very curious Tracy Davis to entertain. Rita Skeeter was interviewing a muggle of all people. Well, one of the victims of the attack, Steve something. It was just a formality. She was already bought off to write off assailants as just drunkards playing around. Fortunately, no one died and hardly anyone got hurt for much. She was almost not listening intently until a pair of words caught her attention. Harry Potter. Just why would a muggle mention the boy who lived when recounting the attack? Perhaps there was an interesting scoop to find there, one that would sell more than what Lucius paid her. Her eyes gleamed as she put on her best smile. "Sorry, Steve. My thoughts trailed off for a bit. What did you say about Potter?" Steve did not notice anything amiss. Perhaps just that the MS wizard was paying even more attention to him now. "It's as I said, I was getting hit by that Kruko spell something, but just before losing consciousness I saw him. He was the one who saved me and my son. My hero." Steve had a look of fascination about the boy, a similar look wizard folk had on the day Dark Lord was killed. "I saw him holding 4 of those magic sticks, and those dark-robbed bastards were tied and beaten in a corner, while he commanded a pointy-eared creature of sorts to heal my son." Rita listened with keen intensity, even pulling out her quick notes quill, not the one that made up stories, but the one which actually recorded, word by word. Her smile deepened. She knew this was a scoop to sell, a hidden story just for her to find. Shortly after being escorted out of the house by the ministry official, she bade him farewell and went to the apparition zone. In there, it was chaos of people popping left and right. There was a lot to do to ensure the statute of secrecy was not breached, a lot of wards to unravel as the tournament was over, and other various tasks to do. Amid all that chaos, no one noticed that Rita did not pop out of the place, instead a small bug. A beetle flying took her place and flew quietly to hide itself in a passing Auror's pocket. Perhaps by chance, perhaps Skeeter was just that lucky. It was one of the investigators of the riot, walking towards the first family saved by Crumb and Potter duo. The feast was already underway. All the students seated on their houses, tables a compulsory seating rule for official Hogwarts events like the opening feast. The sorting was already over, and Harry was happily chatting with Neville about his holiday trip. By his side sat Ron, who was eating as if he starved for weeks, then Hermione just beside him. The girl was unfortunately not taking a single bite. After learning that house elves were essentially slaving in Hogwarts' kitchen to prepare all their meals, she refused to eat. Harry mused that she would accept the fact that they were actually happy serving the castle as he continued to focus on Neville's story. At the end of the feast, Dumbledore gave his speech as usual, announcing to the dismay of many that there would be no Quidditch this year, as well as the bringing back of the Triwizard Tournament and its new safety rules. Similarly, as before Alastor Moody, the new defense against the dark art professor came fashionably late, just before the end of Headmaster's speech. Harry looked at the newcomer and wondered how he actually ended up at the end of the year. Quirrell was dead. Lockhart ran away. Lupin was forced to resign due to his werewolf identity. Browsing the library, Harry noticed even the previous professors of decade or so only lasted a year at most. The boy came back in time just recently after Voldemort's revival. The year was still not over at the time, and he was quite curious if a former Auror would suffer under the curse on Dada position, or would he continue teaching for one more year. After the end of the feast, all the first years rushed back to their dorms. Upper years were the same. After all, they all had some luggage to unpack, and Harry too was dragged along in the wave of people. Soon he was back in the all-familiar room and went out to the common room to catch up with all the other Gryffindors. Ron came along, bringing his chess board with him. Harry was quite a better player than last year, so the red-headed Weasley enjoyed playing against him even more now. As midnight approached, the common room got empty. Everyone was back in their dorms, sleeping. Or at least they should be sleeping according to Hogwarts rules and regulations. Suddenly a door opened, then closed with nothing to be seen. It was Harry using his invisibility cloak to sneak out, leaving his sleeping roommates behind. As the boy found out during summer, 4 hours or so were sufficient in regards to sleep for him. He figured he might as well find some use for this extra time at school. And what better use than going to the library's forbidden section for some night reading? The boy glanced at the Marauders' map once in a while, keeping track of moving dots in the hallways. While most schools slept, Filch was still patrolling. Same for various prefects who had some sort of patrolling schedule established to cover the whole night. The walk was uneventful as the boy avoided all the patrollers with ease and reached the library. Shortly after, he entered the forbidden section, where he put his wand with Lumos' spell ongoing in a crack on the desk, and went to browse the forbidden knowledge. Glancing at the titles, the boy smiled. He could actually read the majority of them. Now learning runes over the summer nights was definitely worth it. The ones he could not read yet were seemingly in different languages, and a few were using different runes, not the ones he learned about. After a short inspection of books, the boy grabbed a random one that caught his eye, Introduction to Ritual Magic, then sat nearby to read. He was quite curious how rituals worked, having never encountered this branch of magic yet, well other than participating in Dark Lord's revival. The new day arrived as Harry walked through the great hall entrance. It was still early morning, so there were not that many people eating yet. Glancing around the near-empty tables, Harry started walking towards the Raven's table, only for Ron to call him back. "Hey, Harry, where are you going? Our table is that way." Harry rolled his eyes. "Don't mind me, Ron. I'm just going to chat with a friend. See you at Charms later." Ignoring the confused Ron and some curious glances coming his way, the boy was already at Ravenclaw table as he sat down near Sully. To his side lay an empty seat, yet on the next one sat a girl who had a somewhat dreamy look on her face. Her wand Sumwee put under her left ear. Not unusual behavior for witches. Harry did not stare for much longer, having seen Dobby's choice of clothing, weird appearances, could hardly surprise him anymore. Instead, he turned to his friend. "Hi, Sue." "Hello, Harry. So, how was the rest of your summer?" As Harry and Sue were catching up while eating, the hall slowly filled with more and more students coming to eat. Harry did receive a few curious glances, perhaps a brief surprise on seeing Potter on their table, but it was not that much attention, as in fact, students did sit at other houses' tables occasionally. It was not like childhood friendships broke apart just because people went to different houses. The boy could even see some Hufflepuffs sitting with Ravens while chatting, and some Gryffindors too. Perhaps Slytherins were the only ones not so fond of switching tables, or perhaps they had some sort of internal rule about it. Harry made a mental note to ask Daphne about it later. Then his attention got caught by a familiar red-headed girl heading his way. yet her eyes were on the girl sitting one empty seat away from him. It was Ginny Weasley who came to eat with her childhood friend, Luna Lovegood. She sat on the empty seat near her friend, which just happened to be the seat next to Harry. As she finally glanced his way and her eyes widened in recognition, Harry just smiled and greeted her. "Hello, Ginny." "Hello, Harry. I must say I eat with Luna at the Ravens' table quite often, yet I have never seen you here. Ah, by the way, this is my dear friend, Luna Lovegood, a third-year Ravenclaw." Harry and Luna exchanged their greetings, yet before more conversation could continue, the hall erupted in clamor as it was that time of the day. Hundreds of owls just flew inside the Great Hall and were bringing various letters, newspapers, delivery parchments, and other various things to the witches and wizards. A lot of students were forgetful and forgot a cauldron, a book, or some other necessity for school, so the first day receiving mail was always quite chaotic. Harry was surprised to see a small box drop near his plate. He did not expect any deliveries today, unless the boy checked the sender. A short note with V. Crumb confirmed his thoughts. Then he smiled, taking a peek inside. It seemed like his riot companion really did remember their promise of exchanging some books. Inside, he saw a few books on dueling and dark magic. In fact, Harry sent Crumb a few book tomes himself, just yesterday taking care of magical creatures and divination. Surprisingly, Durmstrang was so well hidden. Even magical beasts reached it very rarely. Not like Hogwarts, which had a forbidden forest just full of them, which is why there was no taking care of magical beasts subject at their school. They did cover all the dangerous kinds in some other class, the theory at least. Divination was also missing from Durmstrang's curriculum. Victor was curious about it, even after hearing Harry's explanation of how crappy a subject that was. He insisted on wanting to give it a read and decide himself what to think about it. Harry stored his new books in his pocket trunk. He would read them later, as one of them had dark magic written on the cover. Perhaps he would read it during the night. Looking round, he could see curious glances his way from Ginny and Sue. They had seen V. Crumb on the package and could guess who it was from. After all, it was a very famous last name recently. Harry went on to chat and explain. He watched in amusement as even nearby ravens were listening in. He only assumed it was due to that article by Rita Skeeter in yesterday's Daily Prophet. Hermione gave him her newspaper to read in the train during the train ride. Harry had to say it was an amusing read. Sure, it covered only one house they saved, but still, he noticed he was receiving a bit more glances than usual since then. After all, saving a couple of humans, even together with a rising Quidditch star, could hardly compare to being the boy who lived. Soon discussions wrapped up and the students rushed back to their dorms. Harry caught up with Ron just as he was leaving for Charms. They exchanged a nod of their heads as a greeting, then picked their pace as no one wanted to be late for first class. During their walk, Ron asked Harry, "Say, how did you know the first lesson will be Charms today? McGonagall only distributed timetables after we arrived." Harry held back his amusement behind as he playfully arched his brow as if confused by his friend's question. "But Ron, we have already been learning divination for over a year. Surely you could also just divine something as simple as a school schedule yourself." Ron's face morphed in such a weird mix of confusion and disbelief that Harry could no longer hold back his laughter. Soon the red-headed boy joined his friend, forgetting the initial question in the first place. Charms passed uneventfully, same for the other lessons. In fact, Harry found them quite boring and dull, as he perfectly remembered what he initially learned. Craving for a different experience, he just changed his desk mates compared to his initial fourth year. Now he sat with Daphne and Sue on Gryffindor Slytherin and Gryffindor Ravenclaw lessons, and with his old friends during Gryffindor Hufflepuff ones. The boy finished assignments with blazing speed, then spent some time finishing homework assignments, even before teachers assigned them. Then he either chatted or helped his desk mate or nearby students, or just took a book out of his pocket trunk for some reading. Teachers could hardly complain as he did finish the assignments on time. Of course, this did not work for all lessons. Brewing potions could not be sped up even when knowing the recipe and having experience of brewing it. Harry was at least happy for his rising grades from acceptable to exceed expectations in potions. Sure, his brewings were not as great as Daphne's, who was his desk mate this time around. The girl always got outstanding as her grades, yet he could argue his potions were at least on Malfoy's level. He knew Snape hated him for some reason, even more than non-Slytherin students. Perhaps getting a better grade from him was not quite possible for the boy, well, unless he reached Daphne's level, as Hermione did manage to get outstanding grades somehow, only occasionally receiving exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts was a walk in the park as well, to the surprise of Moody and the whole class. Harry managed to resist Imperius on the first try. Some people even joked he was immune to all unforgivables. During his free time, Harry occasionally visited Hagrid for a cup of tea, though always bringing his own snack to the side. He just didn't have the teeth strong enough for the half-giant's favorite, rock, cakes, and cookies, but he loved to chat with him, and the tea tasted wonderfully as well. During the day, the boy frequented the library, casually reading through various books that caught his eye. It's not like he had anything better to do while his friends were busy doing homework. Writing a 5-page-long essay was an arduous task that required a lot of research in the library, but Harry did not want to do that again, especially with identical assignment topic. He took the easy way out and just copied his old homework from memories, making sure to fix some major mistakes noted by teachers last time around. Perhaps he would get more outstanding grades this time, as initially he usually got only acceptable or occasionally exceed expectations. His friends were also getting tired of him prophesying the homework assignments as he refused to share how he knew it, so Harry eventually quit it. The same joke repeated too much was not so funny anymore, seeing all his friends' incredulous looks, while he patiently explained the wonders of divination subject was worth it in his opinion. Speaking about divination, while Harry no longer played a prophet in most subjects, he did start a fun betting pool just before every divination class started, with people betting on who is going to die and how according to their professor, who never missed a lesson predicting someone's death. Harry intentionally missed a prediction occasionally, yet he was winning most of the time to the amazement of his group mates. About a week has already passed, and Harry was in a library, finishing his reading of Hogwarts: A History. The boy was amused. While most of the book was just dry and boring facts, there were quite a few side stories from former students added to brighten up the pace. Most of them were entertaining and brought a smile to his face. A few marked as mysteries of the school were intriguing, as after some double-checking of Marauder's map, he realized most of them could be explained by a student accidentally using one of numerous shortcuts in the castle. The boy's eyes narrowed as he focused on the last mystery side story about a student finding another library at school on the 7th floor, yet not being able to find it again. The details told that the library was closed due to librarian leaving for some conference for the day, and said student really needed to research a specific topic for an essay due to looming deadline. It was in fact last day of Christmas holidays, so he was just wandering around the castle, hopping to catch any student from his year or above who might have taken those books from the library. Yet surprisingly for him, he stumbled on a door he had never seen before, one on the 7th floor. Inside a few bookshelves, and all books inside were exactly about the topic he was researching. Checking the Marauder's map, Harry did not see that many shortcuts on that floor, yet seemingly no rooms were inaccessible from the hallway. Curious, he decided to investigate. Just a few hours later, Harry double-checked the map. He had been in all of the rooms on this floor, tried out all shortcuts, yet he found no libraries there, not even a bookshelf in sight. Pondering, he wondered how this had happened. Either one of the many Hogwarts: A History side stories was wrong, or there was a room that was not on the Marauder's map, another one besides the Chamber of Secrets. The boy walked into the owlery to inquire about this. With Sirius being one of the makers of the map, he surely would know better how it actually showed the map. If all hidden shortcuts was just something Marauders found themselves, then it made sense for them to miss something. Harry did not forget to include his school experience so far. He did promise his godfather to write about it occasionally. He pushed his thoughts aside as Hedwig flew off in the dusk, with a letter attached. Then he picked up his pace to the Great Hall. It was just about the time dinner was starting to get served. That dinner Harry sat at Slytherin table to the horror of other Slytherins. In fact, it was the first time he sat there. Looking around, only a minority of students looked like they did not really care. Only his friends Daphne and Tracy looked happy at the occasion. Harry could hardly care about what the others thought about him, and just ate and chatted. Yet his chat was interrupted as he noticed the disgusted glances morphing into gleeful ones, focusing behind him. Turning around, he groaned as he saw Snape coming over from the teacher's table with wide steps, the usual scowl on his face. "Potter, Slytherin's table is not a place for the likes of you. 20 points from Gryffindor and G.O. back to your own table." The commotion was receiving quite a few curious gazes, but Harry did not falter. By now he understood that house points were, how to say, useless. He locked eyes with his least liked professor, and he felt him checking out his occlumency shields. With a smirk in his eyes, he opened his mouth to speak. "Pardon me, Professor, yet last I read Hogwarts rules and regulation. Sitting with other houses' students is in fact allowed, unless it's the opening or closing feasts." The greasy professor just grumbled. Sure, he knew Potter's mind shields were good, but not that good. He suspected he could not breach them even with a wand. It seems Dumbledore's friend did not lie. While the rule does exist, it only applies if the students welcome the student from the other house. He smirked, glancing around the table. "It does not look to me you are welcomed here, Potter. 10 more points from Gryffindor for doubting the teacher." Harry had to admit, that phrasing was in the rule. One could understand it that if at least one student welcomed you, you could join the table. Alas, the way Snape said it was another interpretation. He did not want to bicker needlessly with the professor and just excused himself, and after bidding Daphne and Tracy farewell, exited the Great Hall. He had already eaten enough, and if he ever got hungry, he could just visit the kitchen. He was already a frequent visitor here. Now stopping there every night to grab some snacks for his night readings. Elves seemingly needed even less sleep than him and were not bothered by the sudden snack-making order, but even happy of extra work thrown their way. Sirius quickly read the letter from his godson with a smile on his face. It seemed Harry was doing well, yet this inquiry about the map put him on the spot. He actually had no idea how the spell worked. He just boasted of being one of the creators for the map. Yet his work was on tracking people and revealing their names. The map was all James' work, and he did know most if not all shortcuts in the castle. Or did he tap into Hogwarts wards to learn them in the first place? The same trick he used to reveal the names and positions. He was always with James whether he went, and he certainly did not use all the shortcuts he himself saw displayed on the parchment. Still a hidden library on the 7th floor. Pop *, Dobby appeared in the room. "The dinner is ready, sir. Will we eat together again?" "Of course, Dobby," Sirius chuckled. "And you should call me Sirius. How many times do I have to remind you? My guess, sir, is short for Sirius anyway, so should I call you Dob?" Harry's godfather was about to walk to the dining room, then as if recalling something turned back to the elf. "Say, Dob, you used to work at Hogwarts." "Yes, Dobby worked there last year, Sir Sirius," the creature replied while nodding its head, his displeasure of hearing his shortened name nowhere seen on his face. "Do you happen to know any hidden rooms on the 7th floor?" He gave the letter to Dobby while explaining further. "You see, Harry sent me this. He mentions reading about a peculiar library on the 7th floor." Dobby's eyes quickly ran over the letter, then slightly widened in recognition. "I see Sir Harry Potter is doing good at school. I am happy. But why does Harry Potter, sir, call the room the come and go a hidden library? Does he not know about that room?" Sirius furrowed his brow. He never heard of such a thing, but he understood he was about to learn something interesting. He started walking towards the dining room with Dobby following closely behind. "I never heard about it myself. Perhaps it has a different name." "It is also known as the Room of Requirements. It only appears when you really need it. In fact, us house elves use it to dispose of any broken, unneeded things." Sirius' eyes gleamed as he listened to the explanation, inwardly regretting not being able to find this fascinating room in his school years. But he was not about to hold Harry back from his fun. "What do you mean really need it? How would you enter it?" You need to think precisely of what you want to find and walk 3 times across the wall. After third time, a door would appear containing what you need. Now that sounded too good to be true, too magical even for wizarding school. Sirius' brows furrowed. Surely there must be limitations on what you can find. Dobby does not know, sir. Interesting, Sirius mused. He sat on the table with Dobby sitting across from him as they started eating. He would send Harry the reply after he was done, as he was starving by now. It should arrive in time when Hogwarts wards opened up to allow owl entry for daily mail at breakfast. Another night arrived, and Harry was not in the library this time. In fact, today was one of the odd few nights Weasley twins teached him, as they called it, subtle and great art of pranking. In the first lesson, they just checked what he actually did know. Surprisingly, creating prank items required a decent understanding of potions and charms, usually using one or the other discipline to create the item with the desired effect. While Fred and George deemed his charms skills passable, his potions still had something to work on. Harry suspected they just wanted more galleons by making more lessons. But he had to admit, he did never receive an outstanding grade in potions. Even with all Snape's hate for Gryffindors, he was not that unreasonable with grades. Perhaps he rounded the grade up for his house and rounded it down for other ones. Yet a lot of Ravenclaws and Hermione did manage to get outstanding grades fairly often. Surely Harry's lack of best grades in the subjects couldn't be simply caused by the greasy bat's hate for him. He initially was having doubts on learning potions from the twins, yet they turned out to be decent teachers, focusing on what exactly happened after each action, be it chopping an ingredient, adding something to the cauldron, or simply stirring it. Not like the potions professor who just wrote instructions on the board and called it a day. The boy was looking forward to actually creating some prank items in the future lessons. Still, according to the humorous duo, he would still have potions for a month or so, until his skills hit passable. As the twins finally called it a day and ended their second lesson, Harry grabbed his cloak and went down to the library. Today he will be picking another exciting book to read. As the morning arrived, and Harry sat with Gryffindors, Daphne and Tracy surprisingly joined his table this time around. Surely Snape would never complain about fellow Slytherins or, God forbid, subtract their points. Amidst their chatter, a letter dropped to his side. He picked it up and smiled at a familiar name on the envelope, Padfoot. Reading the letter, his eyes gleamed in excitement. Could such a room truly exist? He decided to skip the library today after lessons and confirm the room's existence instead. Luckily for the boy, he only had 2 herbology classes and divination today. It just so happened that divination was already on the 7th floor. Harry just went to a nearby loo after telling Ron not to wait for him, as he had an upset stomach. And as expected, just 5 minutes later, the 7th floor got empty as all students left to enjoy the rest of their day, or perhaps to work on homework. Harry double-checked that no one was on the floor and anywhere nearby, like the staircase, before going towards a particular tapestry of dancing trolls. Having explored every nook and cranny of this floor yesterday, he knew exactly where it was. Then he walked while thinking, I want a room with knowledge about time loops. And surely, he did not feel a thing with his magical sense, but a door did outline itself in the nearby wall. Curious and excited, he entered the room. He saw a lone bookshelf full of books and a single armchair and a table inside. His excitement dropped as he saw that all those books were the ones he already read in the library. There were even a few ones from the forbidden section. He noticed that it did not even have all the books on the subject he read himself. He clearly found some rarer ones about the topic in Black's library, which were simply not here. The boy dropped at the armchair in disappointment. It looks like the room does have quite a few limitations. Perhaps it could only pick the books from school. Well, at least it's quiet here. Perhaps he could use it to try out rituals or practice his spells. Like the dark magic curses book Crumb sent over, or other wizarding communities spells he collected during summer. As if reading his thoughts through all his occlumency, Shield's the room stirred and expanded. The bookshelf was gone. Now one side of the room had a lot of empty space on the ground. Harry's eyes wandered with amazement as he recognized most ritual ingredients nearly arranged in containers on that half of the room. With more excitement, he glanced at the other side. Now there were quite a few human-shaped dummies. Yet they were moving, perhaps magical golems. He could also see the few familiar-shaped dummies, the same ones Tonks used to test their skills. Harry smiled as he got up. While the room could not help with his time loop issue, he could at least use this place to improve his skills. It seems he would need to add visits there to his daily schedule. He did not find any other place in the castle where he could practice in private, well other than Chamber of Secrets, yet that place was a pain to get to. Just to be sure, Harry animated the armchair to dance. Its wooden legs tapping on the floor were quite loud. Exiting the room with the door open, he could still hear the tapping sounds, yet as soon as he closed the door, there was only silence. He smiled. Looks like even silencing charms were not needed. Such a good find. Harry woke up a bit later than usual. His body was quite sore. He had been dueling the various dummies in the room of requirement for a couple of weeks by now, yet they still packed a punch. Those dummies could actually walk and even cast spells. Seemingly after learning a new spell, the dummies could use the same spell as well. The boy felt he was improving at a rapid speed. Sure, the dummies were not thinking as wizards, just mindlessly casting spells, but they somewhat made up for this shortcoming with their numbers. The boy picked up his new glasses from the drawer nearby. In fact, they looked identical to his old ones. Just the glasses were different, not concave or convex as usual glasses were. They were, in fact, regular and flat glass pieces. Harry managed to fix his eyesight using a ritual, yet refrained from announcing that to the world rituals were currently banned in Britain. In fact, it was the only ritual he managed to succeed by now. There were quite a lot of easier ones, yet the boy did not want to do a ritual that would lead to clearly visible side effects regardless of success or failure. The next one he was trying to accomplish would increase his reflex speed. The boy was just waiting for correct star alignment for maximum effects and focusing on his dueling skills and reading in the meantime. In fact, he already read quite a few bookshelves from the school library, even a quarter of the books from the forbidden section. His guess about the room taking books from the school turned out to be true. When he asked for Hogwarts library, he got an exact copy of it, just without the people. Hence, Harry spends most of his nights in the room of requirements, occasionally visiting the kitchen as the room sadly could not provide him with food. His roommate Ron finally woke up. "Morning, Harry." A short greeting later, they walked down the stairs, then moved to the Great Hall. Amid their breakfast, the headmaster's spell-amplified voice halted all chatter in the hall. Dumbledore informed the students that their lessons would be shortened today as delegations of other schools would arrive in the evening. Most students cheered, Harry included. He was glad the lesson cut short today was potions. It's not like he hated the lesson or his desk mate's company. He liked them both, in fact. He just couldn't stomach the potions professor. "Not to worry, Minerva. Both guest schools assured me they would have no need for any accommodation at our school." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he addresses his deputy's final concerns regarding guests' arrival. "They would bring their own. We are after all magical schools, not Muggle ones." McGonagall went over her mental list, still worried she missed something. As if realization struck her, she glanced back at Albus. "How about the food? What if British cuisine does not suit their tastes?" Headmaster rubbed his glabella. He was already getting a headache from this back and forth, and he could not even complain. He knew the Transfiguration professor just wanted what's best for the school. Still, it was about time to end this staff meeting. "Not to worry, a couple of house elves from their schools have already arrived and are currently teaching some recipes to our elves," he smiled. "They are more than happy for increased workload, and as the ministry is shouldering the extra food costs, we can stop worrying and in fact even look forward to tasting other cuisines ourselves." He glanced at the clock, and many eyes followed his gaze, realizing the guests' arrival was fast approaching. In fact, Dumbledore himself just felt them pass through the outermost wards of Hogwarts. "Now, you should better make sure all students are presentable for the welcome. We do not want some mischievous students making any pranks for our guests, are we?" Headmaster glancing at every head of the house. yet lingering longer on his deputy. Gryffindors always were the most troublesome house. Meeting dismissed. All the staff hurried back, Minerva taking the lead. Severus was the last to leave as he caught that gaze from the headmaster during their meeting. Surely he would be asked to stay back. And as expected, just as he reached the doorway, Albus' voice called him back. "Severus, stay back for a minute, we have other matters to discuss." Grumbling, the potion's master turned around, his cape doing a dramatic wave. It was in fact charmed to look cool. He just never admitted that in public, never sharing his invented spell with anyone. "What do you wish to speak about, headmaster?" Albus' glasses twinkled as he interlocked his fingers and gazed at the greasy-haired professor. "Did you observe any changes to the boy? He seems to spend a lot of time studying. His grades have risen near the top in most subjects. The potions he makes are actually decent now." Professor silently let out a murmur under his nose, as if cursing. "I actually had to give outstanding for his last assignment. I sadly could not find any mistakes to bring the grade down. Other than that, his behavior is annoying as usual." Dumbledore hummed. It was in line with his own observation. The boy did not display any of Dark Lord's habits. Well apart from studying more and making friends, yet while the Dark Lord's friends were more like followers, he could tell Potter was making actual friends. Perhaps he's just taking studies seriously. He is after all the son of Lily. Dumbledore caught a flash of guilt and pain pass in Severus' eyes, before quickly hiding away under occlumency shields. "It is not much different from what I glimpsed during my time at Great Hall. It's good that he's not spending time with Malfoy, yet that Slytherin girl, her family is in a gray area. They never picked a side during the war, stayed neutral. In fact, they did the same during the previous war as well." Albus let out a tired sigh. "How is the potion going?" Snape calmly gazed back at the headmaster. "It is almost ready, sir. I just need a string of Nundu's hearth. So far I was unfortunately not able to produce one. My connections do have a Nundu, yet they just keep it for selling its hair. A renewable source of immense profit is way more profitable than killing it off for its heart, as only truly skilled potion masters can even use the thing." Albus seemed to ponder for a moment, then reassured his subordinate. "Not to worry, I think I have a few hearts left in my personal vault. You know I am still called from time to time to deal with all those dangerous beasts from time to time. I will bring it to you tonight." Snape's eyes flashed with greed, a whole Nundu's heart. Those things were very rare, the potions he could make of it. "Thank you, headmaster." Albus just nodded as Snape walked out of his office, his cape dramatically flashing just behind as the doors closed. Fleur de Lacre was sitting in the room assigned to her at the carriage, gazing out of the window. She had to admit, Hogwarts Castle looked beautiful. Soon she heard Headmistress Madame Maxime calling all the students to assemble, and she stepped out of her room, then walked to group up with the others. On her way, she wondered, would she finally be able to make some friends her age this time around? The probability was quite slim, as her Vila lineage was always getting in the way of that. Most males were just like beasts in heat in her presence. They would not see her as Fleur, but just a beautiful Vila. They couldn't even hold a proper conversation with her. While females were just very jealous of her, seeing their crushes, their boyfriends in Days of the Girl just rubbed it in the wrong way. Hence, she was quite lonely. It was not like Fleur had no friends whatsoever. Her family, some wizards and witches of older age who had proper occlumency shields that kept her allure away. Still, she yearned for some friends more her age. She could hear a loud splash just behind her. Quickly turning around, she saw a grand ship emerge from the lake, Drumstang she assumed, and soon a bunch of students emerged from inside. Their eyes wandered, yet the boys' eyes seemingly got glued to her and not the castle. She let out a sigh. Perhaps making friends is just not meant to happen for her. Before long, she started feeling jealous gazes on her increasing as well. Female students from Drumstang wondered what their classmates were gazing at and noticed her as well. Inspecting the other students, she noticed one of them was not gazing at her. Initially, she thought he missed her, yet then he glanced her way. Then just a moment later, back to the castle, seemingly not getting caught up in a lure. Hope rekindled in her heart. Madame Maxime was done parking the carriage. so her school too was starting to march for the school. Soon their group walked into the great hall, yet there she was once again met with a familiar sight. All men's eyes were on her. She even saw one red-head boy almost starting to dash towards her, yet just as she was about to grab her wand for self-defense, another boy, a black-haired one, stopped his friend with his arm. He met her gaze, shrugging his shoulders, as if apologizing for his friend's behavior, then just casually glanced away, as if she was not of Vila lineage. As if allure did not affect him at all. Fleur smiled as she was seated on a table with blue decorations and a raven logo, the one most matching her school uniform. It seems she can potentially make some friends in here. It was one of the rare occasions, like the opening feast, that all Gryffindors were at their own table and no other house shared theirs. A lot of students had friends elsewhere and joined their tables occasionally. Harry was someone who changed tables quite often. He even befriended Hannah Abbott and joined Hufflepuff's table a few times too. Now he was calmly eating a lot of the foreign dishes, as if he knew beforehand which ones he would like. His fellow Gryffindors were less daring, yet on Harry recommending one or other dish, they just had to try it out. Harry had an amused grin on his face as he listened to Ron speak with his full mouth on how Krum greeted him. He exchanged nods with Victor soon after he entered the hall, and that moment just happened to be when Ron was shouting Krum's surname and looking in fascination towards him, while standing just in front of Harry. Harry never bothered to clean up this misunderstanding. He thought it was amusing, and wondered what would Victor say to his friend when they met. Daphne was eating while occasionally glancing towards her crush. Recently, she unknowingly began picking seats in such a way that she could see the boy by just lifting her head, that if she sat at Slytherin table. Often she just followed him along to whatever table Harry chose for the day. Unfortunately, she was not able to do so today. Damned school regulations. She was worried seeing so many of her male classmates just get glued to one particular French girl. Even when she felt something clash against her occlumency shields when looking at her, even Malfoy's defenses were seemingly broken. So she was worried that Harry would fall too. She knew he had very good occlumency skills. Yet Malfoy, being an heir, should have similar skills to her in this area, and he failed to resist. Perhaps it hit harder on the boys. Or Draco was just that, talentless in this area. Her worries intensified as she saw that French girl walking over to her Harry of all people. Amid her murderous stare, she saw more of those French students walking to various other tables. Soon one of them reached theirs. "Excuse me, do you have any bouillabaisse left? It's very well made, so we cleaned our table out of it." Slytherins were wary of foreign foods, mostly afraid of upsetting their stomachs and losing their image. Image was very important in the House of Snakes. Upon receiving permission, the French student quickly picked up a couple of plates of said dish and went back to his table. Daphne watched from afar to see that girl finally leaving Harry's side as she breathed out a sigh of relief she herself did not know she held in. So she just wanted a dish. Suddenly, she heard suppressed chuckles breaking through into a full laughter. Looking to her side, she saw Tracy with a grin on her face. In horror, she asked, "How long have you been watching me?" She knew her expressions earlier might have slipped through her occlumency poker face she usually maintained. Tracy took a moment to regain her composure and stop her laughter before meeting her bestie's eyes with a smirk on her face, all of it. "I wanted to ask if you tried any bouillabaisse, as it was really delicious, but seeing you in such deep concentration, I just couldn't break it, could I?" Daphne felt her cheeks heating up from embarrassment. Tracy was definitely going to bring this up for days now. The feast recently ended, and students were busy walking around, perhaps wanting to catch a conversation with some of the guests. Unfortunately for them, Karkaroff and Maxime announced they were tired from the journey and ushered their students back to the carriage and to the ship for some rest. Just from their looks, it was easy to tell that, while headmasters were indeed tired, students did not look quite as worn out. Perhaps it was exhaustion from operating the magical artifacts to reach this place. To not disturb other students' rest just for today, the castle doors were closed, and students forbidden from going outside. It was in fact quite late, so no one hardly complained. Soon, everyone just walked back to their dorms. What followed was exciting chats about the tournament and the foreign guests. Harry and Ron also had a quite long match of chess. Harry was seemingly coming up with better strategies every round, yet Ron still managed to squeeze out a victory in the end. Not long after most of the students were asleep, and Harry, as usual, was donning his cape of invisibility while walking up towards the 7th floor. Soon he reached the famous troll's dancing decoration and habitually walked 3 times around it. While thinking of the room he used last time, the magical room was smart enough to understand such short descriptions. The boy stopped in confusion as he realized he was already walking 4th time, yet the door still did not appear. He leaned against the wall, still hidden in the cloak as he took out Marauder's map to check his actual position. It was not beyond Weasley twins to make the 6th floor look the same as the 7th one. In a castle of moving staircases, it was usually hard to tell what floor you were on. Students mostly relied on common landmarks, like the portrait's titles to move around. Portraits themselves were not as useful as their inhabitants moved around all the time. Glancing at the map, he saw the 7th floor being empty, with a lonely Harry Potter dot in there. The boy was very confused. Just as he was about to put the map away, he saw another dot appear just where the room's door was supposed to appear. His heartbeat sped up in panic as he read the name Albus Dumbledore. Harry calmed down. He did cast a noise suppression spell before climbing here. His invisibility cloak was also great at hiding things, way superior than the cloaks he saw being sold in various magical stores. Still, he refrained from moving. The boy just remained leaning on the wall, yet his gaze moved to the side. He managed to see the room of requirements door outline disappearing, and one famous headmaster hummed as he walked past him, just arm's reach away. The old man was carrying a wooden chest, encrusted with jewels under his arm. A minute had passed, and one glance later Harry confirmed that the headmaster was already on the 5th floor. Only then, he let out a deep sigh of relief before going towards the room. He was blaming his own carelessness. If elves used the room, surely the headmaster was aware of it as well. He would have to check beforehand to see if the headmaster was somewhere in school before entering the room of requirements, and perhaps do the walk while wearing the cloak and further apart from the wall, just in case some elf or a student would suddenly leave. Curious, the boy changed his thinking to the room the headmaster was in. He assumed it would work, yet the door did not appear. Somewhat disappointed, he thought of room he used last time, and as familiar outline materialized on the wall he entered. Albus Dumbledore was walking down towards the Great Hall. Tonight he had to set up the Goblet of Fire and the Age ward around it. He was just back from his personal vault hole, Nundus heart secure in his pocket. Initially he felt as if he passed by someone on the 7th floor, yet expanding his magic sense he did not feel a thing. Perhaps his old age was getting him more paranoid. It must be, he mused. He always gets a bit nervous about onlookers when entering his vault. That one time he nearly butchered Ms. Norris when she happened to pass by. He chuckled at the use of room of requirements he discovered. Simply thinking of a room which can only be accessed by one who knew a password was a brilliant idea. Initially, he thought of simply making it accessible to only Albus Dumbledore, yet some testing with Polyjuice made him realize that with just a strand of hair, someone could become him, at least in body, and access the room. While a password was more secure, who would ever think about a combination of letters and numbers, even if they knew about the room? His vault in Gringotts was just for convenience sake, for ease of access like daily profit subscription fees. His real treasures, various magical beast parts, rare herbs, other alchemy ingredients, his personal library of rare books, even a dozen or so artifacts were secure in his vault in the room of requirements. Albus mused. He was getting artifacts out more often lately. Just a few years ago, he had to take out Mirror of Erised to hide the Philosopher's Stone. Now the mirror is back inside. Same for the remaining dust of Philosopher's Stone. He did not understand how exactly his mentor made it, as not even Fiendfire could swallow the remaining dust. At least the stone no longer worked after he crushed it to pieces. He opened the wooden chest he was carrying and pulled out the other artifact he took out today, Goblet of Fire, on the floor. Just for the simple reason that it was Britain's turn to hold the tournament, it was put in Hogwarts safekeeping. Hence, that's why he placed it in his vault, there was hardly a more secure place in school. Soon the age line was drawn, and he let out a yawn before walking towards the dungeons. He would pass the Nundu's heart to Severus before going back to sleep. Harry was busy inside the room, reading a book titled Warding for Dummies. The boy was not fond of the name, yet he could not find any other beginner-friendly books on warding in the school. The ward he was looking for was a simple surveillance ward, one that would trigger when any movement happened. He knew wards could easily be detected, especially for ancient monsters like Headmaster Dumbledore. Hence, he had an idea of applying it on Marauder's map, on the small circle where the Goblet of Fire's age wand was placed. In fact, he already applied the ward yesterday. Now he was simply reading over the section, looking for any mistakes, as he just felt he overlooked something. Suddenly, he could feel his pocket heating up. Unfolding it, he saw the words Albus Dumbledore appearing at the top. He glanced at Marauder's map, and surely, the headmaster just entered the circle, perhaps at the moment he was drawing the age ward or setting up the goblet. The parchment heat up again as words Albus Dumbledore appeared on top of the previous line, 7 and 8 overlapping. Harry facepalmed. His intuition was correct. He did make a mistake somewhere. He picked the book back up. Hopefully he could fix the overlapping words tonight, before others go to throw their names, before someone threw his name inside. He knew someone in school was Voldemort's minion, yet he did not know who. With this, he could at least narrow down the list of suspects. Another day arrived, and students started mixing up. Even some of the foreign guests wandered to other tables to strike up a conversation. Harry was sitting at Gryffindor's table. On his right sat Victor Krum, then a fascinated Ron just after him, followed by Hermione and Sue, who both also keenly listened to Krum's school stories with fascination. On Harry's left sat Daphne, followed by Tracy. Victor was just about done eating as he turned to Potter. "Harry, how about a duel? I have been curious about your skills ever since we teamed up during the riot." Harry smiled as he responded, "Sure, that sounds exciting." "Harry, but casting spells outside of classrooms and dorms is against school rules." Hermione was always there to remind of school regulations as needed, even though she herself broke dozens of them each year. Harry, meanwhile, just rolled his eyes. "I am sure we can find an empty classroom somewhere. Actually, the ship of my school has a few dueling arenas inside. Why won't we head there?" There seemed to be no better way to spend the day, as it was a day off without classes, to get along and befriend the foreign guests. The group was about to head off to Drumstang's ship as a melodious voice with a bit of a French accent interrupted them. "Dueling practice, can I join?" They all turned around to see Fleur de Lacquer shyly trying to join their dueling outing. Her father was a famous duelist in France, and he taught her well, so Fleur herself was quite a duelist. She was lurking nearby, wondering how to approach Victor and Harry. She was determined to try befriending at least one of them. "Of course." Ron was the first to puff up his chest and let her join the group. The rest rolled their eyes at Redhead's behavior. Clearly the allure was affecting him a lot. Soon the details were worked out. Harry, Victor, Fleur, and Sue would have a series of duels in Drumstang's ship. The rest simply followed as spectators. Both Harry and Sue were just fourth years. They knew their chances of winning were basically non-existent, yet they were excited, simply to experience foreign magics and see what they had to look forward to in the future. Fleur tagged along in fascination. As a part Vila, she could feel emotions of nearby creatures. The red-head boy was clearly head over heels deep in her allure, yet others were different. Sue was simply excited for the duel. Hermione was a bit upset, especially when glancing at Ron, but otherwise simply curious. Harry and Victor were a mystery. She simply did not know what they felt. She assumed they were either naturally gifted in the mind arts, or they practiced them a lot to even block this natural Vila ability. Daphne was clearly jealous of her, not of her beauty. She was clearly one outstanding girl herself, perhaps for the red-headed boy falling for her. No, she never glances his way. Ah, perhaps it's Harry. Tracy walking by her side was even more complicated to understand. She was seemingly amused, while occasionally glancing at her friend. Fleur pushed her thoughts aside as they finally arrived. She had to admit, the ship was as impressive as the magical Britain school. The inside was a lot bigger. Crumb led them along various corridors until finally he found one quite spacious and empty room that looked like a duel arena. All across the floor, ceiling and walls, there were magical inscriptions Ms. de Lacquer recognized on sight. In fact, there were a few rooms like that in her school back in France, even one such room in her own house, where her father trained her occasionally. It was quite an interesting array of runes, which prevented fatal and even severe wands from appearing. The magic of the receiver and the room itself taking the toll instead, which meant you would get very exhausted after a loss, but not otherwise harmed. Perhaps a few non-shallow skin wounds or broken eardrums at most, nothing a few spells couldn't fix in a minute. After a simple coin toss, it was determined that Sue and Fleur would go first. Sue excitedly walked towards the arena and bowed to her opponent. She knew her chances of winning were very slim, perhaps non-existent even. Still, she wanted to know what levels she needed to reach to approach the World Dueling Championships. Being an avid dueling fan, she knew Fleur almost won the tournament just last year. Another nut toss, and both girls focused on the falling coin. Soon, they both started running in circles, while various spells were swooshing all over the place. Fleur had to admit, Sue was very good for her age, almost as good as she was in her 4th year, which was quite an achievement. After all, the world dueling champion tutored her at home. Upon more thought, she realized that one of the world dueling champions, Phileas Filtwick, was a professor here at Hogwarts and head of Sue's house to boot. Perhaps he taught the girl a thing or two as well. Fleur smiled as she upped her speed, holding back less. She was still limiting herself to 4th year's spells, at least what was covered at her school. Yet her speed increased tremendously, not long after Sue was hit by a stunner and collapsed on the floor. As Fleur undid her stunner, the girls chatted about the dueling. It was mostly Sue asking how she learned, and if Britain had even been to World Championship finals in recent years. The girls seemingly got along surprisingly well. Fleur was happy as it seemed that she finally made a friend. She hoped Sue's partner or future partner, if she was still single, would resist her allure somewhat, or at least Sue would stay understanding and not break their friendship over jealousy. It had happened quite a few times in the past for the French girl. Soon all conversation paused as everyone in the room focused on the pair of black-haired boys in the center of the arena. The atmosphere somehow got a bit tense, and as soon as the nut touched the ground, their bodies moved with immense speed, wand waving so fast, sometimes only a flicker could be seen. Fleur's pupil unknowingly stretched vertically, another Vila instinct which allowed her to see the fight better. No longer were there any blurs. She had to admit both of them were good. She even wondered why she never saw Victor in an international dueling championship. Then she remembered that no one actually knew which country Durmstrang was in. Being seekers, they both had a build for speed. Various beams flew around. Initially only red-colored ones, stunners. Yet soon Victor started weaving other spells, a bit of dark magic ones in fact. Durmstrang never participated in World Dueling Tournament. Their dueling was more suited to be called fighting. It clearly broke a ton of rules. The only rule they had was a ban on Avada Kedavra. Other spells were deemed safe, as they did not kill in an instant. Not being tied to a specific country allowed Durmstrang to stay in the gray area regarding rules and regulations. Hermione's face paled as she saw various dark green-colored blobs miss and hit the floor, and the floor slowly melting with smoke rising out, as if it was hit by some highly acidic substance. She was glad that spectators were under a sort of ward. There was seemingly a layer of glass between them and the duel, which solidified as soon as the duel began. To her amazement, Harry was perfectly dodging every spell, and he too somehow returned back the same dark green shots, forcing Crumb to dodge. Clearly, that particular spell was quite effective at taking down the shields. "I see you put that book to good use, Harry," Victor grinned. He was happy to find a fresh partner for dueling practice. He had to admit, Potter was great, perhaps even better than him. At dodging, that is, his magical spell power was somewhat lacking. The boy clearly had clever uses of spells. that he could tell of various floorboards being transfigured to life, and trying to trip him as he dodged various double shots of dark magic with an occasional stunner mixed in. Victor decided to exploit the boy's lack of firepower. He stopped shooting his own spells, just dodging, and soon a complicated shield rose in the air around him, a solid one, as if made from rocks. Harry tried his best to bring it down, yet no spell he knew left more than a dent in it. He knew he would get through the thing with time. Yet he knew Victor was probably up to something inside. The boy switched to slower, yet more powerful spells, bone crushers. They worked somewhat better, yet before the dome fell apart it disappeared in dark green particles. He knew that whatever Victor was preparing would come his way soon. Various floorboards rose in a circle to shield the boy as he cast a few layers of shields, all varieties he knew so far. Victor's wand rose high in the air as a single dark green blob shot out. It grew in a horizontal line as if a slash by a sword. Harry furrowed his brows. He recognized it as a severing curse, yet how come it was so enormous? Daphne felt color drain from her face as she saw that humongous spell heading towards Harry, yet she soon regained her composure. The wards around the arena were quite standard and used worldwide. As a pureblood heir, she knew how they worked and understood Harry was not in mortal danger. Yet still it was hard to keep her heart from beating faster. Harry could only watch in frustration as all the shields protecting him fell apart one after the other. He could not even resort to dodging. The curse seemingly grew in size. Now stretching to arena ends, there was nowhere to dodge. Harry braced for impact, yet it never came. Victor canceled the spell just after leaving a very clean cut on top of his nose, or perhaps it was the wards. Harry felt his magic drain a significant amount. He thanked Victor for the duel as the duo discussed what happened. Harry had to admit, while he trained his dodging speeds quite well as their versatility, his spell power was not as good as it could be. Victor promised to teach him about overcharging spells, yet warned that it took a lot of time to do so, especially in a duel. He also suggested Harry work on his shields before that. It was possible to strengthen shields by pouring more magic inside. Crumb also admitted that his dome was an earth elemental shield. Using other elemental spells would be most efficient in breaking it down, and while Earth's shield was a great defense, it would only be fast to cast if Harry had sufficient affinity to that element. Harry was thankful for all the tips. He realized he had so much more to learn, as well as wondering, would Room of Requirements have any books on elemental magic? If not, he did remember seeing a few books about it in the Black's library. He decided to ask Sirius about it later and focused on the upcoming fight instead. Soon the boy was back in the spectator zone, watching the finale of their small tournament. No one was surprised that both Sue and Harry lost. It was inevitable as they were only fourth years, and also given the fact that both other schools actually had dueling as a regular class. In fact, the surprise came that they lasted that long, especially Harry, who essentially only lost as he had no way of countering whatever Victor had unleashed. As Fleur and V. Eichter stared at the coin, the room took a more ominous atmosphere as they all gazed at the arena with interest. Well, except Ron, he was somehow conflicted if he should support his favorite seeker or the villa from which he could hardly peel his eyes off. Still, Tracy cheers for Victor seemingly brought him out of confusion, and he too gazed at the Quidditch star. The nut hit the ground once again, for the final time for this day, as both Crumb and Fleur just blurred out of sight. It was hard to make sense of what was happening, various spells and jinxes flying around all other the room. Before long, the familiar Earth Dome appeared around Crumb, and Harry watched with anticipation. He wondered how exactly Beauxbaton's champion would deal with this unfamiliar spell for him. Fleur, having seen the previous duel, knew exactly what Victor was up to. Unfortunately, Earth shields were famously hard to break, and she was most attuned to wind elemental magic, quite a bad matchup against Earth. Still, the girls smiled and started singing. Harry could feel his eyelids growing heavy, yet a moment later the barrier pulsed, and he could suddenly no longer hear the noise from inside where the fight took place. Glancing inside as the smoke subsided, he could see Victor out of his dome, unleashing the same cutter curse he saw before. His eardrums bled. Perhaps he temporarily poked his eardrums just to prevent falling asleep. Looking at Fleur, she was seemingly drawing runes on the floor. Harry recognized about a quarter of them, releasing she was actually setting up a ward mid-duel. Her singing seemingly stopped as soon as she saw the condition of Victor's ears. Soon the familiar enormous spell blade sped up towards the French girl. Yet Fleur just sat on the rune circle she had finished drawing just moments ago. A transparent barrier appeared around her, blocking the spell until it harmlessly disappeared onto the floor. Victor gritted his teeth, about to go for another round. Yet unknowingly to him, a small rock hit the wand in his hand, and a large wind rose up and blew it towards the girl. As the barrier was finally dismissed, Harry could hear the Partvila's words. "Good duel, Victor. Yet losing your ability to hear in such a barbaric way was not the best idea." Victor seemingly understood from just her lip movement as he grumbled and cast a spell to heal his ears. "Agreed. I should have transfigured them away temporarily. Who knew you would throw a regular rock around before canceling the spell? I did not feel the magic then, yet the applied force remained." Fleur smirked. "Well, that is one way to do it. You could also impact my ability to sing, perhaps rising a cloud of dust to make me cough." She extended her thin arm, giving his wand back. Victor grabbed, then shook hands with the girl. "That makes sense. That was a great duel, thank you, Fleur. Let's duel again on the next occasion." "Sure." Fleur's smile looked very fascinating. Suddenly, a loud bump was heard back in the spectators' area. Curious glances looked there only to see Ron lying on the floor, while Hermione glanced at them, her wand in her hand. Sorry, he was about to jump at Fleur, so I just had to stop him. Harry chuckled, soon followed by others as laughter broke out. It looks he would get to know foreign Triwizard champions better this time around. Harry Potter was doing the final checks on the complex runic circle on the floor. He breathed out, determined to try it this time. He checked and rechecked the runes over and over. Surely the ritual should work. He placed his wand and pocket trunk on the floor. As well as changing from his usual self-cleaning clothes to Muggle ones, magical items can interfere with rituals, leading to unexpected outcomes and weird side effects. The boy was not taking any chances. Sitting cross-legged like a monk, he started chanting in a quiet murmur. One by one runes lit up in an eerie cyan glow. It took exactly 7 minutes for Harry to finish the chant, the blue glow intensifying each moment. Then, after his final words, the light shot towards him as he grunted and fell to the floor, clutching his head. A curse left the boy's lips as his pained expression eased, until eventually he got up from the floor. His eyes opened, still glowing in the same cyan light the runes had been, yet it was getting dimmer by the second, and soon his eyes were looking normal again. A few blinks later, the boy smiled. The world seemed quite slower in his vision. It seems the ritual was a success. The boy got up and cleaned up the remains of chalk on the floor before heading towards the long parchment near Marauder's map. Tomorrow was the final draw. If someone was going to drop his name in it, either already happened or will happen tonight. His eyes scrolled through the parchment, reading with blazing speed. There were not that many entries, and so far, based on past days, most of them looked legitimate. They only spent a few minutes inside, likely just dropping their own names in before leaving the ward. There were some who took tens of minutes, which the boy took note of. If no one more suspicious appeared, he would be forced to investigate them one by one. Finding no one new, the boy put down the parchment in disappointment, then glanced at the Marauder's map. Just in case, he quickly noticed a lonely dot approaching the Great Hall, Bartemius Crouch. The boy shrugged his shoulders. As the head of the Department of International Affairs, Crouch was probably just inspecting the cup or something. Initially it seemed weird he was doing that in the middle of the night. But then again, international affairs. Perhaps he was used to living in weird time zones across the globe. Harry put the map down and went to test his improved reflexes against dummies. Harry watched with a smirk as the dummies slowly maneuvered before launching spells. He was finding them easy, in fact, too easy. Perhaps he should ask room for a better challenge. Seemingly agreeing to his thoughts, the room morphed once again. The dummies were gone. The arena got smaller. In the center, there was now a fancy-looking suit of armor just standing here. Curious, the boy went closer, yet just a few steps away from the armor it moved. It felt like a flash in the boy's eyes. He could see it, yet his body was barely able to dodge, just by a hair's breadth. Then it happened again, and again. Harry's eyes were in full focus, yet his body hardly kept up. He barely managed to cast a curse at the armor, the same curse with corrosive properties he learned from Crumb's schoolbook. Dummies practically melted under this curse, yet the suit of armor, there was not even a scratch. Harry cursed as the dodging dance continued. What felt like hours later, the exhausted Gryffindor slumped to the floor, too tired to move anymore. Luckily for him, the armor did not actually hurt him physically. The few hits he got did hurt a ton, yet they mostly just pushed him out of the bounds of the arena where armor stood. The few scratches he got were quite simple to heal. Harry was in fact happy to finally practice some of the healing spells he read about in books. All tired and sweaty, he asked the room for a shower, and after freshening up was about to head back to his room. Glancing at Marauder's map, he could see all the dots were still. It was in fact quite later. Most people were probably sleeping, until he saw a moving dot Barty Crouch. Curious, the boy glanced at his parchment. It has gotten significantly longer than last time. It seems like Crouch spent a few hours at the cup. Harry furrowed his brow. The old man was a known wizard, somewhat cruel, yet he always fought against dark lords and their followers. Perhaps that was a mask all along. Was he in fact one of Voldemort's lackeys? Harry glanced at the map, where the moving dot finally slowed down. It was inside Alastor Moody's office near his classroom, yet the former Auror was nowhere to be seen. Harry put the map into his pocket. He would worry about this tomorrow, or better to say later today. It was after all way past midnight. He was too tired now to think about this. Another day arrived as Harry walked into the great hall with slow steps. He did not like this day. It was today his name would be drawn from the cup, and a lot of people would look at him with jealousy and disdain. The whole situation of being the fourth champions did not help one bit. Other schools also disdained him for such. The boy sat down at his usual spot on Gryffindor's table, not long after Ron and Hermione sat by his side. It was another of those days that no sitting at other tables rule was enforced, which did not make any sense to the boy. They were drawing Hogwarts champion from the cup, not choosing which house was superior in any way. His friends were still discussing what they had seen inside Beauxbaton's carriage. Fleur was kind enough to give them a tour just the previous day. Just day later after Victor did the same for Durmstrang's ship, shoving all there was to see, and not only the dueling arenas. Harry had to admit, it was nice to see Fleur and Victor getting along. Sure, they got along decently during his initial time around, but now they seemed closer, like real friends. He got closer to them as well, but today he could hardly think about other stuff. All his thoughts were on upcoming selection. The rest of the feast passed like a blur of memories, and finally his dreaded moment arrived. 3 champions were chosen, yet the cup still stirred with magic, and an additional piece of parchment was spat out right into the headmaster's hands. Harry Potter. Amid the murmurs and noises, Harry silently walked towards the champion's room. There was no point in arguing if he placed his name inside, or not even if he were to do so. The fault was in fact Dumbledore's for not placing sufficient protections around the cup. Surely it would be simple to just burn the parchments of anyone under 17. Harry just told a short no for headmaster's inquiry before joining the other champions in the small room. Hi, Harry. Morning, Harry. Hello, Fleur, Victor, Cedric. Cedric just stood there confused. He just spoke with other champions for the first time, and Potter seemingly was buddies with them for ages. Sweet voice of MS Delacour broke his confusion. Are they expecting us to come out or something? How come you are here? Harry looked briefly at his feet, showing his embarrassment. It seems there was an error with the cup. I was chosen as a champion as well. Silence followed as fellow champions processed his words. The silence was interrupted by clamor of footsteps as all headmasters, Severus Snape and Alastor Moody, entered the room. Harry felt multiple probes on his mind shields, which hardly required his effort at defending. Curiously glancing around, he saw Karkaroff frowning. Clearly, the foreign headmaster was not aware of his occlumency skills. "Did you enter your name into the cup or ask anyone to do so, Potter?" Surprisingly, it was Severus Snape who started his questioning this time around. Harry was not going to submit so easily this time. This was hardly his fault. He met his least liked professor's eyes head on, as if mocking him to try wandless mind attacks again. "I did not, but why am I even questioned? Should you not ask the headmaster there as to why he even left the loophole of allowing someone to drop someone else's name?" Harry held back his smirk as he saw other headmasters turn their fury towards Dumbledore. Clearly, they were not informed of this mechanic. Dumbledore looked ashamed, or faked the look. It was hard to tell. "I am sorry, it is my fault. I must be getting forgetful with age. But Igor, a limp. Surely you do not expect a 4th year from Hogwarts to do better than your 7th years." Madame Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff exchanged a glance. It did not seem likely for that to happen. And even if it did, the boy was Harry Potter. Him winning would not hurt their school's fame in any way. It was even better if they won. Winning against the legendary boy who lived would bring more attention to the schools. Alastor's voice sounded to further appease their rage. "Perhaps we should worry more of who placed the boy's name inside. Perhaps it was out of rage, in hopes of boy's death." A long discussion followed. Eventually, Harry was accepted as 4th champion, at least by important people. The explanation of rules and other things continued for a while. Near the end, Harry was feeling glad it was finally getting over. Yet something different happened from last time. Dumbledore caught his gaze before he could leave. "I would be glad if you could follow me to my office. You being an underage wizard in a competition declared for adults of age causes some complications I believe you should be aware of." He turned his head towards the potion's master. "You two tag along. Severus, I might need your expertise on some fields." Harry followed the archwizard with heavy steps, inwardly hopping. He could somehow survive the encounter without resetting the loop once again. "So, do you think Harry did it? He thought his fame was not enough." A somewhat upset voice of Ron sounded in Gryffindor's common room. Fred was mimicking Ron's expression behind him, while George was keeping a beware of idiots signs, pointing arrows to both of his brothers, of course. This was all behind the youngest Weasley boy's back. Hermione had a hard time keeping her laugh in, yet she did need to bring some sense to her friend. "Ron, why would you think Harry would do that? Also remember his duel with Crumb. Do you think you of all people would be able to fight on their level? I admit I would not be able to do that." Ron seemed to kind of get it, yet his pout still remained. "Of course, I am not as great as the boy who lived. But why would he even enter and prevent others, like Fred or George, from taking the glory?" The twins exchanged a glance behind their backs. One of the signs slowly turned, now pointing to George rather than Ron. Ginny, who sat in the armchair to the side of Ron's one, could not stop her laughter anymore. After a minute of laughter, she noticed Ron did not glance her way, yet looking to the side she saw some upperclassmen who were rolling on the floor from laughter. She understood that they must have put a privacy charm around this part of the room to enjoy the show. "Ronald Weasley, if you actually thought for a moment, you should realize that Harry is the 4th champion. I even overheard teachers saying that a 4th school was written of the parchment. If you so wished to participate, all you had to do is write a 5th school on parchment and ask an upperclassman to drop it in for you." Ron seemed deaf to her reason as he finally glanced around and noticed the laughing Gryffindors, his sister even. Turning around, he saw the signs pointing to him and 2 sheepish grins from his brothers. Cursing, he went to his room. As laughter subsided, it seemed party preparations were underway one way or another. Harry was a champion now, a Gryffindor champion. Of course, fellow Gryffs wanted to celebrate. "Lemon drops?" Dumbledore offered his bowl of lemon drops that looked freshly made for the nth time this evening. Harry was first annoyed by the headmaster's hospitality and was even becoming suspicious of them. Who knows what he put inside? The talk about him becoming an aged wizard dragged on long enough. Sure, he did learn various things he never knew, like he could become head of House Potter, gain a Wisengamot seat, access to Potter bank accounts, other accounts than the heir's trust vault. He never even knew those existed. Yet last hour was dragging in circles, repeating things, and Albus was offering candies, tea, and various other food with increasing frequency. He had to admit he was hungry, haven't eaten for a while, yet he preferred eating twins' tampered food with pranks inside than whatever headmaster made for him. Suddenly he realized their speech stopped a whole minute ago. Quickly glancing, he could see headmaster and Snape with their gazes locked, until they both turned to him. "Thank you for explanation, headmaster, professor, yet it is getting late. I am afraid I must leave now." Harry slowly got up and tried to leave the office, yet the door was locked. He gripped his wand in his pocket and turned around. "Headmaster, could you unlock the door?" Albus chuckled. "Yes, Harry, I could unlock it, but I believe we still have some things to discuss, do we not? I believe it's about time the potion would start working, and I have some questions for both of you." Severus quickly got his wand out. They stood there in a triangle, seemingly wary of each other. Only the headmaster was relaxed, his wand still nowhere to be seen. "This is not what we discussed. And when exactly did you administer the potion to me?" Now, do not worry, Severus. Your oath determines your alignment depending on the alignment of the oath's target, does it not? You realize that if the target's alignment is in doubt, yours is as well." Harry's eyes darted between the two grown-ups. He knew he had no chance, but he would not be going down without a fight. But still, what potion they were talking about? He was sure he never ate a bite since the Great Hall. Unless the air in the office was quite heavy for the past hour. Snape seemed to realize it too. "You senile fool, I'm getting out of this farce." Dumbledore chuckled again. It was his office. No way either of them was leaving before he allowed it. Seemingly out of nowhere, all the furniture in the room started coming to life, turning towards the duo. Dumbledore was surprised to see Harry dodge his sneak attack, but his relaxation never ceased. The boy was not skilled enough to dodge all of his arsenal in the office. He only dodged a single chair. All other things were on to Severus, as he had to admit. That man was dangerous. Severus was already bound in place, his wand placed on the table. As all the remaining furniture, every book, every quill turned against the boy, he could hardly resist. He tried casting some burning spells in panic as well as shields. Yet it proved useless. The fire was out, as if the air itself pushed oxygen out of its way. The shields did not block a thing. They were meant for spells, not animated furniture. He could not even resort to transfiguration, as seemingly everything in the office was already under the headmaster's transfiguration control in some way. Now the boy was bound as well. He was looking at his capturer with a deadpan look. He could now only pray the loop would not reset again. Snape almost spat at his employer. "If I was on the dark side, how would you trust the potions I brewed for you?" Albus stopped, seemingly in thought. "Good point, my boy. I vaporized it and guided it to you too with magic, while keeping a protective air layer around me. I never considered seeing if it works or not." He looked at Severus. "How about this? Would you tell me how come your cape is behaving so weirdly all the time? Did you train to walk in such a way, or is it a spell?" Dumbledore's glasses twinkled. It's like he already guessed the answer a long time ago, but still seeing Severus admit it would prove the potion was working. Potion's master tried hard to keep his mouth shut, yet could not resist answering in the end. "It's another of my spell inventions." His cheeks were redder as if in shame. Then he turned his furious look to Albus. "And if I was in fact on dark side, I would have said the same even if potion was fake." Dumbledore rubbed his beard. "That seems to be true. Perhaps I should test it myself." He opened a nearby drawer and took out a bezoar. It was somewhat shiny-looking. Headmaster chuckled, seeing Snape's eyes widen in recognition. Yes, it was from the rare goat-like magical creature, a Greek demon, that worked against all poisons, well, all that have been tested so far. Then he took out a nearly empty vial from his pocket and dropped the final drops into his mouth. Hmm, would be better if it tasted like lemon. Go ahead, Severus. The honor is yours. Snape had a scowl on his face as he pondered for just a minute. He knew a lot of things about the headmaster, but there was indeed one curiosity sitting on the back of his mind for the past week. Where did that Nundu heart come from? I never saw you leave the school, and such well-preserved ingredients certainly require special storage conditions. Dumbledore grumbled. He really did not want to disclose his vault. His eyes turned towards the golden bezoar, just as his hand was about to touch it. Snape's mocking voice resounded. Don't bother, this variation of Veritaserum is not in fact poisonous. Even that bezoard would not help against it. I am sad to see you waste such a rarity. Albus seemingly gave up and started telling his tale. There's this room on the 7th floor, believed to be built by Rowena herself. And the password is Fox the Phoenix 123 F. Falkes. Harry was shocked to hear such a use for the chamber. Even more to actually see Albus blushing so hard. Surely that password was a weird one. Eckhum, where was I? It seems the potion is working fine. Now Harry James Potter. He glanced at Harry, his expression back to stern, cold look as if in interrogation. Or it was indeed an interrogation. Have you always been Harry Potter? What is your relation to Voldemort or Tom Riddle? Yes, I have been for as long as I can remember. The only relation is the scar as far as I know. But it could be that the scar took over, or your memories were erased. What do you mean, headmaster? Ah, you know, Harry, in your scar there is a piece of Tom Riddle's soul hidden, like the diary had one. Dumbledore put his hand over his mouth. He forgot the potion did not fade from his system fully yet. Harry was just staring wide-eyed. He did not know that. You were not supposed to know that. Did you know this before? When was the last time you felt anything about the scar? No, I am hearing this only now. Last time my scar hurt was at the Quidditch Cup, when the death mark appeared in the sky. Dumbledore then cast a few complex charms with his wand, seemingly inspecting the boy. It seems his mind is not tampered, and there's no spells affecting him. Severus turned to the headmaster. I believe that clears both of us. Not so, Severus. You see, it could be he has joined his side, being unaware of the scar. Did you, Harry? Given the chance, would you abandon your friends just to get anything for yourself, be it money or power or anything else? No, I would never join Voldemort's side or abandon my friends. Well, that is unless they abandon me first. Focus seemingly returned to the boy's eyes as he stopped his mindless answering. With a shaky voice he added, Headmaster, what do I need to do to remove that soul fragment from me? I assume it's nothing healthy for me. I guess you truly are Harry, my boy, just different, way different. Dumbledore's voice regained its grandfatherly warmth. Then he did a pause, nodding that he did not feel compelled to answer anymore. I am afraid I do not know how, but I cannot deny the possibility that such a method exists. The chairs morphed, and both Harry and Severus found themselves free again. They picked their wands, pointing them at the headmaster. I am sorry for my behavior. You truly need to be careful against the dark side. The duo grumbled at the same time. They held their grudges, yet realized that chances of taking the archwizard down were almost non-existent, especially in this room. Now, Harry, take a seat, you too, Severus. I believe it is time we tell him the full story and the prophecy as well. Severus shot a stern glare towards Albus. Not to worry, Severus. You yourself saw how good his occlumency is. I believe he is one of the few ones capable of shielding against him. Now that we have determined he is not possessed by the Dark Lord, his occlumency skills can only assure us he won't leak the secret. I already shared too much tonight. I might as well share the full story. He turned back to his guests. Now any tea? Snacks? At least he had the courtesy to refrain from offering lemon drops again. Severus and Harry exchanged a glance. No way were they eating anything the headmaster offered. Harry was sure he would research that air filter around the body spell, as well various spells to check for poisons and other harmful substances. Hearing his stomach grumbling, Harry murmured the name of the kitchen elf and asked for some snacks, blatantly choosing to ignore the headmaster's offer. It was getting late as Harry was slowly walking towards the common room. He knew a feast awaited, so he was slow on purpose, to have more time to organize his thoughts, as well as wasting final minutes until the damned Snape's brewing left his system. It appears Voldemort ruined his life by killing his parents due to some stupid, self-fulfilling prophecy. Who would have thought? Now, even if he escapes the time loop, his life would not end well. He had a piece of Dark Lord's soul inside him, not to mention the stupid prophecy said only one of them could live. Not even Archwizard Dumbledore knew how to destroy the fragment without killing him. The best he knew of is that Avada Kedavra would just claim one soul, which will likely be a fragment as it's weaker than his soul. But he was not certain. Albus admitted there was a chance it would kill Harry and Voldemort's soul would just take over his body in that case. They boy-sighed just before the portrait of the fat lady. It seems now he had even more things to resolve before even trying to resolve the time loop. There's no way he was going to escape with a piece of Voldemort inside him. And who knows how many items like diaries the Dark Lord even had. Dumbledore suspected it was 3 or 7 in total. Any more soul splitting would be disastrous for the soul, and Tom Riddle did fancy magic numbers. It was definitely more than just the diary, as with just a single split, the soul would not be that weak to shatter a piece into the boy's scar. The other interesting bit of information was that Voldemort himself seemingly did not know of the accidental fragment inside Potter. Harry pushed the sad thoughts aside. It's not like worrying would help resolve his problems. He needed to learn more until he found some solutions. But now it was time to relax after a stressful day. He had a feast to celebrate. As soon as Portrait slid open, he could hear various shouts of congratulations towards him, his worries pushed to the corner of his mind. A smile spread on his face as he joined the fun and celebrations. Harry Potter read his ward entries with his brows furrowed. After seeing the weird behavior of Bartemius Crouch on the Marauder's map, he moved his tracking ward to monitor the whole castle, but only writing down entries for Bartemius Crouch and Aleister Moody. The results were very fascinating. Apparently, Aleister Moody never was in the school for the whole week, not even when Harry was having his own class. Bartemius Crouch was there in his place instead. Still, Harry was now reviewing his ward once again for some reason. For a few periods of time, the map showed 2 entries for Bartemius Crouch, as if he was in 2 separate places at once, as well as random disappearances of Bartemius Crouch for a couple of minutes every day, even though a minute before and minute after he was in the classroom of Aleister Moody. Harry knew apparition and portkeys were disabled within school wards, but clearly the Triwizard Champion Cup was a portkey. Perhaps there was a way past the wards. It could also happen that there was a fireplace in his office. It was a puzzling situation, still something to take his mind off the knowledge he obtained just a few weeks ago, that he had a piece of Voldemort in his head. Well, his scar, but still, ever since then he felt kind of dirty. Over the past weeks, Harry had cut off a lot of activities from his usual training schedule, rather focusing on reading about souls and soul magic. Alas, there were only so many books on the subjects, and none mentioned anything remotely close to his situation. Dumbledore himself was helpless about it as well. Since the diary got destroyed after getting stabbed with a basilisk fang, he even admitted on lightly picking the boy's forehead with the fang when Harry was unconscious in the hospital, alas. Analyzing spells showed that Harry would die first, before the venom would affect either his or Voldemort's souls. Good thing Fawkes was nearby to shed a tear and neutralize the venom one more time. Black Family Library was another lead, yet there were so many books in there. Sirius with Dobbies were in fact organizing the library there, but they did not find any books about souls yet. Well, other than a few classical titles that were present in school. The library had a lot of charms which prevented book damage, as well as searching for a particular phrase in books with magic, which also complicated the organizing process. Seeing as it was getting quite late, the boy exited the room of requirements and made his way back to the dorm. Now he too used a password for entering the room of requirements. Sure, the chances of another student asking for the same room he was in were very slim, yet non-zero, especially since requests like the room which Harry Potter just entered or left would work. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's vault was cleaned empty. Harry had to admit he was curious about it and tried going inside once, only to see a near-empty room with Severus Snape, who was collecting last bits of Egyptian mummy ashes. After an unpleasant conversation with the greasy-haired bat and a large amount of lost points, along with detention, he learned that Dumbledore moved everything to another instance of Room of Requirements, with a different password perhaps. Snape was allowed to collect whatever remains that there were, basically just some scraps useful for potions, that were somewhat spell-resistant and troublesome to move by wand. Harry sighed as he closed his eyes to sleep. He read all he could find about souls, and yet his newest problem remained. At least tomorrow was a weekend, and Victor promised to teach him about elemental magic, perhaps that would take his mind off and let him rest for a bit. It was a beautiful weekend. Hagrid was feeding various magical creatures in the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest while humming with a happy tune. He sure did love his job. Soon he was pouring the food for the school cows. Hogwarts was one of the few magical schools that was self-sustaining. All the ingredients for the daily meals at school came from Hogwarts grounds. There were a lot of greenhouses with various vegetables, a few fields of crops in a more secluded and warded corner of the Forbidden Forest, and of course, various magical and regular animals for sources of meat, milk, eggs, and other animal products. The half-giant was a bit sad of the bunch of new students arriving. It meant that more animals had to be butchered to sustain the daily meals. But that is simply the way of life. With less competition for food, their population would recover eventually after schools left. Suddenly, Hagrid quickly turned around. He heard something moving not so far away, something that should not be there. It was after all a warded region of Forbidden Forest. Not many people even knew of this place. Fishing for his binoculars in the deep giant pocket, the half-giant soon brought them to his eyes and zoomed in. It was a magical device, which helped him observe magical creatures better, as some were quite shy upon even humans arriving, never mind a large man like him. Familiarly operating the device with great precision, a surprising feat given his large fingers, which were simply not meant for precise actions. He finally found what he was looking for, a trio of humans walking quite close to the wards. One of them was his dear friend, whom he shared tea with just a few days ago, Harry Potter. With him walked two other champions, Fleur de Lacquer and Victor Crumb. "Blimey, what is Harry doing there?" Hagrid's deep voice echoed in the woods. A few nearby chickens got startled and hurried away from the half-giant. He clutched a special umbrella in his other pocket, one he always kept nearby, one that made his confidence higher. If Harry was in trouble, he would try to save him. He knew that Fleur's girl was not fully human, just like him. While one of his parents was a giant, one of hers was a Vila. Vilas were known for seducing men and abusing their allure to turn them to slaves. Still, Hagrid spent more time looking at the trio. They seemed to be casually chatting, occasionally laughing. Seemingly nothing dangerous was happening. Looking from their walk direction, it was not a dangerous part of the forest. Not that there were many, in fact, dangerous creatures at all. Perhaps Aragog might be a bit aggressive on new faces, but he did remind him about Harry since their last visit. The half-giant's expression relaxed. Surely, one cannot believe the rumors, like the ones of giants being unreasonably aggressive, perhaps just like him. Fleur was more human than it seemed. His thought trailing to half-humans, he suddenly realized. He was supposed to meet Ms. Maxime this evening. He would show her the various magical creatures from school, perhaps even the dragons that were brought for the tournament, and Sphinx, and other cool creatures. Cheeks slightly flushed, he rushed back to his hut to dress up more as his heart beated faster than usual. It was not every day you could meet a woman of his size. "Okay, we can stop here. It seems quiet enough." Victor looked around an empty meadow. There were a bunch of trees, yet it was oddly quiet. "It seems like a nice place." Fleur similarly glanced around, her eyes gleaming as if she recognized something. "Of course. There's a strong repelling ward on magical creatures in this place. The school must be using the nearby forest for something." Harry's eyes slightly widened. He did have an odd feeling on his magic sense, so it was because of this. Then he turned to his friends. "So what should I do?" First, it would be good to determine your element. Most people excel at one, perhaps two, and focusing on it is better as it would be easier with the spells being stronger. Fleur nodded and added her words. And usually you're quite bad at your opposite element, so while you can learn all the other ones with some effort, your weakest element would always be somewhat mediocre. As Fleur said, now to start, you must send out your magic and try to manifest an element out of thin air. Victor waved his hand as particles seemingly condensed in mid-air, and a small rock started floating in his hand. I heard British wizards almost entirely abandoned wandless practice. Sure, you can never achieve amazing feats, like with a wand, but it's a wonderful way to practice. His eyes glinted as he looked straight into Green Harry's eyes. I know you can do some wandless magic. I noticed during our fights together. It sounds so similar to how we learn at Beauxbatons, yet a bit different. Fleur picked up her wand and murmured a short spell. Then a small whirl of wind seemingly appeared in her hand. In our school, we use wands for practicing, in addition to visualizing what we want to achieve. You can try that too, Harry, well, unless you have aphantasia, but then simply recalling a memory of an element should work too. Fleur passed the boy a short parchment. On it, the names of 4 main elements were written in runes. Harry thanked both of his friends and closed his eyes to focus. He silently murmured each of the 4 words, while visualizing the elements and sending his magic to his palm. After opening his eyes, he could see a small fireball and blue ball of water slowly circling each other on his palm. There was also a barely noticeable wind spinning, and some dust on the palm as well. Does this mean I am most compatible with fire and water? Both of his friends looked surprised. Yes, it seems so, Harry. Gryffindor is famous for producing wizards with great control of fire like Albus Dumbledore himself. But water is its opposite, quite a rare combination. Rare indeed, yet seeing you don't have a matching element with me or Victor, we would not be able to teach you much. Victor sadly nodded his head. We can teach you the spells, but based on the presence of other elements on your palm, you would be better using levitation to lift a rock rather than elemental magic to form one. I see. Thank you anyways. If Gryffindor is on fire, perhaps you know which house uses water. Yes, we covered this during the first few years of magical history. After hearing your stories of Professor Binns, I understand you might have gaps in your knowledge. Gryffindor is fire, Ravenclaw is air, Hufflepuff earth, while Slytherin is water. Harry's face paled. He was reminded of the day the Sorting Hat assigned him to his house, offered him another house initially, and of the uncomfortable connection with the Dark Lord he shared. His friends noticed his downcast face. Do not worry, Harry. While I cannot teach you much more, I would certainly be able to give you a book on the subject. Fleur nodded her head, indicating she would do the same. Harry nodded back as a smile spread on his face. So why did we go to the forest again? This did not seem dangerous at all. Why the need for secrecy? Fleur turned towards the older boy with a questioning gaze. Victor, I do remember you insisting we go here rather than some unused classroom. Victor's cheeks reddened as he looked away from the duo. I just wanted to walk in the forest. You see, I have never been to a magical forest before. All those plants are fascinating to see. I am a bit sad we saw no creatures, though. A laughter brought out in the meadow. After calming down, Harry smiled at his friends. I could give you a tour of the outskirts. We have centaurs, unicorns, giant spiders, thistrals, and other magical beasts. How about a fly around the perimeter on a hippogriff's back, for starters? Crumb's eyes gleamed. Flying was one of his favorite things to do. In fact, he never rode a magical beast. I am in. He then glanced at Fleur. How about you? Not afraid of heights, I hope. Ms. Delacour chuckled. Oh, please, my main element is wind. I should be asking you the same, Mr. Rockseeker. More laughter followed, and soon the trio walked out of the meadow. It did not take long for them to find a group of hippogriffs and following Harry's explanation on how to approach them. Along with a few apple bribes, they were soon flying around the castle grounds. Harry did not even notice as his worries were finally pushed to the back of his mind, and he had a great day to relax. It was yet again a common day in Slytherin dorms. well common for Daphne, as Tracy did visit her room and stay here until midnight. Usually, Daphne was just proofreading her essay. It was due in 2 weeks, but she always preferred to finish her homework early rather than rush for a last-minute submission. Yet her best friend's words broke her concentration. "Suo, Daph, what is your progress with Harry?" "Pardon?" She moved her gaze from her long parchment and looked at her bestie with a questioning gaze. "What do you mean, Tracy?" Tracy Davis just rolled her eyes. Her friend was smart most of the time, but in some areas she was just so clueless. She wondered what fellow Slytherins would think if they knew this about their ice princess. "Did you confess yet?" Daphne's cheeks reddened as she briefly averted her gaze. "No, I could not find a good moment to do so." A deep sigh just behind her made the shy girl turn her head back to her friend. "Aren't you afraid that someone would snatch him away? He's the boy who lived, Hogwarts champion. Surely many girls would be lining up, even just for a single date for bragging rights even. What if one steals his heart away?" "No." Daphne was seemingly in panic, but regained her composure quickly, yet her face looked quite sad and downcast. "But I do not know Tracy. I am afraid. What if he doesn't want me? What if he rejects me?" Tracy facepalmed, her usually confident friend reduced to this. Ah, what feelings can do for people. No matter, it was time for her to help. It was her duty as a best friend to help in times of need. "Daph, you do know that during Christmas we would have an event. Yule Ball, if I recall the name correctly. Why don't you invite him to go with you? Being all prettied up in a dress would surely help reduce his refusal chances, would it not?" "I suppose it would, but the customs indicate that boys should be the ones inviting girls." A deep sigh followed. "I should remind you that Harry, while being a half-blood like me and from a famous wizarding family like yours, was brought up in the Muggle world. I bet he doesn't know most of the customs. Well, unless he found a book about them. He is quite knowledge-thirsty. Would you rather invite him yourself, or risk him going with, say, that Fleur girl?" "No, fine, I guess. I will try inviting him myself." Tracy's eyes gleamed. Her friend was on the right track. Now just one more push. "Daph, isn't this the right time for you to learn some makeup skills?" Now Daphne rolled her eyes. "You mean those Muggle things they spent hours just to make their faces look better?" "Of course. Wouldn't having an even prettier face help you in seducing Potter? You are after all up against Avila." Daphne's cheeks reddened even more than last time, as if they were on fire, yet her eyes had a familiar glint of determination. "I suppose I should do it." "Yay, we can go to my room then. I have a makeup kit there. You know, like any skill, it takes time to master. Who knew all it took was one single boy for you to agree to learn this?" Daphne groaned and put her long-forgotten essay back on the desk, then stood up to follow her friend. Tracy did in fact bring up learning makeup to her a lot of times in the past, yet she simply did not see a point in it, well, until now. Tracy's room was in fact right next to Daphne's, so they arrived seconds after leaving. Speaking of which, how are Harry's preparations for the first task going? Is he still joking around saying that all he needs to do is beat a dragon, no big deal? Yes, no way they would make a 14-year-old boy challenge a real dragon, would they? But I am worried for him and his carefree attitude on this dangerous tournament. Tracy chuckled. "Now whip that pout away, Daph. We have a lot of material to cover. You are a quick learner, so I expect you to know the theory by tonight. On the other hand, the practical part would take some time." Daphne rolled her eyes as her pout was gone, replaced with a cheeky smile. "Yes, Tracy-sensei." It was getting late, and Harry bade his friends farewell as he went back to Hogwarts Castle. Soon he disappeared from Fleur's sight as she slowly walked with Victor towards the lake, where his school's ship was parked. Her own school's carriage was also nearby. "Victor, pardon me for asking, but I always wondered, how come you and Harry are seemingly unaffected by my allure?" Victor slowly walked along, seemingly deep in thought. "So that's what it was. I was constantly feeling something against my occlumency shields. Now I know. I appreciate you being so open with me. I will do the same." A few steps passed in silence as he gathered his thoughts. "You see, professional Quidditch is not as clean a sport as most wizards believe it to be. If the opposite seeker is a great legaimens, or even average one that was trained decently, they would be able to see other players' sight in real time, helping them catch the snitch faster, dodge the beaters better. You get the point. Hence, rigorous occlumency practice is now a standard thing for professional Quidditch. It is just not talked about much. Fleur was mouth agape. That was shocking news. Isn't it against the rules? It is, but there is no way to know it happened. You see, there's a particular spell that is not too hard to learn to use wandlessly, which only reads the sight from opponents' eyes. There's not much that can be done to catch its uses. Did a beater turn the ball your way because he used the spell to see you saw the snitch? Or did he simply randomly beat the ball towards you? There's no way to know for sure, as simply knowing the spell is not against the rules, only using it is. And using Veritaserum and similar means is against some magical communities' laws and regulations, especially for non-criminal cases like this. I see, still I am glad, to both you and Harry. Thanks to you both, I could finally make some friends closer to my age. I still feel jealousy or lust from most others I chat with, yet only you two and Ms. Su Li seem fine with me. It makes me glad I have met you three, truly. She discreetly wiped a tear that unknowingly appeared in the corner of her eyes as they reached the crossroads. Victor heard the emotions in her voice. He figured there was more to the story. I am curious to know how come it is that you have no friends your age back in France. If you want, we can take a long walk over the lake and chat more. I could tell some more stories about myself as well. Fleur smiled. Sure, I would love to. The pair walked towards while chatting. It was a great evening for a walk. Not too breezy, with some stars shining in the sky and the full moon beautifully illuminating the night and their surroundings. In the room of requirements, Harry ducked the fast incoming attack from the suit of armor while constantly murmuring a long spell between the dodges. The suit tried to punch him once again, yet seemingly out of nowhere water appeared and froze it in place. Harry did not stop his murmuring. After a successful spell, he simply switched to another one. The room somehow knew he wanted to improve his firepower and elemental magic. Hence, the suit could only be damaged by a significantly overpowered spell or a powerful elemental one, as the metal it was made of was somewhat magic-resistant. The black-haired boy knew his ice would not last long. His bruises from the previous attempt just an hour ago still hurted. Hence, he prepared a stronger spell this time. While water was great at control, it was not the best when it came to damage. Getting wet was hardly a problem, and turning it to ice was quite complicated, unless simply freezing the whole water that was spawned. For more damage, one would better use fire. Soon cracks appeared as the block of ice broke, and the suit of armor was free once again, but Harry was done with his spell. It was a simple fire elemental spell, yet, following Victor's teaching earlier in the week, he overpowered it. Sure, it took a whole minute to cast, but results were great. A blue flame manifested from his wand and consumed the suit along with its path of retreat. Blue flames were even hotter than regular ones. Soon the armor finally showed signs of melting. A minute later, it collapsed to the floor. Harry was panting from exhaustion. A mix of physical tiredness from all that dodging as well as magical exhaustion, elemental spell, took quite a toll on his magic reserves. Harry smiled as he wondered what challenge would the room provide next. Seemingly reading his mind, the room stirred. The same suit of armor restored itself to its former glory. Nearby, another arena appeared. On it were two suits of armor, one red and one blue, and a few runes of very large font were seemingly engraved on their helmets. Harry groaned. One of them said, "No fire," another, "No water." He could already guess what this meant. In addition to fighting not one but two opponents, the dummies were immune to some elements as well. Harry felt too exhausted to continue today. He still wanted to beat a dummy without elemental magic, simply overpowering the spells and not missing them. Only then he would work on the new challenge from the room of requirements. Soon he was back on the couch, going over his ward over Marauder's map. He seemingly never found any mistake in it, but there cannot be two Bartemius Crouches, could it? He mused it was better to check, Perhaps there could be. Thinking about text about Bartimaeus Crouch, the room soon responded a dozen books and a large pile of daily profits appeared. Harry lazily flipped over the newspapers. He did not wish to read any of them, as they usually contained bogus information. Suddenly he paused. Barty Crouch Jr. Dies in Azkaban. That was the title of the newspaper. Giving it a quick read, he was pondering, is it possible Barty Jr. is alive? If Sirius managed to escape. Perhaps it's possible he somehow faked his death. The question is, how? The first task was just tomorrow, hence Harry was doing some practice in the room of requirements. Of course, the room was not capable of spawning an actual dragon. Yet that bulky dummy, shooting fire on sight of the boy, was a good simulation of the first task. The black-haired boy smirked. Initially, he was getting a bit burned during initial tries, yet now he could breeze through the obstacles with ease. In fact, he calmly walked, not bothering to outrun the flames, constantly murmuring a complex spell. The dummy reacted as always, blasting the boy with a large stream of flame, so hot it was more blue than red, yet a blue shine around the boy protected him. It was a shield made of ice. Harry's magic was draining at an alarming rate, yet it was seemingly enough for a walk to a pile of rocks and grab one marked with an X. Harry tossed the rock a few times, sure this new strategy of his looked cooler, but he was not certain the mock challenge was really as hard as the first task. After all, a dragon was not simply a flamethrower. Their flames were less hot, not quite reaching blue color, yet perhaps they had some magical properties that would tear his shield apart. And of course, the dragon's flame was just one of their weapons. Getting closer to the eggs would cause them to use their claws and teeth as well. Seemingly reading his thoughts, the room morphed and a few dummies appeared, wielding clubs, swords, spears, and maces, near the same pile of rocks. Harry smiled. If he could dodge all of that, he might as well try his cooler way of doing first task. His smile quickly faded as he heard a knock on the door. Cautious, he went closer. This was a variant of the room that only the ones knowing the password could enter, a password only he was supposed to know. He was quite confident in his occlumency shields to make sure of it. Did it not prevent others from materializing the door in some way? Taking a quick glance at the Marauder's map, he noticed the corridor behind the door was empty. He shrugged his shoulders. It's not like he can just stay in the room forever. He would leave in a few hours anyway. Might as well check it out. Opening the door, Harry glanced around to the sides. It was empty. Before his gaze caught something on the floor, it was a small piece of folded parchment. He picked it up and opened it to look inside. Meet me in my office tomorrow night. Dumbledore. Harry felt his heartbeat speed up. What was the old man up to this time? Thinking there was no use pondering over it, he went back into the room. There was still quite some time until 3 a.m., a time he usually went to sleep. Severus Snape was in his room, grading the potions of fourth-year students. A better name would be Magical Disaster Brewings, he snorted. It was a simple cosmetic potion for wrinkle removal, yet most of them failed to even brew a working one. Why was it so hard to follow simple instructions? Surely one would have to read how ingredients actually reacted from the textbook, but how hard can that be? Surely those fools should realize textbooks are meant to be read and learned from. If that muggle-born, bushy-haired girl could do it so well, why did so many others keep failing? Professor cited, as he wrote another low grade, at least this time, Mr. Longbottom submitted a potion, a progress if he had to say so himself. His previous brewings just exploded earlier in the year. From his observation, he saw that he actually knew what he was doing. Yet that mentality of his, he got scared of any glare his way and messed up the quantities and timings of ingredients. He grimaced. So far only Greengrass got outstanding grades, yet the next potion was Potter's. A scowl appeared on Professor's face. James Spawn's potions were improving at an alarming rate this year so far. He even had to give him outstanding last time. Such pain. Still, the professor mused. As a champion of the school, Potter was exempt from exams this year. Heck, the boy could even get trolls all year or skip all his classes. He even wondered why he went to them in the first place. Perhaps it was that Greengrass girl he sat with. Perhaps that was why his potions were improving so much. A grin appeared on his face. He usually spent a lot of time observing the boy. His oath had to protect him. even against mistakes in blowing up the cauldron or nearby classmates doing the same. That was why he knew the boy must have made a mistake. He noticed him using a few spoons too much of pixie dust. Certainly the potion would be subpar if it even worked at all. He uncorked the vial and somewhat too large amounts of smoke came out. His grin deepened. Even if Potter's grades do not matter, he would still enjoy giving him a bad one. He waved his hand and smelled a bit of the potion. Such simple brewing effects could be determined by smell alone, especially by potions masters as talented and hard-working as he was. He frowned. This was certainly not the potion that was assigned. His eyes widened with those ingredients. He tried dropping the vial in haste, yet it was too late. A puff followed, and his whole lab was filled with green smoke. He coughed as he waved his wand, trying to get rid of the rotten egg smell. Alas, it failed. His face paled in horror, realizing it would linger here for days or at least until he brewed a potion to neutralize the previous one. He was definitely getting the boy a troll grade. Yet he did not feel much satisfaction from it. He knew Potter's grades did not matter one bit this year. Soon he was back gratting the potions, with a sourer mood than before. He hated Marauder's pranks when growing up, and now James' son was doing the same to him. The crowd was cheering as Cedric Diggory entered the field against him with Swedish short-snout dragon. Cedric quickly transfigured a nearby rock into a dog to distract the beast, and went for the egg as the crowd watched with anticipation. Daphne was having a bit of a pale face as she exchanged glances with Tracy. It seems Harry was right about the dragon. That was no joke after all. She felt her heart beating faster with each champion passing the task. Cedric distracted the dragon. Fleur put it to sleep. The dragon snorted in flames, yet she somehow managed to block it with a wind barrier, as if expecting such an event. The next champion, Victor Crumb, seemingly used a complex charm to send Dragon in frenzy, then grabbed all the eggs with him by rising a pillar of earth and moving it closer, before taking the golden one from it. Thankfully, he did that, as the dragon thrashed around in rage. Surely the eggs would have been damaged in case he only grabbed the golden one. Then her face paled even further as Harry finally entered the field. He looked confident and dashing as always, yet it pained her to watch him in danger. The Hungarian horntail was after all the most ferocious dragon of the four. She could hear the boy murmuring under nose while he just walked towards the dragon. Of course, a nesting dragon did not take an approaching human lightly. Soon hot flames spewed towards Harry. Daphne shouted in panic, yet her voice was lost in the crowd. A lot of students were shouting as well, too immersed in the event. Yet as soon as the dragon ended its breath, Harry was just standing there. Around him, a shiny glowing ice was rotating around him, dripping wet with water from melting away. The boy itself was unharmed, yet his confident look was gone. Perhaps tanking a hit of dragon fire was more taxing on his magic than expected. Daphne felt her heart almost jump out of her chest in panic as she stared at the boy with such focus that it seemed she forgot to blink. Harry was less relaxed now. He rushed towards the eggs, and the dragon jumped out to confront him. Surely sitting on top of the nest was a better idea. Yet in case the human's target was her and not her unborn offspring, the dragon thought it would be better to face him head-on. After all, confrontation on top of the nest was bound to break some. Amidst the gasps from the crowd, Harry dodged a tail sweep, followed by narrowly avoiding the dragon trying to bite his arm off. Sweat dripped down the boy's face. It looked like he had more than enough reaction time to react to the dragon, yet his body was somewhat a bit lagging behind, as if not yet fully used to such fast movements. Another dodge roll later, the boy finally reached the eggs, taking the chance while the dragon hesitated. It simply could not attack his own children, could she? Harry grabbed the golden one and ran away, leaving a few ice walls behind his back. Dragon made quick work of the ice walls, yet the black-haired boy was already nowhere in sight. He was far away for the dragon to sense his presence, and disillusionment and a few other charms erased his traces enough to just casually walk back to the finish line. Karkaroff scoffed. Clearly that Diggory boy knew about the dragons. There was no trace of panic in his eyes, he could tell. He wanted to complain, yet could not do so after all he told Victor about the dragons himself. Clearly, he could have expected others doing the same. In fact, he saw Headmistress Maxime doing the same for her champion. Still, he would take away any points he could. The boy was taking a while. It still baffled him to his day how come headmasters were allowed to judge and give points to the champions. Wouldn't their bias for their own school cloud their judgment every time? He struggled as he wrote down 9 next to Cedric's name. He did take a while after all. What followed was that Vila girl, and as expected, she knew of the task beforehand, and once again the headmaster could only keep his complaints inside. A sneaky glance at the headmistress sitting beside him and her cheeky grin confirmed his suspicions. Soon the dragon was put to sleep, and she effortlessly finished the task. He grumbled. There was no way of subtracting any points now, was there? He grumbled, looking at his parchment, 3 grades already written, full grades for Fleur and Victor, and a nearly max score for Diggory. Yes, even before Victor finished his performance, Karkaroff had already written his score down. He was just that confident in his pupil. And no matter, even if he performed horribly, his points would still count. Such unfair the rules were. There was a rule where a headmaster could complain his champion was improperly scored, yet scores for their own champions were strangely not regulated. Sure, he might be frowned upon by other headmasters, but he did not care. It was all for Drumstang. Not long after the crowd cheered as the youngest champion entered the arena, Karkaroff did not expect much of him. Potter was famous for the mysterious vanishing of the Dark Lord. But really, what a baby could have done. In his personal opinion, he thought it was his parents that perished together with him who must not be named. Sure, he had to admit, the boy had some skills. He was aware of what was happening on his ship, and knew of the duel the 3 champions did there. Yes, the boy was good, but he still never won against Victor in a duel, did he? He narrowed his eyes. The boy's eyes lacked any panic. In fact, it seemed like he took this as a walk in the park, remaining unfazed even as a huge flame neared him. Karkaroff's eyes widened as he saw the ice shield around the boy. How did he have enough magical power to keep this thing going? At such a young age, that was even better than that old fool. He glanced at Dumbledore, yet the headmaster was also seemingly shocked. The rest of the encounter he could only watch and grumble. It seems he would have to give full points to Hogwarts this time. The schools were tied. Harry finally exited the arena, golden egg in hand, as his friends rushed forward to meet him. Surprisingly, it was Ron who congratulated him first. He was finally over the jealousy over Harry getting into the tournament. Perhaps finally learning of the danger it represented, he was secretly glad it was not him. Harry, that was wicked. Daphne reached out her arms, as if for a hug, yet hesitated midway, perhaps too conscious of the surrounding crowd. I was very worried, Harry. I am glad nothing bad happened to you. Her hesitation did not escape the boy's eyes. He had long since noticed Daphne was different near him than before. He was not dense and could recognize what it was. In fact, he too felt attraction to the girl, yet he hesitated on his own. It was hard enough knowing that all those friendships and experiences would just be his memories after the end of the loop. He knew it would be painful, and having someone even closer would hurt even more so. Now all he did was smile and reassure his friend that he was fine and unharmed. Still, with so many people nearby, with each itching to speak, he could not chat for long before getting interrupted by his other friends. That was dangerous. What if your spell failed? I read that resisting a dragon fire takes a lot of magical power. Harry turned to face his bushy-haired friend. Sure, he was reading a lot every day and night. Yet Hermione, she did as much reading as he did. Even if Harry required less sleep, he also spent a significant portion of his free time improving his combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Hermione was a book hermit even before arriving at Hogwarts. I was confident to block the fire for a moment. If it was too much for my shield, I would have abandoned the spell and used a different strategy. Perhaps calling my thunderbolt here to lure the dragon away in that way. Hermione was not amused, but that is even more dangerous. Dragons are so much faster and more agile in the air. The black-haired boy looked back at his friend's fierce gaze. It was a dragon, no matter what I did. It would have been dangerous anyway. It took a while for Harry to just stay here and answer the avalanche of questions sent his way and reassure concerned friends. Eventually, the boy somehow managed to slip out and gain a breath of fresh air. Overly concerned friends could seem scarier than actual dragons sometimes. He calmly walked towards the Great Lake, just a short walk to recollect his thoughts. He did have more plans for today. Gryffindors were throwing a party again, to celebrate his success in the first task. And of course, he was supposed to visit the headmaster's office. He sighted and was about to head there. It was better to get it over with quickly. The Gryffindors' parties, they sometimes lasted the whole night. Just before heading back to the castle, he noticed Fleur and Victor walking nearby. They somehow seemed closer than usual, more happy as well. Hello. Hello, Harry, and thank you once again for that tip. I know you casually mentioned it, but simply knowing dragon snores could have fire in them certainly helped me get more points. Same here. In that book for magical creatures, I just learned how rare and precious dragon eggs are. A lot of young dragons do not survive long after hatching. It's good I read it, as my initial plan might have caused the other eggs to be damaged by the dragon itself. You're welcome, but I was really just casually speaking, Fleur. And Victor, you chose the books you wanted to exchange for yourself. It just feels wrong to take credit for such minor things. I guess so. Have you found your partner for the Yule? It seems it's mandatory for us champions, and we will have an opening dance of sorts. Harry shrugged his head. Not yet, how about you two? Victor seemingly blushed as his eyes moved to the girl beside him, while Fleur just rolled her eyes at her friend's antics and spoke once again. Yes, in fact, I invited Victor, and he accepted just shortly before we ran into you. It was unexpected, but welcome surprise. I am happy for you too. After some more small talk, they parted ways, and the boy walked towards the headmaster's office. Checking the Marauder's map, he was relieved to see Albus was alone there inside. He did prepare a prank for the potions professor a couple of days ago. If it was already triggered and he was still furious, it would be awkward staying in a meeting with him. Perhaps by the next potions lesson, he would have cooled down somewhat. Glancing at a familiar crouched dot in the Dada classroom, he furrowed his brow. The suspected Death Eater was still posing as a teacher here. Still, the boy refrained from any actions. Who knew what Voldemort would do when his agent was rattled out? Known events were easier to handle than unknown ones. Harry preferred to duel Voldemort at the end and assess his skills rather than busting out the imposter and perhaps perishing to the new scheme Tom could cook up. As far as he knew, Barty was just pretending to be a teacher. His only misbehavings were putting his name in the goblet and likely changing the Champion Cup destination to that graveyard. As far as lessons went, Harry found it funny that an impersonated teacher was better than the first 2 years' teachers. Harry pushed the thought away as his other thoughts wandered to the Yule Ball, now that Victor was taking Fleur and not Hermione. Perhaps he should speak with Ron about asking her out. He clearly remembered the shocked and jealous look on his red-headed friend's face when seeing Hermione after she took the time to get ready. And about his parent, his thoughts always wandered to the first Slytherin friend he made. Perhaps he should just ask her out. His thoughts faded under the most complex occlumency shields he could build as he finally reached the dreaded doors of Headmaster's office. Surely he had the Headmaster's trust, but for how long? He realized he did not know the password. But if Dumbledore was aware he was using the room, perhaps he would be aware he was there already. And surely, silently the doors opened and a spiral staircase entered his eyes. The boy climbed up the headmaster's tower and pushed open the doors to walk inside. Good evening, Professor. Hello, Harry, please, take a seat. Headmaster had a cheerful attitude as usual. He picked a large bowl of candy, popped one inside his mouth, and habitually offered one to the boy. Lemon drop. Harry grimaced, having unpleasant memories resurface. No thanks. Just cut to the chase. Why have you summoned me here? And how did you even know I was using the room? Ah, a splendid question, my boy. You see, I was planning on animating the parchment to just fly to you. Imagine my surprise seeing it spin in circles. Realizing there are only a few special rooms with wards against such things, I was quick to pinpoint your location. Special rooms. Headmaster chuckled. Ah, yes, you were certainly not in my office, were you? And out of a magical room that can have nearly anything you could ask for. And a gloomy chamber under a girl's toilet. It was an easy guess between those two. Harry nodded, while adding a note about those wards, which he assumed were the same ones for blocking the owl mail, to his ever-growing to-do list. Headmaster suddenly sounded more serious. I called you here because I found a way to get more information regarding your scars problem. What do you mean? Do you finally know of a way to get rid of it? Dumbledore shook his head. No, I am afraid Tom R. Idle is the best mage alive, or should I say not dead yet, who knows so much about souls and soul magic. But what little do I know is that minds are part of souls. You see, your mind's library, one you surely know how to access with such splendid occlumency skills, is actually inside your soul. Harry somehow understood what was implied, and he did not like it. Not one bit. Surely you don't mean. Quite sharp, I see, but yes. His eyes met with Harry's. As it's part of you, Dark Lord's memories should be accessible for you, of course. Once the Dark Lord becomes aware of the link between you two, he would be able to attack your mind as well, even while you sleep. Still, seeing your talent in occlumency, I do not think I need to worry much about the defense part. But wouldn't Voldemort have occlumency shields of his own? Why, of course he would. Not only that. You see, by engaging in a mind attack, your mind becomes more vulnerable for the duration as you are leaving your own library and venturing into others. And that is precisely why I called you here. You must reach a sufficient level of legilimency. It would help you in extracting information. You see, the Dark Lord excels on mind invasion, yet his defenses are in fact not much greater than a senior Auror. The headmaster pushed a small book towards the boy. Harry picked it up. It had no author, and the title simply said Mind Arts for the Gifted Minds. Dumbledore caught his questioning gaze. It is written in part by me, and my dear friend who took a wrong path in life. It should not take too long for you to read it. Of course, practice is very important. His gaze turned sharp and serious. I trust you would not abuse this power, as with great power comes great responsibility. His throat was seemingly getting dry, so he popped another lemon drop into his mouth and took a gulp of liquid from a nearby mug. Only practice with those you share mutual trust with making mistakes could potentially share your memories with theirs. It is a subtle art. I suggest you start with the spell you already know and keep using it every day until you can pass unshielded wizard minds, Wand Leslie. Then you can move on to more. Guarded minds. Perhaps Ms. Greengrass or Mr. Crumb would help you out there. If you are talented in the field, you can then further train with Severus. If not, you will only have one chance, so you should practice getting as much knowledge you want as quickly as possible. Before Voldemort knows the connection exists, it would not be too difficult to take him by surprise, especially now that he's in a weakened state. What should I even look for? We must first learn how exactly Tom managed to split his soul and remain alive after his body perished. He somehow infused items, like that diary, with pieces of his soul. It would be good to know how many he made and where they are, as well as ways of destroying them. We know basilisk venom is one way, yet perhaps there is another one that would keep you alive. Harry was slowly walking back towards the Gryffindor Tower, his mind still busy processing his new task. He knew it was dangerous, but it was an efficient way to learn more about the Dark Lord's immortality and soul magic. In all his walking, he somehow did not notice a figure quickly catching up to him until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hi, Harry. Quickly turning around, he was about to flick his wrist for his wand, yet stopped. It was his friend Daphne Greengrass. He did not know how, but she looked even more beautiful today. The moonlight was shining, illuminating them both as they just stared at each other for a minute. As the staircase started rotating around again, Daphne broke the silence. Sue, do you have a partner for the Yule Ball yet? Harry now understood what this was about. Still, he itched to tease the girl a bit. Changes in her facial expressions were always so amusing to see. His face morphed into an apologetic look. No, but I already have a girl in mind. I am sure she would enjoy going together with me. Daphne's face was glowing after his first word, only to turn sadder with each following one. I see. If you don't mind me asking, who is it? Her voice seemed a bit cracking with pieces of jealousy mixed in. Harry met the girl's eyes. I don't mind, it's a girl from our year. He smiled at her. Daphne Greengrass. Do you think she would want to go together with me? He stood there and watched in satisfaction various emotions going over Daphne's face. As she finally processed his words, she looked back at him, her annoyance clearly conveyed by her tone. I do not know. If you stopped teasing and just asked her, perhaps she might. Harry chuckled. He had his fun. He should not keep her waiting. So Daph. Do you want to go to the Yule together with me? Yes. What followed was some discussion regarding wearing matching color palettes, attending mandatory dance lessons for champions, and of course their casual, everyday chat. Eventually they parted ways, Daphne walking back to the dungeons, but it seemed she flew a little with each step, and Harry finally showed up to his tower, where a feast was already underway. They got tired of waiting for their champion and just started the celebration before his arrival. Harry smiled and joined in the fun. It was quite an eventful day today. He could afford to skip his usual training and just relax with fellow Griffs. Hogwarts had another busy day. You could see various students busily packing in and out of the library, occupied with research of various topics, either out of their own interest or for sole driving force of homework assignments. Library was the only place in Hogwarts where it was mandatory to stay silent, no matter the time of the day. Surely, some brave souls broke this rule a few times, which resulted in reduction of points, painful book sorting and arrangement detentions, or even temporary bans from entering the place for weeks if not months. Currently in a more secluded corner of a library, one lone Harry Potter stood, hidden behind his invisibility cloak. It was one of the best places he could find for his practice. From this particular place in between the bookshelves, he could oversee most of the popular spots in the library, a perfect place to train his legilimency skills. Sure, the Great Hall would have been better, but the only times students were crammed in there was during eating hours. And during that time, one annoying professor with a magical eye was also present. One eye that could see through his cloak disguise. Initially, he could only spend an hour daily there like this, only barely able to catch some surface thoughts of some of the students, before having to call it a day as he would get a headache of sorts. The same kind he experienced from long hours of surfing Muggle minds, albeit much faster. Having read the book Albus lent him, he now knew that this was a sign to stop and let his mind rest and recover, stronger this time, similarly like a muscle, as Muggles like saying, no pain, no gain. Of course, continuing past the pain more than a few minutes would just lead to negative results in the long term. At least that is what the book authors wrote about. Now a few weeks have passed since he initially found this secluded place in the library. He could stay there for hours if he wanted to, and most students' minds were open for him to see, well, except occasional students that actually had some occlumency shields in place, which were not much, really a quarter of Slytherin students, mostly upper years. A surprising large number of Ravenclaws, but most of them had very weak shields. They likely learned occlumency just for mind organization and memory enchantment perks. And of course, a few dozen purebloods from other houses, coming from older families who still kept the tradition like Susan Bones. The boy felt he could actually breach through them if he wanted to, yet he also felt the students would become aware as well. That is why he started from the weakest ones instead, Ravenclaws, gradually working up, always halting his mind-reading attempts in case he felt it might be noticeable. It was a really weird feeling to know if they would notice or not. It was only thanks to the book Albus lent him that he could understand this information from his magical senses. The small book was a treasure trove of knowledge, if during the summer he was struggling to enter wizard minds without a wand. The book explained everything in detail. Little things that seemed unimportant, like looking straight in the eyes of the person, made the mind much easier to access. The minds of the students were more similar than any other day. A bunch of worries regarding the upcoming Yule Ball tonight. Harry had to admit, He, too, had a lot of worries for the event tonight. The boy paused his mind-reading activities as he realized that it was time to go. He felt there was not much else to be gained there in terms of his mind-reading skills. Perhaps it was time he found something harder in regards to that, as for now he had a chess match with Ron Weasley awaiting him. Before finally getting ready for the Yule dance, Harry smirked. He finally managed to beat the redhead boy a few times last week. Ever since then, they were having more and more chess matches, to the insistence of his friend who seemed somehow upset at his loss, yet happy at the opportunity to improve his own skills. Chess was one of those areas Ron Weasley simply excelled, beyond his peers. Daphne was wearing a brand new black dress with green and red accents of color. Green was one of the colors representing Slytherin, while red was one of Gryffindor colors. Yet together they looked good, as well as giving Christmas vibes. Her long hair was left mostly loose. Just a few small braids were made to make it even more beautiful. Daphne inhaled a fresh lavender scent in her nose. It was especially noticeable as she just washed her hair earlier today. She then looked more into the mirror, making sure her makeup was in place. It made her face look smoother and somewhat cuter with all the added creams and powders. Her eyes were especially attention-grabbing as she took Tracy's advice and gave herself longer eyelashes and applied some coloring to the corners of her eyes. The girl licked her lips as she admired her own reflection. She was not a narcissist, yet now she had to agree she looked simply amazing today. Still, she needed one more confidence booster. Venturing outside her room, she knocked on her friend's door. Creak, the door let out a creaking noise which happened quite often. The castle was quite old after all, and Daphne's best friend was seen through the doorway. She too wore a dress and had applied some light makeup similar to the various pureblood balls the girls attended together in the past. Even without finding a partner she deemed worthy to come with her, Tracy expected to at least dance a bit, if not just enjoy the feast. Daphne spent a few moments simply admiring her friend's attire. It looked like she put more effort than during pureblood balls, of course. Dancing with people your age that were nice to chat with was a more pleasant experience than dancing with pureblood snobs, which most purebloods unfortunately were. Tracy herself was gaping looking at Daphne, who knew her friend could get that beautiful. "Tracy, how do I look? Did I forget anything you taught me?" Daphne eventually broke the silence. The girl finally snapped out of her daze. Then smirking, she gave double thumbs up to Daphne. "If Potter still rejects you, just come to me. I would totally go out with you." Laughter resounded in the corridor as the girls chatted and moved closer towards the ball, before temporarily parting ways. Champions and their partners did need to make a separate entrance after all. Harry Potter was climbing down the stairs together with Ron Weasley. He wore a stylish black suit with lines of green and red embedded in it. He also had a red rose in his hand. Besides him, Ron Weasley was in a suit which looked like it was another of hand-me-downs. Both boys' hair was quite a mess, Ron's as he was lazy to fix it, and Harry's was somehow always that way. When he was young and his Aunt Petunia fixed his hair, it always returned to its messy appearance shortly. Surprisingly, the same thing happened even now, when he no longer did accidental magic. After inquiring with serious, all he got was a joke-like response. That it's the Potter family curse. Apparently his father's hair was the same, and so were his grandfather's. He washed it, so no greasy shine could be seen, and that was the extent of what he could do for his hair. "What's taking Hermione so long?" Ron's voice was a bit upset, perhaps due to his partner's absence, or more likely, due to the fact that Harry beat him at chess again today. "Just give her time. I am sure she is busy, prettying up just for you." Ron's face got a shade closer to his hair. As Victor did not ask Hermione out this time, Ron asked her first, as he did not find anyone willing to go with him before that. Thankfully, Harry hinted at the correct manner of asking beforehand, and to the surprise of the redhead, Hermione agreed. Harry was amusingly awaiting Weasley's reaction when he saw Hermione after she took the time to pretty up. It was entertaining to see last time. Now, perhaps it would be even more interesting as Ron was paired up with her. The black-haired boy took a short pause as he just remembered something. "Ron, You do know how to dance, don't you? Weasley looked at the floor, hiding his embarrassment. My mother taught me waltz. I do not know anything else. Harry let out a sigh. He did spend hours learning various popular dances in the room of requirements. It provided dancing dummies with just a thought. Surely he was only required to dance waltz as a champion. But who said he did not want to dance something else as well? And what if Daphne wanted some other dance? Luckily, he had memories of the previous Yule. Hence, he could learn only the dances that fit the music being played. You should have learned more, Ron. There are so many wonderful dances besides waltz, like have you heard about tango? No, what is that? After Harry patiently explained the wonders of various popular dances, the pair was already in front of the classroom door, one with a paper, "Champions Only," on it. See you inside, Harry. Ron turned towards the remaining corridor leading to the place other students were already gathering. A reflection of food could already be seen reflected in his eyes. Surely that would keep the boy occupied no matter how long Hermione took to dress up. Yeah, see you, Ron. Harry took a deep breath and opened the doors to head inside. Daphne was impatiently waiting. Victor and Fleur, as well as Cho and Cedric, were already practicing their dance moves, and Harry was not there yet. Well, she did arrive quite a bit early. The sound of the door opening brought her hope, as after turning around she saw Harry. It took a minute for the duo to admire each other before they broke the silence. Hello, Daphne. You look amazing today. The boy extended his arm, presenting the rose to her. Hello, Harry. You look great, too. Daphne took the rose, breathed in its fresh scent, and started tying it up in her hair. Thank you for the flower. It's beautiful. Creak, the door opened once again, and all eyes turned towards it. All the champions were already here, so perhaps it was time to go. And as expected, Professor McGonagall entered the room. I see you're all finally here. Good, it's time to start. She gestured towards the wall where a familiar door could be seen, the one that led to the Yule dance floor. Harry smiled, extended his hand one more time and took Daphne's one in it, while placing his other hand on her back. It was the same like their practiced dances they had once in a while. Albeit Daphne looked simply stunning today. Harry breathed in some pleasant lavender scent as he pushed his thoughts aside. He should focus on the dance now. At least now while all the eyes of the school were to be on him. Looking at Daphne's expression, he realized she was obviously using occlumency to keep her emotions suppressed and show a polite smile. Harry decided to do the same, at least for the initial dance. Soon all champions passed through the door, and as announcements ended, the dance finally began. It was a short dance, yet quite attention-grabbing as others could only watch, this dance being the opening to the ball. Harry and Daphne did not converse, not too comfortable doing so with all this attention. Thankfully, Fleur and Victor were grabbing even more attention than them. A Slytherin and Gryffindor pair, which was quite unusual. Shortly, the music temporarily stopped, and champions could catch some rest while other pairs came to the dance floor. Harry could see Hermione and Ron walking there as well. He regretted that he missed seeing Ron's initial reaction, yet was still amused seeing him still stealing glances at Hermione from time to time. Turning to his partner, he noticed she now had more emotions in her face. Her occlumency for emotions control was now undone. He asked her, "Want to dance some more, Daph? Or should we move to get some snacks or something to drink?" The girl blushed, but it was hard to tell as her makeup already made her cheeks rosier. "Let's dance. We can always chat later, and surely you did not come here to eat, did you?" Harry laughed as he led her by her arm, back towards the dance floor. Of course not. The pair waltzed in perfect harmony, even as the music changed, losing track of time, somehow forgetting all the others around them, just enjoying the moment with each other. Their dances changed with music, until eventually coming to a stop. It was a tune Daphne did not know. Not only her, most of the people left the dance floor, only some muggle-borns or half-bloods remaining. "Harry, I don't know this one." The boy just arched an eyebrow at his partner. "You don't know Tango, Daph. No worries, I can take the lead. I think you would like this one." Daphne could somehow feel the gazes of some other girls. Perhaps they wanted to dance with Harry as well. Yet she was selfish and wanted to monopolize him. Knowing Harry was skilled in all the previous dances, she knew she could trust him with this unfamiliar one for her as well. "We can try, but you will have to lead me along until I learn the moves." Harry nodded and moved closer to her. The girl blushed, wanting to ask what is this all about, but looking around she saw few remaining pairs doing the same tango. It seemed brought the pair of dancers even closer together, she realized. As the dance picked up speed, she was thankful Harry was handling it so well. She did not know what she should do, yet the boy pushed her the correct way. He warned her beforehand for the few moments she was supposed to be out of balance, only for the boy to catch her back in a passionate embrace. Her blush reddened as their bodies got quite close during the dance. The girl had to admit it was her favorite dance so far tonight. It did not take long for her to pick up the moves, and soon the duo gracefully danced in perfect synchronization. After the dance, the pair finally took a short break, a quick snack, and some small talk with their friends before re-entering the dance floor. Unknowingly to both of them, their friends were already sending glances their way. If before they had a suspicion there was something going on between the two, now they were certain. Yet the two in question were seemingly blind and deaf to anyone else besides each other this evening. As the time passed, Daphne's legs were too sore to dance further. Unlike Harry, she did not spend a few hours daily in intense combat training activities. She let out a sigh. She had fun. It was time to do what she decided she would do today, either win over her crush or go back to her room crying. The current dance was thankfully a slowly paced waltz, perfect dance for some chatting. The girl looked up to Harry, her green eyes sparkling from all the Christmas decoration nearby. Unknowingly, the Yule log was also above the pair's heads. "Harry, I have been wanting to tell you this for a long time now. I like you, in fact, I have liked you for quite some time now." The girl took a deep breath. "Will you be my boyfriend?" Harry stopped mid-dance. Absent-mindedly, Daphne stepped on his foot, but neither of them minded that. The girl was waiting for an answer, and Harry was trying hard to resist. Inwardly, he knew it was a bad idea. After the loop ends, this relationship would end as well. Surely he could replicate all the events that led to it if he ever escaped the loop. When he finally escaped, he did die to Dementors and to Dumbledore quite a few times. There was no easy way out, it seemed. He knew he would regret it dearly when his Slytherin friend forgot all their memories together. Repeating the events just felt weird, as if he was scripted, as if it was fake. And as his voice conveyed his mood somewhat when talking, it was hard to tell if it was possible to replicate events so precisely. And yet, looking at the beautiful blonde-haired girl, looking into her green, glistering eyes, he just couldn't find it in him to break her heart. Deep down, he knew he wished to experience this as well. He too felt the same way. He cursed inwardly, consequences be damned. He would try this out anyway. "Yes, I will. Will you be my girlfriend, Daph?" "Yes." The girl's eyes glistened as a few tears went out. Those were tears of joy as the girl hugged the boy and planted a deep kiss on his lips. The pair stood glued like this for quite some time, until a passing professor nudged them in the shoulder. Quickly separating with beet red faces, they turned around. There was a Professor Flitwick, wobbling around with a dreamy look on his face. Clearly, he took a bit too much of that punch. The twins might have spiced with alcohol, or who knows what weird things they put in there, or perhaps Professor drank too much fire whiskey. The professor took another greedy gulp before addressing the newly established pair. "It is good to see you two so close. Ah, youth. But be mindful there are quite young folks here." He glanced to the side where a young boy blushingly turned around. Harry quickly recognized it was one of the new first-year Hufflepuffs. The young boy just took his fourth-year sister as a pair, just to gain entrance to the event. Flitwick chuckled. "No worries, you are not the first I had to separate. Others got even further before I came closer. Now if you want to continue your activities, find some more discreet place." He winked at them, "and happy Yule." Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance before starting a laugh and heading out of the hall. Drunk Flitwick was kind of weird, but he made a good point. After some searching, the pair realized that most popular places were already used. Various well-known, empty classrooms were already occupied. Even the famously large broom closet was occupied, and by none other than Draco Malfoy. Daphne was looking at Marauder's map while cursing her new boyfriend. Why did you never tell me you had something like this? You know the embarrassment we would have avoided. How am I going to face Draco and Pansy after this? Harry laughed, remembering the encounter. It's their fault for not locking the door on a broom closet of all things, and for ignoring the knock on the door. He chuckled even more, who knows? Perhaps they were, wanting to be found. Daphne rolled her eyes, but a similar smile could be seen on her face. She too found the situation hilarious, turning back on the map she sighed. It seems there are no good places. Well, unless you want to get caught by Filch or patrolling prefect. I heard not all are kind when catching couples past curfew. Her cheeks reddened as her heartbeat sped up. She still got too excited for this that yes, she and Harry were dating now. Harry smiled. What if I told you there's one very nice room not on this map? Daphne looked skeptical. You mean tunnel to Hoskmed? I doubt that place would have any hotels or the like open. It's curfew time in 5 minutes. She was quite downcast, sure very happy Harry accepted her, yet she wanted at least more kisses for today. All they did was that 1-minute one in the hall. She blushed, remembering it was not empty at the time, and clearly people are gonna talk about it the next day. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Quite an odd pairing that was. All this searching for an empty place turned out to be a waste of time. Why Hogwarts had to have those stupid house system rules? If not that she could just invite Harry over to her own single room in Slytherin. Her blush reddened even more as she imagined what might happen there inside. Harry pointed on a place on the map. She recognized it to be corridor on 7th floor. It's here. She looked confusedly at her boyfriend. I remember this place. It's near the astronomy classroom. There's literally nothing here. Past the wall is outside the castle. Certainly not enough space for a secret room. Don't you trust me, Daph? I do, but fine, let's go. She sent an unamused glance his way. If we get caught during this, it's on you. The ascent towards the 7th floor was quicker than expected. She initially thought she would have to share some common shortcuts passed through generations in Slytherin House, but Harry already knew them all. He even knew some fancy shortcuts she never knew existed. Eventually, they arrived near the wall with a picture of a man who taught trolls how to dance. Daphne looked at the time. It was nearly curfew. Looking at the map, she already saw Filch ascending to this floor. The man likely decided to begin his patrol here tonight, while Harry was seemingly walking in circles. Harry, we need to hide, Filch is coming. She turned around to run to the nearest staircase, yet paused mid-step. There was a door on the wall she had not seen before, one that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Harry opened the door and motioned for his girlfriend. I present you, the room of requirements. Daphne no longer hesitated. She rushed inside the new room, and then washed in fascination as the door simply disappeared in the wall. Looking around, she noticed the room was quite empty. There was literally nothing inside. If there was at least a table, she could transfigure a bed or something. Noticing his girlfriend's lack of enthusiasm, Harry waved his hand around. You see, it's called the room of requirements, as it makes things you want appear inside, with some exceptions. Daphne watched with fascination as a spacious bed appeared. Some lit candles, various decorations around the room, even a wooden puppet that played a violin. Daphne's eyes widened. That's right, the sound. Harry, the sound! She quietly muttered. Filch should be in the corridor right now. No sound escapes this room after the door is closed. I would know. You see, I have been training for the tournament here for quite some time now. And as you might have seen during the first task, the spells I trained in are quite loud. Her worries relieved the girl sitting on the bed, brushing its surface. It was very comfortable to the touch, a smooth material similar to silk, or was it silk? With reddening cheeks, she faced Harry, who just plopped down beside her. I guess. We can resume our kissing session then. There was no need to reply as their lips connected once again. This time there was no one to interrupt them, and they had a long night ahead. The morning arrived as Daphne lazily opened her eyes. There was a brief confusion in them as she surveyed the unfamiliar environment, before remembering last night's events. Her cheeks reddened as she glanced to the side where Harry laid. The boy was already awake, just looking at her in admiration. "Morning, sleepyhead." "Morning, Harry." Daphne's cheeks blushed even more. She wondered how her face looked while she was asleep. She stretched her limbs, her legs were especially sore today. Perhaps she really did dance too much last night. The girl got up and left the bed, then tried using the room as Harry told her last night, imagined her casual clothes, a dressing curtain, and after turning around it was here. While she was changing, she noticed Harry was reading a book on the couch while drinking what looked to be orange juice. Now fully clothed in her casual weekend attire, she sat down near him and arched her brow. "Where did you get the juice? I thought magic is not capable of creating actual food." Harry put a bookmark inside as he faced his girlfriend. "That is correct, Daph, but you see this is juice from Hogwarts' kitchen. While the room cannot create food, it can take it from anywhere in school." Noticing her eyes glittering, he imagined a dining table to appear in front of them, full of regular Hogwarts breakfast options. "If you want something more specific, I am afraid we would have to go to the kitchens and ask the elves for that." Daphne's eyes sparkled as she surveyed the food. This room really was so convenient. She thanked her boyfriend for the food and joined him in eating. Today's menu was pancakes, syrup, toast, and sandwiches, along with orange and pumpkin juice. The pair was starving. They spent quite a lot of energy last night. After the meal, they cozied up together and enjoyed each other's warmth along with some kisses. Eventually, Harry broke the silence. "Daphne, what do you want to do today?" The girl seemed to ponder for some time, before replying. "Yesterday you told me you used this room to train. Now I am curious as to what you actually do here. Will you show me around?" She did not need to hear his response as the room itself suddenly expanded. She could see a part of it that looked like it was made for rituals, as well as multiple other areas, a few with some dummies, some with armor suits just waiting for combat. There was also a large bookshelf that looked suspiciously similar to the forbidden section. There was even a section for potion making, yet only a sparse selection of ingredients on the nearby shelf. Seemingly noticing his girlfriend's fleeting emotions, Harry added, "If you want, I have a lot of ingredients in my pocket trunk." Unfortunately, the room does not seem to be able to steal ingredients from Professor Snape's stash. It only picks up the abandoned ones elves put it inside when cleaning. Daphne chuckled, before nodding. "That would be great. I know just the potion to help me relieve the pain from yesterday." Remembering last night, Harry's cheeks also reddened. The girl got up and got to work. Harry's pocket trunk was neatly organized, so she did not take long for her to find what she was looking for. Soon Daphne made and drank the potion and could truly relax while Harry explained all the stations in the room and what he used them for. He was surprised to learn that Daphne knew a few rituals as well. They were apparently being taught internally in Slytherin, at least for older pureblood families by upperclassmen. Daphne herself decided to join the training Harry was doing. Having such a secluded corner isolated from the whole school was wonderful for the girl. She could finally try brewing some of the potions she wanted to create, only stopping in fear of blowing up her dorm room, her house, or worse, Professor Snape's classroom. While making existing potions was as simple as following a recipe, inventing new ones is quite a challenge. Never mind just selecting the ingredients. Even the order one put them in could result in completely different potions. She also realized that perhaps getting some combat practice in would not be a bad idea. Her parents did insist she takes a dueling class in Green Alley sometime in the next few years, as in their opinion any respectful witch or wizard should be capable of self-defense. Still, after looking at Harry's struggle with the armored suits and elemental magic, she knew it was way out of her league. Thankfully, the room spawned a few dueling manuals and what looked to be junior Auror training dummies, which seemed to fit her current skill set better. Harry even asked her for help in legilimency training. He still did not tell her about the Dark Lord's soul stuck in his forehead. He did not want to make her worry needlessly. It's not that she could do anything about it. Daphne was quite surprised, but she knew the boy was quite talented in the mind arts, at least in occlumency. hence she agreed. It was a mutual trust between the two. If Harry succeeded, he would see some of her memories, yet if he failed, some fragments would pass on to her. The practice was going quite well. Daphne initially thought she had nothing to hide, but Harry somehow managed to read her childhood memory. It certainly was a shock seeing her little self eat soap with a happy smile. She had certainly forgotten this ever happened. On the other hand, memories from Harry were not that happy. As he was still learning, he failed a lot, more times than he succeeded. She had seen him face off Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. She had seen him abused by some very fat, muggled Dudley. She had seen him act like a house elves for his uncle and aunt. She even stopped commenting about those events as she saw it made Harry uncomfortable. Apparently every time he failed, and she saw his memory, it was not always replayed for him as well, only occasionally. And from his expression, she could see it was painful for him to recall them. Hence she refrained from more comments, unless it was a happy memory. The girls smiled, still remembering that time Harry became a bird in the Great Hall. Yet there was a weird memory among them, where Harry looked across the Great Lake, to a swarm of Dementors overtaking another Harry Potter, and that Harry Potter turning towards the boy with an evil gaze. Daphne shuddered. It even seemed it was looking at her, not Harry in the memory. Still, it must have been a nightmare. She brushed her thoughts aside as she raised her shields once again as her practice with her boyfriend continued. They trained for a few hours more, until it was near lunchtime, which they decided to attend. If they both skipped not only breakfast, but lunch as well, it was bound to cause issues later on, making it harder to meet up at the room of requirements. Surely their curious friends might have checked half the school looking for them by now. Their relationship status was bound to leak after that kiss in the Yule. They both agreed there was no point in hiding that. They left the room and the door disappeared behind them before they walked down the sets of stairs towards the Great Hall. Their hands clasped together, fingers interlocked and hearts beating in sync. The Slytherin and Gryffindor pair did not attract as much attention as they thought they would. Apparently Crumb going out with Fleur was also leaked during the ball, along with dozens of other couples that formed or who had hidden their relationships before then. The castle had plenty of gossip to discuss, and thankfully Harry and Daphne were not the sole focus of the whole Hogwarts rumor mill, just a portion of it. Harry calmly poured some more syrup on his pancakes as he continued eating. Daphne was nowhere to be seen. Much to the confusion of others, the newly established couple went everywhere together when they could for the past few weeks so far. Some various rumors were spreading as students chatted in whispers behind the boy's back, but he paid them no mind. After all, he knew exactly where his girlfriend was. It was after all the day the second task took place. "Harry, did you have a fight with Daphne?" Turning his head, Harry could see Hermione Granger looking at him with concerned gaze. He appreciated the concern of his friend, yet those kinds of questions were starting to bother him. Yes, Hermione was not the first one to ask. No, Professor Snape called her aside near the Great Hall, saying it would take a while. It was not the first question regarding Daphne Harry has received so far, and it certainly won't be the last. It was intriguing how quickly rumors spread. Just a week of sticking close to her, and the whole school knew they were dating. Now one single breakfast without the girl by his side, and somehow they all assumed the worst, or perhaps the most interesting gossip topic for why she was not there. Swallowing the last bite of pancakes, Harry gulped down the remaining orange juice, before silently thanking Hogwarts elves for a nice meal and heading out towards where the champions were supposed to assemble before the second task. It was cold outside, yet the Great Lake remained unfrozen. Various people were sitting on the stands nearby, waiting to watch the show. Harry smirked. If only they knew that the only thing they would be seeing was the surface of the lake. Perhaps the anticipation of who would emerge first kept them entertained. Perhaps it was the betting pool Weasley twins were overseeing. The task announcement was short and brief, not even telling about the people that were below the lake. Just something precious. Harry could see the worried gaze of Cedric Diggory as his eyes scanned the crowd, undoubtedly looking for Cho Chang in there, yet not finding her anywhere in the crowd. His expression darkened. Perhaps he now understood the true meaning of something precious. Victor and Fleur had grim expressions from the start. Harry had tipped them off, finding a similar event from past tournaments, where family members were taken hostage for better entertainment. Surely a crazy tournament which had real and nesting dragons as a first task could carry similar risks on the subsequent ones, not only for the champions themselves, but for those close to them. Still, he did not worry too much. He knew Victor would look out for Fleur, as being a Vila she was somehow weaker underwater. And it was not like the Great Lake had many dangers. In fact, it was quite easier than the first task. He remembered hearing that hostages were safe, protected by merfolk all the time while underwater. Yes, even escorting the champion back up the surface. So the only real danger was getting lost, drowning or encountering a large flock of grindylows or other aggressive underwater creatures. Upon the signal, 4 wands were waving in quick succession, as 3 bubble head charms appeared on the champions' heads, while Victor transfigured his head to a shark's. Harry had long debated on how he could more efficiently finish this task. Certainly eating a magical ingredient which made him breathe underwater was one way, but it made him capable of only breathing underwater. What if he was faster this time around? Would he need to stay underwater for the remainder of the duration? This was why he just learned the bubble head charm. Compared to the various elemental magic he was learning day by day, it was quite simple. Of course, he also considered transfiguration, similar to what Crumb was doing now, but in the end the boy refrained from this choice. The transfiguration advantage was being able to quickly smell blood like a shark. Perhaps Victor was just worried for whoever was down there. Yet casting spells in such a form, only wandless magic would work. Even Harry was not confident in being able to change himself back wandlessly after such transfiguration. Soon the 4 champions were fully submerged and swam towards the depths of the lake, shortly splitting up as they had no idea where exactly in the Great Lake to swim towards. Well, 3 of them at least. Harry still vividly remembered his first attempt. When he got lost, somehow met Myrtle, who showed him the way. Well, not this time. Having reviewed his memories of the event a few times, he roughly knew the layout of the Great Lake and where Merfolk Village was located, hence he quickly swam towards it. A group of 12 grindylows was about to bite the boy, yet they turned to ice and started floating upwards just from a glance from Harry. He never skipped his combat magic training to this day, while legilimency, practice, and time with Daphne occupied a lot of his time nowadays. He still kept training hours the same, rather sacrificing some of his reading time instead. Aimlessly reading time or souls-related books was not leading him anywhere anyways. It was better to wait until he glimpsed into Voldemort's mind to know exactly what it was that kept the bastard alive. Arriving at the gates of the village, Harry could see that merfolk were clearly surprised, not expecting a human to get here so fast. Suppressing his smirk, he bowed as per the customs of the merfolk. They certainly did not expect that as well, especially from such a young human at that. They started speaking something in their language. Unfortunately, Harry did not learn it. There were hardly any books in it, hence he prioritized other languages first. For example, there were various runic ones wizards seemingly loved to write books in. Harry already learned a few common dialects in it and was studying rarer ones like Egyptian ones. Still, there was at least a gesture for this situation, outlined in some traveling book he found in Nocturne Alley of all things. Gesturing symbols which were supposed to convey that he did not know their language or something along the lines. Merfolk discussed among themselves one more time, before nodding in greeting and letting him swim inside. Overlooking the submerged people, Harry quickly located the one he came here for, his girlfriend Daphne. Though somewhat curious, he looked at the other hostages as well. As expected, there was Cho Chang, Fleur's sister, and a young-looking boy who seemingly had some of Victor's features. Harry mused, perhaps he was Victor's brother, a relative, or simply a friend. Undoubtedly Crumb would tell him about it later. A cutting charm cut the chains, holding Daphne in place. Then the boy hugged her and swam back, as well as casting a bubblehead charm on her. He already knew that the magically induced sleep would wear off as soon as the hostage reached the shore or could freely breathe. All that precious thing would be lost was just a hoax to hype up the task. And there was no need for bubble head charm. but he suspected having one might wake her up early. And surely Daphne's eyelashes fluttered as she yawned and slowly opened her eyes, which widened in panic with unfamiliar environment, but relaxed on landing on Harry. "So you saved me. Thank you, Harry. It was certainly a surprise when Professor Snape took me to see the headmaster, who then explained the task to me." She leaned in for a kiss, only for the bubbles to collide and bounce their heads back. Bubble head charm was designed to protect the caster somewhat. Otherwise, bubbles would simply pop from underwater pressure or colliding with a bypassing fish or underwater plants. Harry chuckled as he hugged her. "We can do that later, Daph." Then he waved his arm, showing the environment around. "We still have plenty of time to finish the task. What do you say about a short date below the Great Lake?" Daphne's eyes gleamed. The looks deep inside the lake were certainly interesting to see. "Sure, lead the way." The crowd was getting bored with no action happening. Shortly after the task began, frozen Grindylows' bodies surfaced to the top, before they melted, and then other creatures just gulped them down quite quickly. But now, the surface of the lake was calm like a mirror. Spectators were discussing various random topics to pass the time, as simply looking at the lake's surface was boring. Why did they choose a task like this? Couldn't Dumbledore set something up to let them see what was happening? Surely, even something as simple as Alastor Moody using his fancy eye, then dropping his memories in a pensive, before letting spectators see them would work, sure with some delays, but they would know what was happening. Unfortunately, nothing of the like happened, yet after what felt like hours, the Great Lake surface stirred once again, and Cedric and Cho emerged. Headmaster Karkaroff could only grumble, "Looks like Hogwarts is in the lead again," but nothing was certain until he heard what actually happened inside. Shortly, Victor Crumb emerged together with Fleur de Lacquer as well as two young kids. Then finally, just a few minutes later, Harry and Daphne emerged, their faces red for some reason, their hair wet. Perhaps they temporarily undid bubblehead charms inside. The crowd never stopped cheering. Once again, all champions succeeded in the task. The only thing left was awaiting the scoring from the judges. Karkaroff could say he was rarely shocked. Being a headmaster of a magical school made one hear and see weird things every day. Yet the recounting of merfolks left him stupefied for a moment. Apparently, Harry Potter reached his hostage in 7 minutes. He was polite and non-aggressive to the merfolk guarding the village, apparently even knew their greeting customs. Things got weird from here on out. Instead of going back to finish in just under 20 minutes, the boy took the time to chat with the girl as they swam around the Great Lake. He heard they visited the giant octopus, swam around looking at the various corals on the floor, then somehow even lost the merfolk that was keeping an eye on them, before they finally showed up at the surface after doing who knows what. Surely he could take some points from not getting to the finish line, but not too much. After all, the hostage was the first to be rescued. Others could certainly argue he finished in 8 minutes, as that girl regained consciousness at that time, unlike other hostages who only did so an hour later at the lake's surface. His saving grace was that Victor seemingly was held back by helping Fleur Girl deal with Grindylows. He could certainly argue more points for his champion for such actions. If not for that, Victor would have been first to emerge. After summing up the points, the Durmstrang headmaster could sigh in relief. Harry and Victor were in the lead, followed by Fleur and Cedric. It was weird having 2 ties between scores with only 4 champions, but at least his school was doing well so far. Harry sighed as he climbed the headmaster's office stairs one more time. Similarly, as with the first task, the headmaster called him here again. Opening the door, he saw Professor Snape, with his dark pink hair inside as he suppressed his chuckle. Seems like his latest potion prank worked fine. He was sure to share the memory with the twins later. He was very thankful for them for teaching him so much throughout their lessons. But he did not do much pranks on other students, rather focusing on Professor Snape instead, to the amusement of others. Even Fred and George did not dare to mess around with the greasy bat that much, perhaps 1 prank per year at most after all. The head of Slytherin was famous for giving too long and tedious detentions in such cases. Yet Harry had seen that champions were thankfully exempt from detentions. "Good evening, Headmaster Professor." Severus Snape sent a chilling glare towards his way as he hissed, "I will get you back for this, Potter. Do remember you will still be taking potions next year, where Triwizard Champion rules will no longer apply." Albus chuckled as he addressed them both. "Welcome, Harry. Please take a seat." He turned his head to the potions master. "As for you, Severus, I should remind you that deducting points for previous year's events is not allowed. Besides, your hair looks fine." Severus just grumbled in response as he awaited further instructions from the old fool. How often he hated his job. Headmaster took a pause as he popped a lemon drop into his mouth. He overlooked his two guests and refrained from recommending any candies for them. They wouldn't take it anyway. Instead, he called for Hogwarts elves, and soon some tea was served, along with some cookies. "Now, you might be wondering why I have called you here. In fact, I simply wanted to assert your progress in legalmancy. While I have not clashed with Tom for quite some time, Severus here should know best his strength in mind arts and would help you see if you are capable of breaking through him while he's unguarded. Or at least protect your own mind while you attack at the same time." Harry gulped. It took him months just for wandless surface thoughts spell, then just a few weeks of practice with Daphne, and the headmaster assumed he was ready. On other hand, he knew just how weak Voldemort was at the time, at least his body. He had no idea how that ugly baby form affected his mind. Dumbledore sipped his tea and added some lemon drops inside, as if it were sugar cubes, before taking a greedy gulp and spilling more information. In fact, based on Tom's current half-wraith state, when he possessed Quirinus, I believe he will attempt a revival ritual soon. He glanced at the sky as his glasses reflected the vast cosmos. The stars and planets will align just right in a few days. Then it would be suitable for ritual execution. My astronomy calculations say it will stay like this for a few months even. Another gulp of tea followed, which is why we must try now, while he's still vulnerable. Snape smirked. "Do not expect me to go easy on you, Potter. While your defenses are solid." He practically spat the word with hints of jealousy inside. Defending while attacking at the same time is a different manner altogether. Harry nodded, gulped down some tea to calm his nerves, before taking a deep breath and pointing his wand at the potion's master Legilimens. Dumbledore simulated a few scenarios. Taking Severus, as he pretended to be unguarded, was doable, if only for a few seconds before the greasy bat kicked him out of his mind. Yet all other scenarios, like attacking while defending his own mind, was certainly a challenge. At least in the simulation where he was asleep, and both Abluze and Severus tried to break into his mind. They either got him awake to defend properly, or Harry's passive shields warded them off. The boy sighed in relief. At least his mind was safe. But it was said Voldemort was even better than those two at Legilimency. Would his defenses hold against him? Turning towards the headmaster, he awaited to see what he had to say. Was another exercise incoming? "Harry, while I think you are good enough, at least for a single attack against Tom, he would become aware of the connection you share through your scar. Inside his mind, you must focus on one thing, only figuring out how he is alive. There are many methods of immortality, you see, and we need to know what he did in order to survive past death." Headmaster popped yet another lemon drop into his mouth. "While some say I am an archmage and expert in magic, I am afraid soul magic is my weak topic. I am roughly aware of a dozen or so ways one could possibly survive without a body, and unfortunately each of them requires different ways of dealing with it." Harry nodded. He knew that much. With the looming threat of the Dark Lord over his head, he even prioritized it above the whole time loop issue. There's no way he would end the loop even if he could, as long as he had no way of dealing with the Dark Lord. In a way, the time loop was both a blessing and a curse. He had a lot of time to learn and prepare strategies on how to deal with Voldemort once and for all, yet repeating events over and over. With all his friends forgetting what happened in the past, all those resets against Dumbledore where he was stuck for a whole decade. That was certainly painful, and now this time Daphne will too. Harry quickly focused his occlumency to push the uncomfortable thoughts aside. He would deal with them later. Now he must focus on the task at hand. "Should I try it today then, Headmaster?" Albus Dumbledore reached for the bowl of lemon drops, only to stop realizing it was already empty. With a less cheerful mood, he addressed his student. "Not now, Harry. Your mind is exhausted from constant practice, and especially from today's events. Take a break from mind arts training for tomorrow, then we can try reading Tom's mind the next day." He glanced out into the night sky once more. "We still have that much time before the stars align." Harry nodded as he bade farewell and exited the office. Snape remained, and the boy could already hear complaints about how champions were exempt from points reductions and detentions. The boy smirked. At least that improved his mood somewhat. Even that point deduction rule was caused by him in a way. Perhaps the headmaster added it after seeing Snape deduct an increasingly larger and more unreasonable amount of points from him after each lesson. He smiled. Today was a day for yet another Gryffindor party, which was probably already ongoing as it was already midnight. Then his heartbeat sped up. He had a girl waiting for him at the room of requirements. Luckily, she could get engrossed in potion making and other training activities, and perhaps would not mind him coming that late. It was certainly an eventful day for her as well. The next morning arrived as Daphne lazily opened her eyes, quickly finding Harry, who was reading a book. They exchanged their happy morning as the girl got ready while Harry was still reading. First few days, she was surprised to learn just how little sleep Harry actually needed. Just 4 hours was apparently enough for him to be well rested, while she herself slept at least 8 every day, perhaps even whole 10 on weekends like today. On weekends like this, she could afford the luxury of staying in the room of requirements for the whole night. Perfects were people too, and while they checked who was in the dorms at night on school days, on weekends, or after huge events like Yule, they turned a blind eye towards empty beds. Daphne was about to prepare her mind shields for their usual mind arts practice as Harry's reminder from yesterday resurfaced in her mind. Right, no mind arts practice for today. Today is Hogsmeade weekend. She snuggled closer to her boyfriend and picked up the book she found in his collection. It was still some time before the gates to the village opened. Sure, it was possible to sneak there using the secret tunnel, but why take the risks? It's not like they were in a rush. Daphne turned a page as she enjoyed her boyfriend's warmth from her side. She smiled. Yes, even staying like this made her heart flutter with happiness. She hoped their relationship would stay like this. Harry certainly desired more happiness in his life. She still shuddered from the bits of memories from the boy she received from time to time. As he got better, he failed less, or at least a random memory of him was not shown to her, in case he failed to breach her occlumency shields. In memories she saw, a lot were the same, something that looked like a repeating nightmare. Harry was about a year younger. He was sitting in the grass near the Great Lake as a flood of Dementors rushed around him. She even saw him getting kissed. If that had been real, Harry would not be here with her anymore. She pushed uncomfortable thoughts aside. Surely it's normal to have a nightmare after a dreadful event. She asked him once about it, and he told her the tale of his godfather and his rescue. It was understandable. He would dream of such nightmares after that dreadful night with hundreds of Dementors. She herself had some after just being near one in the train. Pushing her unpleasant thoughts aside, the girl focused back on her book potion, design, and invention. There was still some time to kill before Hogsmeade gates opened. Before long, the time passed, and the pair climbed down to the floor of the castle, before following others towards the gates that lead into the village of Hogsmeade. Dogweed and Deathcap was the most well-known herbology shop inside the Hogsmeade, yet you could hardly say many students ventured inside. Suddenly the door opened as Harry and Daphne walked out. The girl had a sweet smile on her face. She managed to find all the herbs she needed to continue her research. While Harry's ingredient stash was massive, he just bought whatever he might need for school potions, which only covered a dozen or so herbs besides other potion ingredients. Meanwhile, this shop had it all. The couple had already visited quite a few shops together. In his previous visits, Harry usually just followed the crowd. Now he decided to explore what this village had to offer with leisure. Among the visited places was the famous sweet shop, Joke's shop, as well as Shrieking Shack, where Harry took the time to retell the tales of his adventures inside during the 3rd year. Knowing exactly why it was built, while interesting, made the place way less spooky. All the allure was gone after knowing that it was just an old house, and the whole haunted story was made up to mask one werewolf student's monthly episodes of howling. A few more shopping bags with new clothes, as well as various snacks and other purchases, were already in Harry's pocket trunk. It really was a very convenient way of carrying purchases around. Still, their exploration was coming to an end, as Hogsmeade was not that particularly large. They had already walked across most streets and visited the shops that caught their fancy. Grumble. The couple laughed, hearing signs of not eating for a while. Perhaps they did get too carried away with their exploration. I think this is a sign we should have a meal. Harry slowed down at the intersection of the street, then pointed his hand to one side. Should we head to 3 Broomsticks for a meal? Daphne puffed in response. I thought we would go to Madame's Pewdifoot's tea shop. It was closed in the morning when we passed by, but it should be open now. Harry, as if by habit, retrieved his memories, which showed the nicely decorated shop and its working hours sign. It seemed that she was correct. Yes, but are you sure, Daph? It's a tea shop. I doubt they would have much to eat besides a few snacks. Daphne pondered for just a moment. She recalled what she had heard about that popular couple place, and certainly there was no mention of a proper meal in there, just tea and snacks, though couples usually did other activities inside. How about we go there later, after having a proper meal first? Sounds like a plan. The pair turned and walked towards 3 Broomsticks with a moderate pace. As one of the most popular inns in the village, it was one of the most popular places to visit. Harry sighed as he sneaked out of the room of requirements, leaving Daphne still laying in bed, asleep. He would see her soon. Now he had Dumbledore's office to visit. Yesterday was quite relaxing. Harry even skipped his usual training to let himself rest for the whole day and night, instead enjoying the time off in the Hogsmeade with his girlfriend, as well as back here in the room of requirements. As Albus theorized in their last meeting, Tom Riddle was more like a night owl than an early riser. After all, being a Dark Lord, one was bound to prefer the dark of night for any illegal activities. While he certainly had enough strength in the past to cause attacks on the Muggles and wizards alike at whatever time he wished, doing so at night, when the majority of Aurors were already tired from a busy day of work, or even ended their shifts, was certainly an easier way. While Tom liked to show off his power from time to time, he was no fool, preferring the easier way to achieve his goal when available. Knock asterisk knock asterisk. As usual, the boy just knocked a few times, and the office doors slowly opened. Harry headed inside, climbing the staircase. Dumbledore's office looked different. There was a comfortable couch and a large runic array on the floor, slowly being completed by the headmaster himself. On a nearby table there laid 3 pairs of vials, still bubbling as if freshly brewed. Severus Snape was already here, cleaning his personal cauldron, while glaring at the newcomer with an ominous gaze. Welcome, Harry. It's good to see you wide awake so early. Come in now, I am about to finish the array here. Harry sat on the couch as he observed the complex runic scheme on the ground. He could recognize nearly half the runes in it, yet as for what exactly it did and how it functioned eluded him. Based on the runes he did know, he could only guess it had something to do with the upcoming Dark Lord's mind invasion. Likely it would let the headmaster tag along somehow, or at the very least, observe it more closely. And what exactly does this runic array do, headmaster? Albus's glasses gleamed as he switched to explaining mode. The old man certainly enjoyed the confusion in the boy's eyes. This, my boy, is something of my own creation. While I might not be an expert in runes, I did dabble there for quite some time, you see. To put it in simple words, it would amplify your connection, allowing easier access to the Dark Lord's mind, as well as letting me and Severus join the invasion. Harry nodded, before his expression turned more grim. The only way that could happen is for those 2 to enter his mind first. Using the moment of peace before Dumbledore finished inscribing the last runic symbols, Harry quickly ventured inside his library and summoned his invisibility cloak, before hiding the majority of his memories in another room and dropping the cape on top. If it could fool a suspicious Dumbledore, it would certainly fool a trusting one as well. With nothing else to do, Harry casually walked around the office, inspecting various trinkets and items around. One particular device caught the boy's mind. It was writing letters of various sorts, which seemed to be in the headmaster's handwriting. Taking a closer look, his eyes widened on realization that Albus somehow automated quite a lot of paperwork for his other duties: Supreme Mugwump and Chief Warlock. The boy's eyes quickly ran through the letter, which was seemingly directed towards one of the departments of ministry regarding some case of a half-blood illegally growing mandragoras without a permit. Harry had to admit it, the letter's content that seemingly blamed the half-blood, yet protected him from Azkaban of all things, rather suggesting just a heavy fine really seemed like something Dumbledore would say. Looking around, he saw multiple such devices writing things in the headmaster's name, and a few similar ones which were seemingly taking notes of importance. Perhaps some things the headmaster actually read. Before he had the time to inspect further, Dumbledore called him back. "It is done. Now, Harry, come closer. It is time we start." Harry walked closer, and upon the headmaster's instructions sat in the center of the circle. There were also a couple of smaller circles where the old man himself stood, and Severus Snape took another spot. Harry grimaced, still not feeling comfortable on letting those two into his mind, but figuring out any details on how the Dark Lord survived took priority. Only then could they figure out how to beat him once and for all, as well as dealing with Harry's scar. Only after knowing how to deal with the Dark Lord could he finally focus on the time loop problem. After all, there was no point in ending the time loop, in case the Dark Lord was not dealt with. After all, his revival was soon, and with a body, he was bound to try to find and kill Harry, just for the sole reason of him surviving his killing curse all those years ago. Severus' hand with a pair of potion vials interrupted Harry's thoughts. "Drink it, Potter." Harry arched an eyebrow, while he could recognize one potion as being famously hard to brew, Felix Felicis, the potion of luck. It had a darker color than it should have. While another potion, he honestly had no idea. It was definitely not something one would find in the Hogwarts curriculum. Looking at the headmaster, he saw him already drinking his own vials. While the unidentified potion looked the same, Felix Felicis had a proper color on his bottle, same as Snape's own pair of potions. Well, it was rumored to be very hard to brew. Perhaps there was a slight mistake, or Snape intentionally made his dose somewhat off. "Care to explain what those potions are, Professor?" Snape sneered. "Surely an imbecile like you does not have enough brain cells to know what is there inside. Suffice to say, it would improve our chances for today." Dumbledore nodded as well, not bothering to explain further. Yet his face no longer had a grandfatherly smile. He was in full focus, no doubt preparing for the events to come. Harry understood just from his factual expression that there was no more to waste. Hopefully everything will go well. Both Albus and Severus reassured him that his defenses were sufficient to keep the Dark Lord at bay, even if he was in the same room, but only allowed to use mind attacks. Hence, that was not the main worry for the boy. He was afraid of something going wrong, of the time loop restarting once again. While his extra years of memories were hidden in his mind library, who knows if by chance it could leak. Still, even Snape was done clogging down his potions and just staring at the boy with his piercing gaze. Harry grimaced one more time before clogging down the potions as well. He almost wanted to spit it out. Felix Felicis tasted horrible. It was even worse than the vomit taste from Bertie Bott's all-flavor beans. He swore he briefly saw an amused glint in the potions professor's eyes. Yes, perhaps this was payback for all those pranks he had been doing. If he knew he was going to drink potions made by him, perhaps he would have refrained from angering him so often. Thankfully, the other potion was tasteless and also seemingly washed away the unpleasant tingling of his taste buds. Then he could see the runes lighting up below him. Then he closed his eyes from pain. Yes, his scar felt like it was burning. The boy barely held in his scream from escaping his throat. It was not the worst pain he ever felt. He did mess up while training in the room from time to time, but this was no physician pain. It felt like his mind was on fire as well. Harry closed his eyes and tried to focus. Soon, he was in his mind's library. Shortly, he felt someone trying to come in. Is it already the Dark Lord? He subconsciously strengthened his shields and was relieved to feel they failed to enter. Even his burning pain receded somewhat. "Harry, you should let us in." Dumbledore's voice reached his ears as the boy felt heat rush to his cheeks. Yes, he was supposed to let those two in. He lowered his shields on one side as a couple of doors materialized, and he saw Albus and Severus walking in. He chose to lower his defenses at the very end of his library, as far away from his memories hidden by the cloak. Even as far away from actually anything important. Even if those two decided they had enough time on hand to snoop around, they would only find his childhood memories. But there was seemingly no time to focus on the two as his scar's pain intensified. Then he saw it, there. Another door appeared on the wall, as if it was always there. It looked somewhat run down, in parts broken, looking quite antique. The boy stepped closer and pried it open. Behind the door was another library. But this time, not his own. Yes, he was inside the Dark Lord's head. Without any words of coordination, the trio of invaders split up, each wandering deeper inside on their own. Harry took a few turns, and once he determined he was far away from others, he deployed the trick he learned from the small book Dumbledore lent to him. Soon he could see threads pointing at various places inside the library. It was a legilimency technique for finding information. The boy cursed as he saw just how many threads appeared upon searching for immortality. Surely, the Dark Lord researched all the countless ways about it before committing to one or multiple methods. Harry quickly focused some more on different keywords: death, soul, diary. More threads appeared of different colors for each keyword. Harry smiled, seeing that while they went all over the place, there were only a few places where all of them pointed to. Luckily, one such book was seemingly nearby. He followed the thread, then cursed as he saw it disappear in the middle of the bookshelf. He removed some books from the front to see that it was actually hidden behind them. Picking it up, he started quickly flipping over the pages. Eventually, finding a passage that seemed important, the search ribbons were seemingly coming from this exact page. After all the research, I figured out I was right. Only Slytherin heirs can speak Parseltongue. Only they can open the Chamber of Secrets, hiding the entrance in the bathroom, but leaving hints for his descendants behind Salazar is truly worthy of making the Slytherin name rise to fame. A sudden thud caught my attention as I suppressed my grin. It was that girl Myrtle Warren. How foolish of her to believe I was not aware she was inside. Glancing at my soul, I could see it crack and split in two. With this, I am one step closer to immortality. I should hurry up with the creation of the Horcrux and get my alibi in place. Then that fool Rubius can take the blame for the girl's death. The first to hold my soul will be my diary. As for others, I should find more worthy vessels. Like that fancy ring my father wore. As soon as I am out of school and Dumbledore's suspecting eyes, he will be the first one to die directly by my hand. Harry's brows furrowed as he continued reading, learning of the ritual to create a Horcrux. His eyes were wide open in horror. A Horcrux. It truly was a foul and evil magic. Killing someone was only a first step. What followed was an obscure ritual which caused even the Dark Lord to scream in pain as his soul fragment was dragged on, prevented from passing to the afterlife or dissipating entirely, and confined inside the diary. Suddenly, the library started shaking as the books fell out of the shelves, growing teeth and hunting into the boy. The whole place seemed alive. Harry then felt a gaze lock into him as he realized the cat was out of the bag. Perhaps it was the luck potion, perhaps the weakened Dark Lord's form, perhaps the early morning, or most likely all of it combined. It was truly a miracle the Dark Lord did not discover their invasion for so long. Well, he only managed to read one page of memories. At least he found a hint of what he should be looking for. The boy started escaping towards the door. Perhaps the Dark Lord was underestimating his combat powers. Perhaps he was more focused on other invaders. Harry did not find it too hard to dodge the incoming barrage of books. From his own library, various shields manifested and rushed towards Harry. Even from afar, he could manipulate his own defenses and seemingly help him out while visiting his neighbor's mind. After all, their minds have been connected. Still, Harry felt it. As soon as any of his creations stepped through the door, they got significantly weaker. Albus Dumbledore looked around as he eyed the colorful threads as he kept changing the keywords. Soul jar, phylactery, soul container, kahunas. The headmaster had lived for a long time and knew of many legends and magical ways of immortality, even when filtering out only those related to souls. Thankfully, it did not take him too long to find one which had seemingly a lot of threads. The legacy of Herpo the Foul, a Horcrux. The headmaster's expression was dim. It was one of the more troublesome ones, as it allowed one to split the soul into many containers, meaning one had to destroy them all before the being was truly dealt with. As he furiously flipped over books nearby with this keyword, inside his expression was sad, as far as he knew. There was no way to remove a piece of soul from a living vessel without the caster's consent. He doubted Voldemort would be so kind as to do so, which means Harry will have to die. Suddenly, the prophecy made even more sense than before. Amidst the reading, he slowed down as he noticed a familiar name, the former Hogwarts potions professor, Horace Slughorn. After quickly running over the text, his eyes dimmed even more as he realized what it implied. 7. That foolish former student of mine planned to split his soul 7 times. No doubt this was why it was so weak that a piece split by itself, then lodged itself inside Harry. As the library started rumbling, Dumbledore summoned his elder wand and started shielding himself while rushing towards the exit. He was known as the best wizard alive, yet even he was afraid of staying inside Tom Riddle's mind for too long. Sensing the ominous gaze upon him, and the variously increasing attacks of magical constructs and books he had to admit, they underestimated the Dark Lord's state. Yes, perhaps his body was weakened, and he was only a wraith. But his mind was as sharp as ever, as twisted as ever. With every passing second more and more adversities would be created to fight the intruders. While using Harry's link to bypass the outer defense's layer worked, Voldemort will undoubtedly realize what happened and have some countermeasures in place if they try this again. Dumbledore tripped and fell to the floor as a dragon's flame rushed above his head. He should thank Severus for that one. Luck potions were really useful. Albus quickly got up and continued his dash to safety. His wand madly waved as various shields rose around him. Severus Snape rushed as he followed the few ribbons that appeared. His trace of thought was simple. The diary had a piece of Voldemort's soul, and it was bestowed to Lucius. So it was reasonable to assume that perhaps other pieces were given to other followers. While he himself was on the favorites list, perhaps being so close to Dumbledore made him not an optimal candidate to pass something so dark on to. But there were also other trusted aides besides Malfoy's, the Lestranges. Severus smirked. Dark Lord seldom bestowed any gifts to his followers. Surely the few threads he found could lead to a good result. Grabbing the book close to him, only a few pages later he realized this was not it. This was about Malfoy's being asked to safeguard the diary. A minute later he reached another book. Soon his eyes glinted as he read a passage on Lestrange's receiving a cup for safekeeping. A cup which he recognized as one of lost Hogwarts artifacts, one of the Founder's items. As the library started rumbling, he quickly started rushing back, but mere moments later the well-known gaze locked into him. Severus shuddered as the hoarse voice reached his ears. It sounded young like a baby, yet was similar to hissing like a snake. Severus, to think you would be the one to betray me in the end. How disappointing. Potions Master cursed, as he barely dodged the troll club which swung from behind the bookshelf he was moving towards. There was more shouting following from behind, but he paid it no mind, instead focusing on running away. He long since accepted that his double spy position would be compromised one day. Heck, he even suspected the Dark Lord knew it all along and just used him as a middleman to pass information along. Perhaps only an act like killing Dumbledore himself could make him seem completely on the Dark Lord's side. Alas, after today, even that seemed to no longer be an option. Harry was back in the safety of his own mind, sitting on an armchair as various constructs kept materializing, and rushed to keep the doorway clean from the invading magical creatures. Voldemort likely recognized him, but he made a mistake of underestimating the young boy. While he was not as great as him overall, in the area of mind arts defense, Harry was very competent. Shortly after, he saw two figures rushing towards the door, various dragons, trolls, werewolves on their feet, but they were luckily avoiding the threats and still moving forwards. As soon as they were back in Harry's mind, he quickly sealed the door to the best of his ability, excluding it from his mind while applying all the shields he knew, the combination that even kept Dumbledore away, as well as various tricks that made his occlumency ever better from the books he read since then. Then after that was done, he kicked out the two guests from his mind, before finally opening his eyes and leaving the ritual circle. Without it, he could finally let out a breath of relief as the pain in his scar dropped to manageable levels. Now the connection was not as strong, which meant his defenses should be more than sufficient to hold the still ongoing assault on his shields. Severus and Albus both grimaced as Harry outlined all the details on how Horcruxes were made. It was quite a foul bit of magic, needing to kill someone in cold blood just as a first step. And it mentioned something about his father's ring. It might be another Horcrux like the diary, though we do not know how many there are. Ah, I was lucky in that regard, Harry. It seems he planned to make 7. I am not sure how many he managed to create to this day, but it should be no more than 8 in total. He glanced Harry's way. Even if you are an unintentional one, it was caused by his body perishing. While whole remaining soul should have roamed free as a wraith, a fraction got stuck inside your scar instead. Both pairs of eyes turned toward Severus, who had been quiet until now. I learned of another one. It might be a cup, Helga Hufflepuff's cup. He passed the diary to Malfoy's and the cup to Lestrange's, though as they are all in Azkaban, I am not sure what happened to it. It's either somewhere in the Ministry or in their vault in Gringotts, or perhaps still hidden in their manor. Dumbledore nodded. Unfortunately, we do not know where exactly he hid them. While I do know where his father used to live, I doubt he hid the Horcrux there. But I will still visit the place. Perhaps it will have some leads. I will also reach out to my acquaintances in Ministry and Gringotts. Dumbledore let out a sigh. He too looked tired. I will try to read more about them. Perhaps Black's library have something on Horcruxes. At least we know that basilisk venom works on destroying them. The headmaster glanced at the sword of Gryffindor, which was hanging as decoration on the wall of the office. Gryffindor's sword should also be able to do so. After all, it has absorbed the venom, strengthening itself. Harry nodded as he put his empty teacup back in place. The office was back in its former state. Not long after Dark Lord's mind invasion, Dumbledore cleared the runic construction of the floor. While creating it took a while, clearing was just a wave of his wand. The boy had a lot on his mind to process, so as discussions seemed to be over, he bid them both farewell as he walked back to the 7th floor. He still felt slight headaches. The Dark Lord was undoubtedly trying to break through his defenses, not like he had anything better to do, stuck in his weakened body. But without the runic array to amplify their connection, it was a futile effort. Based on the current state of his defenses, Harry estimated it would be sufficient to renew the shields once or twice a day. Silently, he climbed back into the bed as he decided to get some more sleep. While he usually read a book at this time, his mind just felt too tired from today's adventures. Shortly after he fell asleep, unconsciously snuggling closer to Daphne. As the morning arrived, Daphne opened her eyes and noticed the extra weight on her chest. It was Harry's arm. Daphne smiled as she looked at her still-asleep boyfriend. Somehow he still looked tired. Perhaps all that walking yesterday really did tire him out. She would let him sleep a while longer. Her eyes gazed into his sleeping face. He was still beautiful even as he slept. This would undoubtedly become one of her precious memories. Knight, C4. A small white knight made from stone jumped across the chessboard in an L-shaped pattern, while two boys stared intensely at the board. Long gone were the days when Harry played for the sake of spending time with his friend. After learning occlumency, chess just seemed different somehow. It was actually enjoyable for him now. There were so many combinations, so many possibilities. All the games he had played, all the games he had read about before were remembered by him down to every move. Of course, it was but a drop in the ocean for all the possible chess games, but against the same opponent, it was somewhat sufficient to recognize the common strategies. common feints Ronald Weasley liked to employ. Of course, Harry had to admit, the red-haired boy was talented in chess. After he moved his king away, Harry's brain started thinking of the possible moves ahead. It was quite a nice mental exercise, checking what would happen after every of his possible moves, as well as all possible his opponent's reactions to that, and so forth. It might seem daunting, yet some move chains were very easy to predict. If you accidentally left a piece free for taking, it's unlikely the opponent would miss the opportunity to get ahead at the start of the game, and on later stages, there were fewer pieces remaining, fewer possible moves. Harry could already comfortably think 3 moves ahead when the board was nearly full, and up to 7 when only a dozen or so pieces were left. Yet Ronald still managed to surprise him from time to time. Harry glanced at his opponent from the corner of his eyes. The boys sat diagonally across the small table which had the magical chess board on it. They were both on the armchairs in Gryffindor's common room. Ron was engrossed in the game as usual, but Harry could already see the familiar glint in his eyes. The boy saw something he did not. Of course, he could simply read his mind to know what he was planning, but was that a fun way to play? One innocent pawn moved forward 1 tile, and it was once again Harry's turn. The boy fell deep into his thoughts, thinking of the moves ahead as he finally realized his blunder. 3 moves later, Ron would force him to choose, either to abandon his queen or his rook, with nothing to gain from the exchange. Harry smiled. While he was ahead of his peers in many areas, he would never claim to be the best in every field. Harry already knew his chances for this game were slim. Ron was great at exploiting the difference in power between pieces, and losing a unit as strong as a queen or rook was a heavy blow to his side of the board. It seems Ronald won this time. Severus Snape sighed, looking at another batch of potions to grade, especially one single vial which had a purple solution with a label of Harry Potter. How he hated the boy. After repeatedly getting annoying, he just stopped grabbing his potions, not even uncorking the vial, just destroying them. Yet as no pranks effects were seen on him, Potter somehow made them blow up in his face if he tried to evaporate the liquid. Of course, he could contain the explosion, yet it was accompanied by a disgusting smell, which had magical resisting properties, and even with best cleansing sprays he knew of still lasted for hours. Leaving the vial abandoned was not an option, as well. Potter added just the right amount of ingredients to cause the vial to slowly melt and leak the content inside, if unopened, for prolonged periods of time. A few weeks passed calmly after Snape had an idea of just dropping the vial inside the room of requirements, yet just a week ago he happened to run into Harry there. He knew the boy was breaking curfew often, but why the hell he was not asleep at 3 in the morning? Of course, being a champion and all, the insufferable boy was detention immune for the year. Potions professor gritted his teeth. He will surely pay him back next year. Ever since then, he could faintly see faint runes engraved on the vial. One simple location detection array he knew himself, yet all it did was make his life more miserable. Now moving Harry's brewing out of the potions classroom would cause an explosion as well. Snape cursed as he saw that at most a week later the content would seep through the glass. No, he was not called Potions Master for nothing. Surely he could invent a potion to deal with this. Various spells were being launched in multiple ways as Harry dodged, shielded himself, and rolled around, trying his best to take out the armored dummies, until eventually a spell was coming towards him he knew he could not dodge, his shield too weakened to fully block the spell. The boy closed his eyes, partly in anticipation of pain, partly to focus, as there was one more trick for him to try, one of the more advanced dueling techniques, deflecting the spells. To deflect a spell to the side, one had to immensely focus and catch the spell with one's magic, then just redirect towards somewhere else. As the spell still worked, it was both a means of defense and attack. Of course, redirecting the spell back to the opponent was even harder than simply nugging to the side. Soon Harry's scream resounded in the room as he failed. Looking at his bleeding wound, he bit his lips, but then he noticed a faint mark on the ground as well, and his lips curled up. Perhaps this deflection thing was learnable after all. Having completely failed dozens of times before, he was happy to see a sign of progress, no matter how small. In the same room, his girlfriend looked worryingly at the boy. The first time she heard him scream, she rushed to see what happened to him. But after a long time together, she knew that such wounds like this, while looking horribly, would not last long on the boy. Even now she could see him casting healing spells as his wounds slowly closed, and the boy collapsed from exhaustion. For some reason, as the third task was fast approaching, Harry really overpushed himself past his limits, training so hard he sometimes fell unconscious. Daphne worriedly came closer to the boy as the room reformed, and they were now together on a comfortable bed, and the combat dummies were out of the room. The girl gently put his head on her lap as she ruffled his hair while thinking about the future. She knew Harry was hiding something from her. Ever since that day in Hogsmeade, he looked more tired than usual. His brows would furrow in surprise at seemingly random moments, before he would close his eyes for a moment and then return to whatever he was doing before. Having training in occlumency in the past, she would even think someone was attacking his mind, yet it usually was only two of them when it happened. As for overtraining, Daphne could hardly complain. The boy still dedicated plenty of time for her, and while she hated seeing him hurt, she knew why he was doing this. Triwizard tournaments were famous for being brutal in their tasks, especially the final ones. While the first task looked dangerous, there were teams of dragon trainers on standby, ready to rescue the champions in case a failure happened. Sure, they might get severe burns, but nothing magic couldn't treat in a month or so until the next task. So the actual death chance was low, which was on purpose. After all, if the champion of some school perished before the finale, what entertainment would there be for the school the champion was from? Were they supposed to mourn the champion's death, then watch and cheer for surviving ones from other nations? Yet the third task was different. There would be no special teams to intervene for the rescue. No one was nearby to help them, no merfolk to watch their backs. Students were not dumb. They could clearly see a magical maze growing in their Quidditch field. Daphne herself knew it was a commonly used hedge in various mazes, used as entertainment for wizards, mainly kids, to try and escape. The hedge could magically reform and reorganize itself, but it had an interesting property of always keeping the areas inside connected in some way. Daphne kept ruffling Harry's hair as if to calm her own nerves, before asking the room for the book she recently read and continuing her research, still with Harry resting on her lap. She was scared of losing Harry, so focusing on research was a great way to push the unwanted thoughts away. Besides her boyfriend's upcoming tournament, she too had her own worries. Her sister, who was always so frail, was affected by disease affecting her family for generations. Some even called it a curse. She wished to figure out what it was and find a cure for it, for her sister's happiness. Heat rose to her cheeks for her next thoughts, for her future children as well. Harry was panting, trying hard to catch his breath. Today was one of those days he decided to have another duel with Victor, and today he lost once again. Of course, Victor has been learning fighting for years while he just started not too long ago, this summer in fact. But Harry could see progress. Perhaps a year more of intense training like he does today, and he could beat him. Of course, the current him, Victor, was not standing still. He was training a lot every day as well, together with Fleur. Thanks for another duel, Harry. Likewise, Victor. Harry picked his friend's outstretched arm as he helped him get up from the floor. What's on your mind? I'm sorry. Don't dodge the question, Harry. Now I have known you long enough to know something is weighing you down a lot lately. Is it the Triwizard Cup finale? I believe with your skills you have a fair chance of winning it. It is after all luck-based, a maze of sorts. Harry stayed silent. His actual worries were for the events that would happen after the tournament, encounter with the Dark Lord as well as his time travel problem. His heart skipped a beat as he felt the pain rising once more, once again. All his friends, all the people he knew would lose their memories of their past year together. Perhaps he could replicate the events that led him here. Perhaps he could give them their lost memories. But what would they think of him afterwards? Will their relationship stay the same? Would he still befriend Sue Lee, Victor and Fleur, And most importantly, would Daphne fall for him again? Could he fall for her again himself? After all, it would not be the same Daphne he knows now, but an earlier version of her. His occlumency worked as he pushed the thoughts aside from the front of his mind, renewed the shields on that cursed door that connected him to the Dark Lord's mind. Voldemort's random barraging of his shields was one of his daily annoyances. Perhaps due to the door existing, their link was somewhat stronger than all those months ago when he first opened the door to his opponent's mind. His shields could still comfortably hold him away, yet the frequency of how often he had to replace the shields to become fully guarded of all the pain that accompanied the mind attacks was getting shorter. Still, he did not think his friend could help with those particular problems, but in a way they were tournament-related. Yes, I am in part worrying about the finale. To tell the truth, my headmaster once again leaked details about it. There will be a chimera, a sphinx, as well as various dangerous plants and magical beast species inside the maze. With your skills, you should be able to deal or at least escape from all of those. All of them besides Sphinx. Even I am not sure about winning against one. At least they are not aggressive. Before you fail to answer their riddle, there's always time to just turn around and look for another way. Thanks, Victor. Thanks to you, I am in the lead for the first 2 tasks. It is only right I return the favor. The two walked shortly out of the ship before they split apart. Victor had another date with Fleur in his plans, while Harry similarly had one with Daphne. No way any of them would give up this piece before the 3rd task. Severus Snape's eyes snapped open as he saw fire inside his room. Cursing Harry one more time, he checked the time. It was 5 in the morning. As his blurred vision finally regained full focus, he saw that it was no fire, no prank of Potter. It was Dumbledore's familiar Fawkes. His expression immediately turned serious. Is it the headmaster? Did something happen to him? Communication was mostly body language. So even though Fawkes could not speak in English, while Severus had no idea what those caw sounds meant, just from the look of the bird he figured out his guesses must have been spot on. Cursing once again, he quickly grabbed his emergency potions stash as well as his magically expanded trunk, which stored a little bit of all of the ingredients for potion making. Hogwarts' salary was good, yet a potions master who liked to do experiments in his free time required a lot of money for research. All ingredients, equipment, and books cost quite a lot of money. Hence this was why Severus was selling hard-to-brew potions in black market as well as official channels. Some potions would only work for a few short minutes after conduction, so this was why he had a traveling trunk full of ingredients always on standby. One never knew when some emergency request would reach him. As soon as he was ready, he transfigured his pajamas to his usual school, and extended his arm towards the Phoenix, who understood his intentions, and moments later they both disappeared in flames. Dumbledore was uneasy as he laid on his bed in his office. His face was sweaty as he held in the pain as he hoped Fawkes would bring Severus to him quickly enough, hoped that his trusted potions master, who liked to dabble in the dark arts, would know what exactly happened to him and how to cure him, or at least let him go painlessly. Albus looked at his hand in regret. On it, an ancient-looking ring rested on top. The ring Gaunts had passed through generations, but he knew the deeper truth. His gaze bore not into the ring itself, not even into his blackened arm or the spreading blackness that threatened to consume his whole body eventually. No, he gazed upon the gem embedded inside the ring, one of the 3 deathly hallows, the Resurrection Stone. He, along with Gellert Grindelwald, had spent countless years looking for the hollows. He found the cape as the Potter's heirloom. Grindelwald found the Elder Wand, yet the stone always remained a mystery. Finding the stone brought such intense emotions to the old man. In his excitement, he rushed to put it on, not noticing it was in fact a sneaky compulsion placed on top of the ring, not noticing the curse placed on it. Even after getting cursed, he thought nothing was wrong. He foolishly assumed it was perhaps the price to use stone. Luckily, Fawkes sensed the turmoil in his life force and flamed in to shed some tears and slow the progression of the curse. While he, an old fool, just summoned the soul of the one he missed the most. Thinking of borrowing Harry's cape, he thought he would become master of death. Perhaps then he would have the power to bring her back. But she did not want to return. "Ariana, I am sorry." A tear slowly made its way down his cheek, as Dumbledore was lost in the regrets of the past. Then a familiar flame appeared near the end of the bed, as Severus and Fawkes flamed in. While the bird joined his master in crying, his tears somehow slowed the darkening of the headmaster's arm, yet did nothing to heal it. Severus scanned the arm with multiple diagnostic spells of his own creation as his eyes widened in horror. He was surprised to see Dumbledore was still even alive. Quickly connecting the dots, he figured out a plan of action. Yes, there is a way to preserve his life, but not for long. First, he had to get rid of the ring. Remembering the recent Dark Lord's mind invasion, he knew it was likely to be a Horcrux. Hence, without hesitation, he picked up the sword of Gryffindor and cut it in half. Not minding damaging the Deathly Hallow one bit, of course, he never knew what it was. As two pieces clanged as they fell to the floor, the spreading blackness finally came to a halt, yet the damage was already done. Sure, his potions could push it back somewhat, yet the arm was likely to remain black and with limited usability. Severus cursed as he got to work. There was not much he could do. Dark arts were unforgiving. A lot of curses had no cures. The best he could do is remedy the symptoms. But Albus' life force was already damaged beyond repair. Even with the best potions he knew how to brew, it was unlikely the old man would live more than a year or two. An hour later, Albus sat on the bed, his darkened hand hidden behind the glove. The blackening receded somewhat, yet his hand still remained dark and lifeless. He was sad to hear he had so little left to live, but thinking about it, he did not have that many things he wanted to achieve. All he wanted was to end the mess with Tom before finally retiring. Now, it seems, his retirement will be cut short or he will die while working. Sudden thought crossed his mind, the Hallows. If he could borrow Harry's cape. No, the headmaster dismissed his thoughts. Master of Death does not mean a thing. He did not wish to become an immortal being. Who knew how that worked at all? What if he would never be able to die at all? He was no longer foolish young Albus looking for Hallows to help him in world domination. No, he was now wise and knew better that his time was over. Even without the curse, he doubted he would have lived more than a decade or so. Now it seemed he had to rush things up. Hopefully, Ragnog would send good news his way. So far, only 2 Horcruxes were taken care of, and he had no idea how many of them there were. Sure, Tom planned on making 7, as splitting the soul more than that was plain madness. But how about Harry? Was he an accidental 8-1? Or did the Dark Lord not manage to create so many of them before that fateful night? Or in the worst case, was he already so mad he created Horcruxes everywhere he went, all to escape the clutches of death? The Lestrange vault has not been opened for years. The goblins thought it would stay closed for good, as all known family members were rotting in Azkaban, yet one tiny letter from Archmage Dumbledore had them running inside. Gringotts had a trust to uphold about their security and messing with their customers' vaults. The head of the Britain branch felt the headache incoming as he read and reread Albus's letter. Even if it was true that Lestrange's vault hosted one of Hogwarts' founders' artifacts, Hogwarts itself had no claim over it as it was a personal founder artifact. Even if it was true that Cup was a dark artifact, it broke no rules of Gringotts. Even if it was true that it held a part of that cursed Dark Lord's soul, that still was not against Gringotts' rules. As soul magic was so rarely encountered, there were in fact no rules at all about such items. Ragnog sighed one more time. He decided to trust Albus for now. The old man has helped them over and over again. He even saved his life once, way before he even joined Gringotts. While Voldemort was just a pain to deal with. When the Dark Lord and his minions caused chaos, business was not doing good. Muggles' economy fell as they were afraid of terrorist attacks, pipe explosions, and other random excuses Ministry used for damage control. Meanwhile, wizards were either busy fighting or scared in hiding, which did not help the business in the area, which plummeted the Gringotts' Britain branch profits, and they just barely managed to recover in recent years. The branch leader gritted his teeth as he decided to trust the headmaster this one time. to repay his life debt. He never liked the Lestranges anyway. Not long after Ragnog was inside Lestrange's vault. Being a goblin, he could easily open the door to head inside. Not wanting to take anything, he was safe from the multiplication curse as well. Deep from his pocket, he fished out a small goblin silver vial that held a murky blood inside. It was basilisk's venom. Dumbledore provided him with a few vials of this expensive poison. Knowing its properties, he knew that while it was acidic in nature, it won't do any harm to a properly made artifact, one such as Hufflepuff's cup. That was, unless it was actually holding a soul piece inside. He poured the vial content inside the cup. Just moments later, a terrifying scream resounded as the cup split apart, and what seemed to be an evil spirit flew out while combusting in flames and disappearing. Ragnog nodded, as always. It seems Dumbledore was right once again. Hopefully, this would prevent the Dark Lord from coming back. And in case Lestranges get released by some miracle and ask about it, he can just feign ignorance. After all, he never took anything out of their vault, did he? Harry sighed as he climbed the stairs towards the headmaster's office. Just tomorrow he will go inside the maze, and today Dumbledore called for him again. "Come in, Harry." As the doors opened, Harry furrowed his brows. The headmaster's voice sounded frail. Heading inside, he noticed a white glove on Albus' hand, while his magic sense screamed in danger. He could not put it in words, but his gut was telling him that something was very wrong with the headmaster, especially his hand. "What happened to your hand?" Dumbledore sighed. "As expected, you can sense the evil in my hand. Alas, while I was on the hunt for a Horcrux, I let my feelings ahead of rationality, and now my arm is ruined." Headmaster pulled the glove away, showing a darkened, as if dead skin to the shock of the boy, before letting out a weak smile. "I found the family ring of gaunts inside what remains of Tom's father's house, which turned out to be a Horcrux as we expected. Unfortunately, I got caught in its protection, which cursed my arm. It is only thanks to Fawkes and Severus I survived the ordeal, albeit I paid an arm for it." "So the Horcrux?" "Destroyed. Severus slashed it with the sword of Gryffindor. I also received news from Gringotts that the cup was taken care of as well. Ragnog himself confirmed that it too was a Horcrux, as he also saw the piece of soul fly out and perish after the item's demise." "So only up to 5 left." "Yes, Harry. I suppose I also have an idea about your scars problem. It's just an idea, so don't get your hopes up. I am not certain that this would work. Have you ever heard the tale of 3 brothers by any chance?" "That fairy tale, about making a deal with death." The boy's eyebrows furrowed. He honestly had no idea where the headmaster was going with this. How in any way was this related to his scar problem? Dumbledore's glasses twinkled as he replied, clearly amused for yet another bright mind dismissing old history as a fairy tale, like a lot of wizards did. "What if I told you it was real? Let me tell you about the history of 3 artifacts known as Deathly Hallows." The black-haired boy listened in wonder, as learned of his ancestors, Peveril family, and 3 artifacts they had, which conveniently were currently located in this very room. He could see pieces of stone on Headmaster's table, his wand laying by the side, and he knew his cloak was short distance away in his pocket trunk. It sounded interesting and all, but was that Master of Death thing real at all? Would becoming one let him get rid of Voldemort in his head?